weekend, ranks third. Paulek's super confident. We saw him shooting bodies in their last series. Like, the man is ready and he's rolling. And then Lockdown, the map 1 Bocage HP. They're on a 5-game Bocage HP win streak, 3-0 this weekend. So seeing as that's going to be map 1, this other team might have something up their sleeve.
I think it's safe to say that Paulek's is definitely a win condition with Subliners team. They've been absolutely just built different ever since he came into the roster. But ladies and gentlemen, this is about it. The New York Subliners are going to see if they can continue on with this hot streak against the Paris Legion. And Miles and Chance, we got Call of Duty and single elimination on the way. Fellas, good morning. And yo, you guys ready for this?
Ready for this, mate? Indeed. This should be a treat, man. For those who watched last night's games as well, it came down on the wire quite literally. And hey, man, we've had a little bit of everything. And Chance, once again, sir, you've outdone yourself with that floral shirt.
Again, I did not pay for it. This is not mine. I don't actually have style, but we do what we can for the broadcast, especially on a single elimination day for two teams that have like almost sort of parallel storylines, right? It is Paris and New York, both teams towards the bottom of the league. New York, I think, has been like slowly working on the come up, right? 11-2 in their past 13 hard points. Those guys have genuinely been on a tear, especially so through the Pro-Am. And, well, Paris, well, they came to play as well, as you pointed out, back against the wall. Literally had to win, I think, in like a 3-0 or 3-1 fashion last night, but they got the job done. So here they are fighting tooth and nail against the team that, honestly, in certain sense, they're neck and neck with.
No freebies, no handouts. Glory isn't given. It's simply taken here in the CDN, unless we are, of course, talking about what last second ticks. It's just the way the game is, ladies and gentlemen. You can cry and complain all you want, but it ain't gonna change a damn thing. Let's get into the cage. Map number 1. Again, single elimination bracket. Losers of the series go home. The winners advance further into the tournament. Here we go, though. This is it. Let's get things going. New York Subliners, Paris Legion into the cage.
And keep in mind, since they picked up Kismet, like we talked about their hardpoint record in their past 13 maps, they're 4-0 in hardpoint at this Pro-Am. 3 of those wins were on Bocage. So I don't exactly know how deep this team's map pool is, but this is certainly a map they are happy to play on first thing. And makes sense when you got a guy like Hydra on your team. That being said, he got worked in the moment. That'll be a nice little break for Paris, who really started to try to push up the map and try to get some semblance of control.
Yeah, we can see if Paris keep hold of that newfound vigor from last night's performance, keep things going right now. As far as P1's concerned, though, we don't see too much action either way. We're going to see the Subliners take the lead, keep things going a little bit further. The final 10 seconds here on P1 will come to a close. Top side of the map, all Subliners for now. And again, chance as far as kills go, I mean, Paris a little bit more productive there. Kismet at the 6-2 now on a 4 spree, who will be still on the run. Looking to find a few more, brought down in the end. We love to see it out of Paris, identifying those important targets, taking care of them, and now they have the hard point.
And I think the biggest question, or at least the expectation on everyone's mind, if John and Jimbo can fry, they can absolutely keep up with this team and have a great deal of success, especially on this map. I think it's really the SMGs for New York that sort of strike fear into your heart, you know? But I mean, for Paris, so far so good. They're over towards P2. They have those back spawns, and maybe they're trying to dodge nades as best as they can. They have a couple players pushed up, but looks like New York, nice little clean 4 down, a bit scattered, but
maybe
the break is in, you get some time, and at the very least, strip it away from Paris.
Yeah, as far as hardpoint number 2 goes, 20 seconds remaining now, and you're going to see both teams relatively evenly contested here. Towards the next hardpoint, rotation's already down. Kismet's got his eyes on that next up. He's having a great showing so far since joining the team. At this moment in time, 7-5. We'll keep an eye on those stat lines again. Exciting to watch these newcomers find themselves here in these pro rosters. And again, seems to be enjoying himself. Grandies is up now. The doors will be bust wide open. Hydra trying to make the approach that bit harder. Beautiful shots onto the second player. John goes down, but the push from Paris is still alive.
They've got to actually get the perfect push out, right? As soon as Hydra gets that 2-piece, it really opens up the map and tells the Subliners exactly what direction they need to look. And Temp gets caught. Players in the back finally there to take him down. John is the last one alive for his team near the point. Well, and then Jimbo that is, but everyone gets trapped. And this is a incredibly solid hold. Things started off the 2-piece from Hydra. Ever since then, it is just the dominoes falling. But would you look at that, the M1928 Temp? I think he loves it just because you get, what, 50 bullets in the clip? Spray and pray, baby. Name of the game.
A little bit more strafe speed as well. And nice to see that coming up in those close-range engagements. Here we go, son. The Tommy gun in hand, flying forward into the point. Ooh, Hydra gets dropped immediately. His teammates clearing up the kills as well. Last minute break again onto the Granny's hard point.
No, go back to him.
Now make their way across over the barn. Paris Legion have got to now make the break. Kismet on the outside of the map trying to slow these players down. Here comes the hit now from Paris. Fanned out across the entirety of the cage. First up, trades come through. Crims rushing mid. The battle now on top of the point. See how it goes there for Paul X, who's trying to find any more here. And Temp, Mr. Tommy Gun himself, little gangster shots there, finds himself 5 in a row.
Oh, that was great.
Now he's got himself a hard point.
Gangster
Hey, there you
shots.
go, perfectly done by Paris, right? Everybody just flooding through the P2 side of the map. And as far as Bocage goes, they kind of took their time with it, but that's because they executed on it so well. And, well, now inside the point, it is just more of the flood fest now. New York, they just fly back in and take it over. And Temp gets caught. I think the bullets of Crim 6 blew the truck up to give him a quote nade kill, but whatever the case may be, Subliners, after getting broken on Barn, at least make things scrappy. And as far as that rotation goes, Subliners, they will get there early, but number 6, John, I think maybe a small window of opportunity to make a play.
Yo, Crim is still gross as fuck.
He was there for a brief moment. Great awareness there from Paul. 10 and 12 out of him so far.
There were
Points up.
2 ARs.
Subliners in there once again. Jimbo, he had a great day yesterday. He's been turning heads all over the place. And he find an entry now towards this next hard point. Checking every possible corner. Paul's got a gun. He does indeed take care of him. That's going to be another one. Paris do manage to get the break from the front side, though. So, Hydra, all on you for now, mate. Until the rest of the squad spawn up on the back side. We'll see if you can find those kills. But for now, Paris with a better time.
Hey, right now, New York are so incredibly concerned with the player top grandmas, but hey, as soon as you take care of him, you turn your attention towards the hill, and just like that, perfectly executed break. They knew the power positions they needed to get the players out of, and now you get a decent chunk of clearance over towards the hill. John gets taken out of the back, so right now the trades are a-flowing for the Subliners. 30-point lead, and a map like this, it's not a terrible margin at all.
Yeah, normally a very well-contested map, again, for both teams in current form. Expecting this to be a real tight one, but for now, Subliners a bit of a lead developing. Mid-map, that's where we're going next. Second set of hard points now up. John, little windy and bottom grannies, takes care of it, closes the doors, windows, you name it, the draft is gone, the kills are good. So have to worry about mid-map, though. Over to Temp once again, automaton in hand now. The man's got a real broad, he's got a lot of options right now in the loadouts. Let's face it, as Donny Temp keeps things going again for the team, leading the squad in this late department for the time being. 16-10 over the point he goes. Jimbo is a big one. That's time now going for Paris.
An eclectic weapon choice, let's say.
Oh, I love it.
That, you know, one of my favorite words to use, so I'll try to break that one out, is right now the hill's getting broken by Paris. They don't exactly have the spawns, though. You see the backside and river gets opened up, but in all honesty, with 30 seconds left on this P1 hill, this is just time to sort of flood and try to milk every last second you can get. If you can get 10 or 15 on this first hill, you are calling that a nice little dub. And I think right now, New York are just sort of turtling towards the back, accepting the fact that, hey, they just want to win this rotation. But I think Gravity and Paul X, this is a pretty important battle for P2, and Gravity wins it. Gets Paris actually those tin-side spawns, and all that pressure that New York had over towards the left side of the map gets stripped away. And I think Legion trying to strike back on P2.
Interesting. New York, first time we've seen the Subliners here on the back foot here on Bocage. Great time now to hit the break and go for a listen in.
Play your spot, Marty, go. Do not chow. Still hold, still hold. He's mid on me. Jimbo,
do not chow. He's chowing.
Yo, I'm flying at you. One more, 2 plants. Stay down. I kill this up. 2 ARs. One more.
Absolute low left.
Watch out low left.
Yeah, see, bro, even they know that because they have 2 ARs, they literally force them to pull out 2 ARs.
Still there, Jimbo.
Still there, yeah.
Is he dead?
No.
Absolute, I got nade. Still Zig, challenge you. He's running at you.
I got you.
Top left to the right. Play your life.
Don't shout. He's Lamar tank.
Play your life, okay, fuck off.
Don't shout.
I'll kill him right now.
As everyone continues to keep killing.
Still mind it.
Dead.
Nice. Where are you at, Paco?
Top of me, then.
Top. Go bump, Porter, go. Let's go. Yep. I'm going to the left.
Nothing on initial.
Look over me, low left.
Called by this government named Porter.
On the half wall, on the wall. Yo, one shot on the back half wall.
I'll get the back window.
One. Yo, I'm gonna nade tower.
Absolute on time, guys, Jimbo. He's absolutely in that corner.
Yo, behind you, camo tank. Tower. Camo tank, Tom.
Front kitch on me, front kitch going.
Old AC.
Oh, if you would've did that to him, that would've been fine.
Jimbo, one shot. Jimbo, one shot on the heady. One shot on the heady.
No, on the street as well. Top tower.
Top tower, then.
ASD, front ASD. I don't see him.
ASD? Oh, like A bomb site.
Listening comes to a close. Subliners still keeping that lead sound and solid chance.
Well, I mean, it's starting to dissipate away just a little bit, right? I think it's, you know, incredibly
slow
difficult
down
to
a lot.
stabilize a hill on this
Oh,
map.
boy,
at
grab
all.
me.
New York actually did a decent job on P2, despite the fact they lost the rotation. But now we go into this Grandma's Hill where Paris have completely run the show. I mean, not built every bit of time. There's been a little bit of contest, but they were down by 60 points. They've cut this to maybe a 15, 20-point deficit. So this is fantastic work out of Legion to get right back in this game. New York truly just struggled to break through, but now the move is on over towards Barn. It is number 3 Kismet inside the hill first, but he is by his
Gravity
his
can have
Paris
this,
right
like,
now. They are flying out.
Subline has still got control for now. Again, weird spread across map. Those 2 players in mid, they've got to win that fight and now get across and try to help Kismet. He's up on the hard point pretty much alone for now. Here come the reinforcements. Gravity from up top. No. Unfortunate team kill, but Kismet retains control. Can Temp find anything? Answer is still no. John now from upstairs, able to maybe get a kill or two with the 30 seconds now remaining here on Barn. As Subliners, they've held this for a long time and they're somehow still keeping the time going their way. Beautiful stuff. Balancing on the knife's edge right now as the time keeps going in their favor. Quick contest. Kismet looking to clean up Jimbo. Can't quite find him. Not a clue. He's in that corner. We promise you, mate. Big shots out of Kiz. The 3 spree continues, and we should be cracking over the 200-point mark.
And already, most important moment of the game is just the fact that the Subliners not only hold all that time, at least contested towards the end, but they are free and clear over towards this river rotation. And with a 40-point lead, I mean, they might not get to 250, but they can pretty much end this game right here. Get another 15, 20 seconds, and you should be good to go. So Bears got to make the break. They have a couple players inside tunnel, but if you get Kern 6 in this back power position, tough to take him down, but Gravity does it, and Paris break on through.
We're on now. Gonna break on through to the other side from Paul now, trying to make his way forward. Shots on Gravity, slides on forward. Can't take care of Temp. Teammates still in the position that help this happen. 30 seconds remaining now. Jimbo trying to desperately get back on the point, keep the open field now for his boys of Legion, but they're not able to get it done. Subliners once again, the muscle, the brains to fight their way through. Big kills out of Gravity. It's 1 HP, trying to help his team out. And again, 30 points now for the win for the New York Subliners here in map number 1.
And I know Gravity right now, 35-19. He was winning big gunfights on this hill, and he gets a nice little 2-piece there. But, I mean, you are down by, what, 60 points going into a P1. I think it might be just a too little, too late sort of scenario. Bears Legion going to have to string together themselves a series of hill and a series of team wipes to try to get back in this game. But, hey, if you can really crank up the slang, maybe you can make some magic happen. Still the possibilities, but I'd say the flip side for New York, even on this P1, just flood the time as much as possible. 3 or 4 seconds here, 3 or 4 seconds there, and you'll just chip away and get that dub.
Yep, all those little grains of sand build up and eventually become a mountain. And that mountain, Paris have got to climb. This is going to be a tough one. Hydra keeping mid-map safe. Again, second or 2 here or there. That's all the Subliners need, and they're getting the job done. Trying to fly forward. Paul can't get the fights won in that position, so now you're going to open mid-map for the second. 10 seconds over the win. As Paris have dived on the point, it has to be sublime from here on out. This is going to be extremely tough. Subliners keep chipping away. This war of attrition, you can win it here. This is going to be big. And again, dive on that point. Play for the P2 spawns. It's now a question of, you know, where do we win the game, here or there for the New York Subliners?
It's just too difficult, man. You got Hydra just flying all over the map. Paul inside the point with whatever weapon. And New York Subliners get to 250 and continue their barrage reign of terror. That is now 6 in a row on that map that they have won. 12-2 in their past 14 hard points. The Subliners, man, they came to the Pro-Am prepared and ready to play.
Certainly did, man. And again, Kismet, a late addition to the squad. I know the trialing process might have taken quite a while, but he's fitting right in at the moment. And this is a very good look for the squad. Signs of life indeed for a team that were in dire straits for a real long time. But we'll see if they can keep the momentum going. Here in this single elimination matchup, being 1 up so far, the Subliners trying to set themselves up for success in the long run.
And I will say, I'm kind of curious about Temp's sort of logic with the M1928. I definitely do not hate the weapon. It absolutely shreds. I know, like, watching, like, SMD8s and whatnot, Hook has been using it sort of randomly for the past few months. I think Temp pulled it out just on, like, a P5 on Tuscan. He had it maybe for 2 lives here on this map, so I don't know specifically what he has in mind, but I mean, you know, weapon aside, whatever the case may be, again, the story here is just Subliners. I mean, they have achieved their flow state on this map.
Yeah, it really is. It's not easy to win consistent cage games, man. I mean, we talk about how hard the map can be in general and how mixy, quote unquote, it can be, but Subliners looking to find that certain remedy. But then Temp, the highlight reel with the M19, he had a lot of fun with it, man. He really did. It was a good looking weapon in certain situations. You know, how truly applicable it is across, you know, other kind of gunfights, longer range gunfights, different hard points. Who knows? Time will maybe tell. Hopefully the bad boy don't get GA'd, but if Paris win the event chance, there's a good chance it will.
Okay, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves now. I don't think it is nearly as extreme as some other potential GAs we've had in the past. But either way, I mean, this is just a single map, right? I think we've talked about the hard point for New York quite a bit. A little bit surprised Paris didn't ban the Bocage because it's not as if the subliners have flexed an incredibly deep map pool. And not saying they don't have it. We really just don't know because actually it's been basically every map that they've played. The only map that New York has lost in this tournament so far is like one control. And funnily enough, I think that was to the AM team, but they are now 5-0 in hardpoint, 3-0 in the search and destroys. But I suppose just to add to the sort of funny stats, and I got to stop saying that word, but all 3 of their SMBs have gone to round 11. One of which was like a full sale. So like, it's hard to describe subliners. It's not exactly like they're dominant, despite the fact that their map record certainly reflects that.
It's an interesting one, yeah, for sure. Berlin Search and Destroy coming after that, a double dose of Gavutu in control and hardpoint. And then we go full circle. We may have to come back to the cage for that game 5. Who knows, friends? It could well be the case. Anything can happen here in a single elimination matchup. This is it. It's a one and done, pals. It's going to be fun. But yeah, we got Berlin now, chance. And going back to that hardpoint, I'm interested, man. I thought it could have been as far as like subliners look right now, patchwork team, you know, they've not been running the Kismet for very long. Might have been a better idea for Paris to ban the cage out and go for a more like structured hardpoint map, like something like a Tuscan or something like a Berlin. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, that would have been my guess just because of the fact that, I mean, again, if you're on like a 6 Bocage map spree, that sort of makes sense to me. But, I mean, we still have to see so much more to this subliners team get played, especially because they just built a new roster. They might be in a situation like at the moment where if their map pool isn't super deep, the teams that like don't have auto vetoes, your Atlanta Phases, your Optic Texases, maybe potentially even Florida Mutineers, could just ban Bocage and then have that like edge in the series from that point. But some of your team towards the bottom, i.e. Paris Legion, if you have something you almost have to auto veto, well, if the Bocage slips through, it just be like that sometimes. So it'd be interesting to see how far this subliners team goes, if they can make it past this series even, because I know Paris Legion, I mean, they had their Ball Don't Lie series just yesterday. They actually have been pretty competitive overall, like including getting a win against the Major 2 champs. So it's not like you can count out Paris at all. They have absolutely made improvements, even on an individual level. I know Jimbo has certainly got quite a bit of love, and maybe he could be a player to look at to step things up for map 2 to try to get that bounce back in.
Berlin Search and Destroy could be bounce back city. We will find out. Bumps are out. Take your seat, as many of the fans in the back have. Not just fans, professional players, amateur players, coaches, you name it. Everyone and everybody here in the Belong Arena enjoying the show. As the Prime Classic has continued to be full of drama, true drama, chance.
And Miles, this stat, by the way, that Carson wanted to pull up is just the fact that you can see the actual breakups for Paris.
Mason, I don't know if you're in
Normally
here.
they play it sort of like neutral. They're playing for picks and adjust after the fact. But they actually lean A over B, despite the fact that they only win a fifth of the rounds when they actually attack A compared to 60%, which on offense isn't too shabby to actually go to B. So, I mean, if this is a team that they lean A more so than B, maybe want to mix things up. And I don't know if this would be technical. Actually, no, this is just a straight up B hit. So this is where players have actually had more success.
Prim's got eyes on at least one. Can't catch a Jimbo out as well. The nade doesn't land either. The remaining of the team pushing their way forward now. Paul trying to find a kill. Oh, it's an ugly back and forth, but Paul wins it in the end. Hydra doesn't land a shot and a temp in the back end, so now a 3v2 situation. The bomb town over by B. Also, John now has his work cut out from both players on the inside of the site, and Hydra's in. Hydra's in, finds one!
Oh,
Hydra!
no.
With the rats!
You're not letting that happen, huh?
Through the back window, guns them both from the hip. That's the diffuser, that's the round.
If you ever find yourself in a
Mason,
situation
just hop in,
where,
hop in
not
my,
even if you're
my
man
Discord.
down, but for whatever reason, if your final players alive are all trapped in sight, I mean, just good luck. The subliners would have to just like absurdly drop the ball in that situation to lose that round. And I mean, Hydra just gets all the work done himself. I'm pretty sure the reason that even the flank was wide open and the players ended up trapped on site is just the intro pick that Hydra got with the sniper.
Yeah. What's up?
I know Hydra certainly back in the day,
Hold
like
up.
before he was a pro player.
Yeah, no, I'm making some right now, but I'm gonna come back and I'll tell you why I'm not streaming on Twitch.
On top of the
Okay.
rat in the
I'll be
back
back.
pocket, obviously proficient with it. As he's looking for an early pick that I don't think Jimbo's gonna give to him.
Jimbo certainly won't be giving it to him. But Kismet, they're trying to find an opener and keep an eye on it. Another watchful eye of the French phenom. Hydra should be able to cover him if he makes his way in. Pull on the outside now, push down. Pressure's on. Kismet does manage to find the entry kill. First blood goes his way. A-bomb site now in the hands of the subliners.
And now the question is where the flank's going to be coming through. Hydra's obviously at least partially watching Secret. You got plenty of coverage over the pressure from the front. I mean, you got a man advantage in this situation, but Krim, he gets caught out just a little bit, but he's trying to stay alive. And Temp tries to hunt him down, but the teamwork is there. Kismet helping the captain. And all of a sudden, it is now a 2v3.
Oh, that was a nice
another one, but not easy at all when Hydra's shooting like that. And John, the next domino to fall. Kismet shreds them on through in a clean round from the New York subliners. I think right there, Kismet was able to find 3 in the round.
Yeah, 3 for the new guy. Nice shot there from Hydra. We'll see it once more. Couple of tags in. Not too much to get the flinch done there. And Hydra, beautiful shot again. Clinical work at the subliners in these first 2 rounds. They've gone very smooth indeed for them. Bomb plants, bomb diffuses, you name it. We've seen it all so far. Paris, the tenacity, the grit, the resolve to survive last night. Where is that today? Let's get things going, Paris. 2 donuts, the form of Gravity and Temp for now. Round 3.
And this is why we brought up this stat earlier, right? When they go to A for Paris, they haven't had a ton of success on offense. This is not their preferred site. Well, they prefer to go here, but this is not where they have all their success. And Hydra quick on the counter. They've done their homework. Now New York actually flanking, trying to get inside and make things mixy. Kismet staying alive, finds the kills, and the swarm is in. Subliners are everywhere. And Crim6 might have had his 17th teammate of this tournament, but still have that man advantage.
Krim is lethal, dude. He's been ripping his teammates up, but he rips everyone up there. Another good one from the subliners. A little shaky at times, a little ugly here or there, but man, they kept that one all together. That's 3 straight. Despite the efforts of Temp, and once again, another banger of a snipe out of Hydra, that time from a close window.
Dude, New York.
Krim's got to chill with the teammates, though, man. He's got to chill. Chill, Krim.
NYS was in a 3-0 though.
I'm with you.
Paris Legion's dog shit.
I know a couple have been unfortunate.
No, they're actually not that bad.
Nah, they're fucking dog shit.
No. They did very, very well yesterday. And
Yeah,
no,
yesterday for the first time since what? Like,
listen,
dude, last
game, bro, Paris was hitting on New York, just they won the map. No, like, they were getting out-fragged so hard.
Yeah, but they didn't win any rotations, nothing.
Jimbo playing the Abizi.
I mean, they won
But
one,
he's
but
so
they
sneaky
just,
here, dude. Like, again,
they got broke.
all around. There's a lot of red dots on his minimap right
Hold
now.
on, one second. I'll be back
Tons of
again.
information. No, he doesn't have
Damn,
walls.
boy.
It's just a great guess. As Paul
Boy, finna miss
on
that
the
damn,
outskirts now. Tags, damage,
Oh,
Kismet on the
jeez.
inside. Oh my word, it's so close. Jimbo's still in a position to potentially go massive. At least 1 kill here. That's going to help out his team in the best of ways. Temp starts things off. Here comes Paul. There's Jimbo. Springs to life. Finds at least the first kill. Any more to be had here? Kismet goes for the 1v1 and he loses it as Jimbo stays alive on site. Paris with a round.
There you go. Nice turnaround. And honestly, I think the army crawl for Jimbo sort of paid off. You see a couple different spots where New York was shooting through broken walls, shooting through windows, shooting through whatever, like the cover Jimbo was laying down behind. So they were taking shots through all these things, trying to search for him. You even see in the bottom left right there where New York was trying to go for the spot check, but they were slightly off, so Jimbo's spot never gets discovered. He turns that into a nice little 2 kills in that
Dang,
round.
Paris just shit on New York.
Paris Legion
I did
at
just
very
come back to
least
that.
get on the board.
That was a really tough gunfight to win as well on that spot. We
Oh,
go,
Kismet
once again,
is
bombing
dead.
in. Kismet tagged
Yeah,
up.
the boy
Oh,
got
there,
stuck.
can't get out with his life. John's already in. Blistering pace now set from Paris Legion. They're already on that site. They've got themselves the first blood. Krim now trying to find something.
Oh,
in the back
Krim
line,
6
but
gonna
that's gonna
die.
be Gravity watching that one. Will he find Krim? Should do easy pickings.
Yeah.
Gravity's been frying, actually.
It's a 2v3.
Dude, yeah, I know.
Gravity.
Dude, that's what I'm talking about. Gravity
Recover
last
the bomb
game
now for Paris.
ended
They
the
should
game,
move
I
at this
think,
plant.
like,
No one
like
from the
38,
subline is
right?
too far around.
he had like 30, I think it was like 38 and like 21, dude. Like, he did so good.
You have the information to Paul.
Like,
This might
absolutely
be a freebie to catch
shit
a player and
on
man's
New
bomb
York.
down that he gets. You got a 2v2 bomb down, and yes, he gets recovered quickly, but
Full
the
high
trap
jump is
was
gun to
there,
shit.
but Temp wins the big gunny.
Well, Tem's seen him. Paulex wins these, dude. Never seen him lose.
Nah, you know who's cold? Methods, bro.
Methods is cold. That's Zinni right there. Zinni City, baby. Zin City.
Running a parallel alongside each other throughout now.
I feel like Jimbo has the upper hand just from a little bit, just only because I'm pretty sure he has a sub. Yeah. And he can play inside while Paulex has an AR. See, he doesn't think he's going to be sitting in there.
Jimbo's playing the close sight.
So he's checking, like, literally. See, this is why Berlin 1v1s are so stupid, because you have to check so many places.
Never actually caught this player off the cross, so it's guesswork. The stun's there for the intel. Doesn't actually connect, but I think he knows he's inside, but it doesn't matter. The stun helps him not at all.
That's why I feel like people shouldn't bounce the stun off of that wall, because if they're on the other side, it's not going to hit. You might as well just throw it back there.
Unfortunate, doesn't get a single tag, and Jimbo knows as soon as that
like chuck it like on the bomb.
All the windows bust wide open. It's the silent approach.
And then when you chuck it on the bomb, when it blows up, you run through the doors onto the left side and
Paris clutch up.
Win the fight or something. I don't know.
If you managed to get that.
It would have been too tough for him. I just don't think it would have happened.
Yeah,
up close.
Back we go.
Really only because he had an AR.
What is it? Quick over towards A. I think Hydra
I
put
don't
a
know, dude.
sniper
I
rifle
don't
if he's like
know.
pushing deep
New York might
quicker,
stomp them right here because they're very good at that.
Waiting to try to get a pick is Jimbo maybe trying to army crawl or maybe waiting for Krim to find a pick.
Dude, you should have seen Hydra last game, bro. Hydra was popping off.
Now if you want, you can fight what, 3 versus 1 potentially on this A site.
He's a little Frenchy boy.
Jimbo back in action.
He's hitting it back to back. Slightly different spot than the first time around. The subliners are having none of it. They are out. All Hydra Kismet.
That's
gone.
smart.
They're coming over now to Temp, over by the B-bomb.
I saw Temp running the Tommy gun last game too.
With no John here to help out. This
is really
fast.
Temp was running the
Tommy
Tommy gun last game.
He's going to see that.
Yeah, I know.
He's going to see them now take
I almost got
that
that shit gold.
Grim's going to check the back.
It's
1v1 here is going to be massive.
Oh, Kismet might get caught here.
Oh, and it's bad. They're going to take that
Oh,
spot.
never mind.
That's Temp done. This should be a plant. This could be the round.
That is just instant too, by the way. Number 2.
Dude, Krim is steaming, bro.
They had every single cross covered.
Krim didn't miss a bullet.
Ready for the post plant. So
Krim,
you saw what they were doing.
Yo, Krim's crazy right now.
Back. They basically got complete P2/P5 control. They dominated the
so why aren't you streaming on Twitch?
Is what it's actually called. And as soon as they get the bomb down.
Yeah, I can't stream CDL on Twitch.
Nice reads and teamwork to take down.
Because they have a contract with YouTube.
And all that really does just stem off the first blood and then the nice little post-pant positioning call.
Oh, maybe that's why Zuma, when he was streaming it last night, he had it.
It's only the mini-map. You can only put like the mini-map and like the kills.
No different.
Yeah, that's all he had showing. I was wondering why. Okay.
Slow hit now from Paris, making their way through the middle of the map.
Well, that makes
Still
sense.
leaning towards B for now. That's going to give those subliners defenders over towards A the opportunity now to make their way across
Oh,
map
come
and
on,
maybe flank that spawn. And it is going to be Kismet. He's going to be
What
the
are you
man
eating?
Paul with the first blood now.
Let's had
Tem, good shots at range there with the automaton. Levels the playing field, 3v3.
Yeah, bomb down top
Pesto
3 by the
with
way.
pasta.
Jimbo's gonna pick it up, but I was gonna say
Alfredo, dude.
I'm making Alfredo right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Dude, I literally was gonna say Alfredo too. I don't know why.
So gas. I'm about to eat that
Spotting
too.
these players on the
Oh
crosses,
my
feeding
god.
to his teammates, and that means Krim number 4.
Dude, I'm Italian, so I love pasta.
Evens up the odds
and
2v2, but Hydra at the very least knows that.
Hold on, I'm gonna put this dish away real quick. We'll be better.
And they will, if they do, it's all on him. Krim with a bit of awkward home decorating there. He's going to renovate that little area, take care of the woodwork, and now he's been taking care of himself. 2v1. Can Hydra make this happen? Less than 20 seconds down, the job done. You got to get that bomb down. Hydra's tagged, no death just yet. The bomb should be planted here over towards A. It's going to be a 2v1 retake. Snipe in hand for Hydra. Here we go.
He planted in the old sneaky spot too on the inside, so not a fun one to have to defend, especially because they know he is this sniper. So if you force it in that room, you can keep things close and personal. 2 players laying down. You talk about a setup where you're not giving away a pick. They're taking it seriously.
They're trying. Oh, you saw Jimbo! No, shots are in. Jimbo wins it. The old, he's got a sniper rifle. Get your bloody heads down, lads. Get your heads down. They literally did it. As Hydra found nothing. Stripped from him the title. Good round out of Paris. See if they can keep it going though again. A tense Berlin search and destroy still going on.
And a 2v3, by the way, again for Paris, where Jimbo was another one of the players involved. I know Temp certainly did the brunt of the work in that situation. Again, the gunfight he wins against Paul X is sort of the crux of that round. I got my chicken Alfredo. Maybe a nice little mishap that Paul X is trying to make amends for in this round.
I would love chicken Alfredo, bro.
Once again, completely taking over P2, and they're being aggressive.
My grandparents wouldn't cook
Paris
it.
did this round one to them, and you get out. Those are not easy shots.
Like, bro, like when they make mashed potatoes, bro,
you still lose the man advantage.
ain't
and now
nothing
the bomb
going
is
in
down
it.
in an aggressive spot. This is a
no
tricky
salt,
one
no
for
pepper,
Subliners to try and
no
I
sour
wonder if
cream,
Paris
no
have
nothing.
seen the bomb go down. That changes the way they set this one up, but
I don't know
now
if you've
it's
ever had mashed
watching those
potatoes with
bodies,
sour
it's
cream or
grim.
not, but
Yeah.
slowly creeps his way.
my
through the
sister
corridors
makes
of
good
that
ass
broken
mashed
train
potatoes,
yard.
bro. I cannot wait to go back to Florida to eat some of those.
He's got no idea Jimbo's close
Mashed
by.
potatoes.
Too much noise being made. He's popped dead
Bomb.
silent, so now he's going to make a bit of a sneaky run for it, trying to recover the bomb. That's the goal right now, and he has to be the watchman. He has to be eyes on every possible window and power position where Paris could find themselves.
I think maybe the pressure's on Gravity.
playing
This
this
is
like
the one
rap.
to take it down, or if they line up
Oh,
for
Tom.
the crack in
Tom
the wall.
Gravity.
And Gravity making good
Big
use.
double jump.
We have ourselves a nice little tie game. It was
All right, I'm
dominance
leaving
early
my
on
room.
for
Tell me what
Subliners.
happened.
But clutch round after clutch round, counter strat in this one, able to stifle
Grandma, what
the
you doing?
aggression of the Subliners. Nice
Looking
little
at- is it
pack of
raining?
pieces right there for Gravity. Even the odds up at 4-4, and I think that is what back-to-back rounds maybe where Subliners just sort of, I don't know, these small mistakes end
Say
up
hi to my
costing them,
friend.
right? Getting the bomb down in a pretty tough situation the round
That's
before.
my grandma,
That was
Tarby.
a little too
Who
aggressive.
is it?
That's my
They
friend
had a
Tarby.
man
He lives in
advantage,
Florida.
and Sniper
Oh,
shots
he
getting
does?
laid down,
Yeah.
and we had a
I met him on the
sniper
video
trade
game.
come
Oh.
through.
Whoa!
Tie
Yep.
goes to the runner.
Doesn't happen too often, but that's the snipers eliminated for now, unless somebody picks them up.
What do y'all want? What are y'all making?
Well, now, pressing the advantage he has. Gravity. Oh my, he would have been obscured by the
don't
spotlight
need-
across top side of the
I
factory.
don't know. Let me ask him.
Or warehouse, I don't know what it is. Well, I don't know what they do.
No,
there.
I know.
For now, Kismet picks up the rifle of his fallen comrade, now trying to get into the mix. 2v3 right now, Paris with the numbers.
They crossed out from back B, now they're all over P2, and they have absolutely no idea. New York Subliners doesn't have the intel, and obviously if you're a man down, yeah, you kind of leave one player at either site, but the bowling is going to be happening today.
Oh, he gave up the line. He could have held that with that snipe still in hand. Now, dead silence activated. Kismet. Could he be the assassin right now? Number one goes down. Bomb doesn't get planted. Less than 30 seconds on the clock. Krim trying to recover that. He still has eyes on it.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah, that's the stretch plant and a half. Holy dooly. Your boy got that one down. Krim's on sight. Takes care of Jimbo. Straight up 1v1. Tagged up. Krim's hurt. Gravity now making his way forward. Krim though in a 1v1. Pistol! Holy
Oh my God.
No, he wins it! Whoa!
Crumb, bro.
What's the point in the seat if you're not using it? I was on the edge there, ladies and gentlemen. That was a close fight. Wow, Krim nearly got it done.
Who won the round, Tarby?
Oh, yeah.
Paris.
Wow.
Krim almost
Those
fucking
are nice
shit on
shots
him.
for Gravity. I was trying to figure out why it took so long. I
Grandma.
didn't realize he ran out of ammo in the middle of it.
He's in
That
the dark.
is a near
He
heartbreaker
can cuss.
right there for Paris, but they keep the momentum in their favor. Another clutch for those guys. Funnily enough, I mean,
Here, Grandma.
shots coming through. That's 2 rounds.
You're
in
the
this
one
game,
yelling.
by the way, where it is just the crux of the round is Paul X getting caught being aggressive. So, again, trying to make amends
No,
right
Grandma.
now. New York straight over towards A. Maybe not quick to get this bomb down, but they got a decent bit of control.
Map point parry. Jimbo's back on it. And Subliners are seemingly unaware. Here comes the hit from Jimbo. Straight into the fight, and he's gone. Straight up Hall, though. Trying to level the playing field. 3v3 now. Less than a minute on the clock. Bomb still down. You've got a bit of movement now from Paris. There's the recovery. Here comes the plant. Will Temp make the play? They haven't got too many eyes on that bomb site. Now it's Paris. Have to play the retake, and it's just become a little bit easier. Krim's gone.
And no over-aggression from Temp. He's taking his time. They're going to double up on this P5 flank, and Gravity's going to give him all the intel. That is the go button for the flank.
Did Paris
and now
win
you
the
know where
map,
both
or
players
did...
are, so
Nah,
somebody
just
know
so
what the
on
deal
that.
is, but the problem is they're pinched
What
in
is
the
it, 5-4?
3-2.
What? Hydra's just
2-2,
spatting
yeah.
away. How's he run out like that?
God,
He's just
Hydra,
run
you're
through
a
the
maniac.
gunfire.
Oh my
found
God,
himself a
no
kill.
shot, they
Paul finds
fucking
another.
close.
It now comes down to 10. This is the force to round 11. He's on the bomb site. He is
Oh
a
my
dead
God,
man.
that's
That is
crazy.
it.
They clutched
Here
that.
we go.
Hydra's a
Round 11.
madman.
Bro, little bit of that Hydra magic. Talk
saying
about
New
the
York
play,
won?
Those 2 players on the flank, and he just
Round
says,
11 right now.
YOLO, let me hit this.
Okay.
Slides out, catches a player off guard, and hits him with the gunny. There are very few players in the game that can make a play call like that, but Hydra's certainly towards the top of that list. And we mentioned before, by the way, said it already, New York Subliners are 3-0 in S&D at this Pro-Am. All 3 of those wins were round 11. Yep. Maybe this is number 4.
Hydra said, "Bit more confiance and let me go for it," and he did. 10 and 6 for Hydra on a 3-spree right now here in this round 11. It's a slower hit.
So NYSL's 3-0 in S&D in his program
safety
so far.
of that P2 mailroom building.
We're 6-0.
All desperately trying to find an open hit.
And every round, and every S&D they've won went to round 11. And they're in a round 11 right now.
Takes the fight. John's tagged up.
Oh, so they win this a 4-0, but every game's round 11.
Less than a minute remaining.
Paul X has no fear in his heart, man. Again, he's gotten caught out
hey, well,
a few
they've
times,
won
but he is
all
still
of
9
them,
and 5,
so.
and he still made a couple big plays.
Don't see what
top
they're
3
doing.
P5 are delicate situations, but you have
All
Hydra
right,
at least
you
getting
can
the intel on
curse
one.
now or
Paris,
whatever.
this
I'm
is
not
the
in the
neutral
kitchen no
setup
more.
that we showed the
See,
group
I didn't
before
realize
early
that was
on.
my
They
bad,
have
bro.
success in these
Nah,
types
nah,
of
you're good,
rounds,
you're
but
good.
less time on the clock, the more
my
difficult
bad.
it gets. Only 35 left before
4v3
they get the bomb down,
NYSL
and
got one
Hydra
down.
finds the
3v3.
first
Yeah,
one. No
I don't know.
Jimbo evens
Paris
up the
is really
odds,
gonna have to
and he
make a
stays
play
alive,
here.
but now they're getting
Oh, they have
hunted.
to get
Hydra
down.
there for the
Yeah,
trades. They
3v2.
still have that
Oh,
advantage.
but yes, Hydra.
Man of the moment 5 spree right now. Less
Oh,
or
Hydra's
nearly
deserving.
20 seconds to work
I
with.
just double paused.
John and Gravity must get the bomb down.
Yo,
They've
he's
got
going
themselves an opportunity.
crazy. They're gonna go A?
The foot race though. It's Kismet with
They're not
the
gonna-
The entirety
they're
of the
gonna get it
subline is
down.
moving silently right now.
Yeah,
they're not
He's
gonna
got
win
the
this.
stairwell. Gravity with the
Yeah,
coverage.
it's over.
Gravity's gone.
GG.
John's last up.
Did Kismet get the kill? Oh, yeah, he did.
He's gone.
You're a little bit
Kismet
ahead of me.
with the foot race. He
Yeah.
wins it.
Holy.
What are you
Two
watching
kills and
on?
a fuse, you name it, the
My
subline
TV,
is
my
still
PlayStation,
alive,
my
and they
TV.
succeed in the round 11. That is a 2-0
Holy.
lead.
And this is almost exactly how
Yeah, I
the
think
Subliners has gone
this is
in
gonna be a
Pro-Am. They get a
3-0.
4-point win. They win the round 11 in the search and destroy.
Told
So
you, bro.
maybe business as usual for this team.
What's
It
God?
truly take that
I
big
just
money
want
back
to see
down
the
field.
optic
Sorry to
versus
make a couple
FaZe.
I know,
punches.
dude.
One plays
I'm
against
waiting.
plays, but
I want to see how good General can do against FaZe. Literally the second best team in the league. I want to see how they can perform without Illy.
I really don't think Optic wins it though. As much as I love Optic, I really just don't think that they win it.
I think they're either gonna go 3-0 or 3-1.
Unbelievable,
Unless
man. What a
Rambo
brilliant, brilliant display out of Hydra there on the
has
search
talked to
destroy in
General
Berlin.
and
Woo, baby, that is a 2-0 lead now for the New York Subliners.
and General has been putting in
Finding themselves
games.
a very comfortable
Like the
spot
only
going
reason
into
they got
Go
3-0'd by
control.
Florida is
Ladies
because
and
General
gentlemen,
got
this
no
is it.
reps in
Paris, they need
Optic
your
that
energy.
day because Illy was playing. So he didn't think he'd
Let's get
play,
it.
so
This is gonna
he
be a
didn't get to
tough
play
one.
at all.
New York Subliners
That
got
was
one
his
more
first
map, so
game,
they need
so-
to advance further.
I mean, to
into
be
a
fair,
single
Florida's
elimination
actually been
bracket. It's
fucking
do or
gross
die.
lately, too.
Find out what happens after this
Dude,
break.
did you see the 1v3 Skies got?
No,
Or
dude,
wait.
Skies is like that.
Alright, I'm going back into the kitchen stuff.
Alright.
Alright, I'm getting crackers. I'm getting crackers. Come on, you can sit down. I can get the crackers.
I know.
So why are you getting up? Come on, what are you talking about? What sandwich? No, got a sandwich.
You got two like that.
Hot pocket turn sandwich. Nah, I'm
You have it for lunch? Oh. No. No, then go out talking. Yeah.
Oh, I thought FaZe played next.
Energy,
most of the phase optic game, even though it won't be like a true phase optic matchup. Because in general, I really don't care. I just like seeing them play, to be honest.
Alright, I'm back.
Yo.
Oh. So the Atlanta game is delayed.
What happened?
I said the phase game is until later, so that gives them to practice even more.
Yeah, it's not until 6. But I mean, if they get 3-0'd right here, the Florida game is gonna start at like 4:15, and then if Florida 3-0's Ultra, like I think that they realistically should, they might only have until like 5:30, like the latest. It depends, unless they have like a game crash or some shit, because like that's happened every day.
I think it depends on how the Florida and Toronto game go. Toronto's been playing very well, obviously. I mean, they're in the top 8. But I mean, I don't know.
I really don't know. I know Paris doesn't get 3-0'd. Gav control with an AR like Krim, it's pretty much over. But Florida,
It just depends.
Florida's been playing so good though.
It just depends. Paris played very well on what's it called yesterday on Gav. So
yeah.
it just depends. Because Paris is good. Just I don't know. Tom and Jimbo are both new. I'm pretty sure.
Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny.
So
armor your eyes with blocks gaming glasses
I don't know.
starting at
I'm going back to
$24
the kitchen one
by
more time.
visiting zenny.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
Or Game Fuel's actually fire.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Pro-Am Classic. Teams warming up now as the Belong Arena starts to fill up with Call of Duty League's finest. Kenny on screen there again, getting themselves ready for what will be a very difficult day of Call of Duty for them. Toronto Ultra warming up as well. Of course, they'll be playing the Florida Mutineers next after this matchup. And again, that could be coming to us a lot faster than we think, Charles, because let's face it,
it's crowded.
This is match point right now for the New York Subliners.
yeah, and I kind of want to also see the Boston versus LAG game.
That got them to this moment.
LA
heroics
game
from the squad. We need to see a little bit more of that, don't we, friends? New York Subliners, Paris Legion.
Yo, Thieves looked cracked yesterday against the.
And the Gavutu control is probably
who was a team war.
best opportunity, like for Paris to actually
but
any success in this series. They're 6-2 in round.
It just
count
depends
on
on how
this
good
map.
Kenny
They're on
does.
Pro-Am. 2-0 on it. They'll be
I mean, who went crazy? Was it? I think Envoy went insane yesterday.
Raza went insane yesterday as well.
No, not at all.
Yeah,
in
that Gav hard point.
That pressure,
or was it Control? I think it was Control.
That, like, you know, a team could be
I don't know,
bested by
one
one of the amateurs here in the Pro-Am, not
He
make
went
it
crazy,
out
though.
of groups.
Yeah, he had like he was like
Incredibly
18
close
and
to
like a
few
4 at
more
one
moments
point.
like that.
He was on like a 12
All
kill
the teams who
streak.
do make it out of pools is one thing, but again, commiserations to Toronto Academy NA. I thought they were really going to go the distance. I thought they were really going to be, you know, certainly one of the more exciting squads to watch here. But at the end of the day, Paris, the pros, they got the job done. The Vutu, though, coming up next. The pressure still remains. As we look at our
I feel like
top
Toronto
and for now,
Ultra
Timber's
NA
slight
should
lead
be
here,
here
but
instead of Paris.
our informed Chance Hydro has
I
been
mean,
having
yeah,
a
but
sensational day so far.
And of course, this is across all of Control, right? So
I just feel like they
these teams
deserve
that
it
play
more
Berlin
just
maybe
because
wanna
of
be in the mix,
an
but
amateur
it'll certainly be
team
a mix of the Tuscan and
reverse
Gavutu.
sweeping
I think as far
two
as
teams,
specifically for Gavutu it goes, Temp is very
but them
happy
losing
to be playing
3-1
on this map. Certainly the ARs that gets to put
to
in
Paris,
a
which
little extra
in my
work.
opinion is
Just
just
to backtrack for a second,
very
by the way,
stupid,
not just commiserations
only
to the
because like
Toronto NA team, but also
they
their
reverse
EU
sweep
team, the fact
Boston,
that they had
which
one
is
of
a
the players that
far
gets
better
top
team.
up to London, and they
Yeah,
make
and then
like
who
a
was the other
last-minute
team?
roster change.
I don't
They reversed
remember.
Either one of the Toronto
Yeah, and then
squads,
whoever else was in the bracket with them.
I think it was
best
Thieves.
opportunity to show off all their stuff, like the
No.
NA team again, just because of map count. they
No,
don't make
Thieves
it to
was in the bracket
but,
with War.
I think both of those teams, in all honesty, looked pretty good, and I think what was it, a 3-9 overall series
don't
record
remember.
for the AMs versus the pros, which I mean overall the record's not great, but I mean, overall, there are teams in the league currently that have about the same record against the pro team. So I'd say a decent look for some of the M squads.
I think without a shadow of a doubt,
It was.
certainly
Oh,
we've got to learn a lot more
LAG.
about these amateur players, and we've broadened their appeal, and we've sold their stories to
Oh,
a
yeah,
much
'cause
larger audience
Breach
they may
played
have been
LAG.
experiencing before. And hey, man, there's no doubt in my mind whatsoever that we will see some of these players make the jump.
Well, two really
Folks
good
saying that,
teams,
you know,
I should
Scrappy
say.
may well be next
And
up.
then you lose
Got
to
a great show
Paris,
this weekend,
and then your shot
fun
out
character to
is
watch
just
and
thrown
listen
out
to
the
as well.
window.
Choice words for his opponent. We love that. It's here
Like,
in
I
the
just think
CDL.
that's
That's
dumb.
what it's all about.
Yeah.
These players
Damn,
though
that'd
now
be
it
cool.
is all
Fuck 'em,
serious.
man.
Smiles, fun and games across the face of the New York subliners. I'm sure Krim just said something lurid, mildly offensive.
Speaking of
definitely
Ultra
not family
NA.
friendly. So now Gavutu control awaits. Let's get into this one, friends. Last chance, Paris Legion.
I mean, I would say Crim 6 without question.
I'm calling
has,
it.
like,
It's a
well,
3-1
not
right
all
here.
time, but,
If
like,
NY
this
saw
year
his defense
specifically,
first.
Some of the lamest trash talk in the league. But because he's like the COD GOAT, dude, it's perfect. Like, how are you supposed to respond getting called a cheeseburger in like a needlessly burly troll voice? Like, I don't know. Crib is just, it's almost impossible to trash talk back, I feel like.
It reminds me of the old.
Oh, yeah, I'm calling
Do you remember when Scraps used to say things like, "Oh, you're a plant
Oh,
pot"?
did you hear
And
Crim? The clip of how.
What do you mean?
Him,
Plant
yeah,
pot?
yeah,
Am I
they just
like-
said it.
Is this
Yeah, the
serious? Like, what's going on
cheeseburger.
right now?
Well, I
Yeah.
can't even think. But there we go. Opening Blood's going the way.
I
of
started
Paris.
watching his
They make
streams,
their
too.
way
He's funny as
towards
fuck.
B. Into the fight we now go. Subliners have got themselves up on
He
spawn.
is.
Jimbo says nothing. He's dead. Krim holds the line. Pressure over towards the A side of the map as well. That should be good for now. But John, last man up now for Paris Legion's got to win a couple of fights.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of pressure, I think, on Jimbo literally just to win that one-on-one to have success off the opening break. But after that, you're still having a sort of weird fight between Temp and Krim, and there you go. Temp actually finds that little opening, but now he's worried about keeping that ring control, and he delivers.
Did I tell you that I played
While his
against
team
him?
more so,
Temp?
I think, try to deliberate on
casters?
where they want to go.
Oh,
All
yeah,
that work
yeah.
to get control over towards ring, just to double back and head over towards A. So trying to keep things standard here, our Paris Legion.
Standard is one thing. I snap out of Jimbo, not to get any more of the kills there, but again, keeping the play towards A going. First segment gone. You finally
Legion
made a
actually
mistake now
doesn't
for the
look too bad
subliners.
right now.
Paul trying to hold that line admirably alone for now. The rest of the squad's going to make their way forward. Hydra, top of the boat, now his.
Wow.
Back over to the A zone we go. Clock still ticking, no chance. 30 seconds remaining.
And because you're not actually staying over towards ring, that means a couple opportunities for players like Kismet to get behind enemy lines, and whether or not he's winning these gunfights, just to turn all these players' attentions. You see what it does. It draws Temp attention
Hydra
to
reminds
try
me
to
of
get that kill, and
an
it just
AR
turns into
version of
all these
Jossie.
baits for subliners to get a nice
Yeah,
little 4 down.
I
And
guess.
funnily enough, because of where Kismet was on the flank, they all spot up right on top of the boat.
He's so quick.
They'll be quick in the action
Yeah.
over towards A, but that doesn't mean they're comfortable.
Like, he
'cause
gets a
they're
kill and
still
he's just
trapped,
gone.
but there you go. Kismet gets caught, and Paris
Yeah, I
Legion,
see it.
just off the positioning of Kismet, get hand-delivered that A point.
No, that is, unfortunate. A series of events that now have led to the A zone being completely captured. 15 lives for the subliners, 16 for
Oh,
Paris
it's in a
Legion. Now
great
Jimbo
spot.
is in the back lines, already starting to deal with the
Yeah,
damage. Here comes the
oh
shots.
my
A nice one
God.
there on a pull. Gives me now from the front.
Double
Trying to
nade.
hold the beach side of the map safe. Get his teammates now fight their way from spawn into that
That's all
ring
good,
side,
though.
but that's all Paris for now.
Now they only have a
you really
minute
need
to
check
get
their
a
spot, right?
B.
You don't want to have the same
Yeah.
situation where a player
Oh,
creeps
God,
out
Kismet
towards
missed
it.
him.
And Tempy's got an eye on it. They had the intel, and there you go. Paris taking care of things one step
That
at a
nade's
time.
gonna get
Step
him,
two,
too.
back these players down, and I think you could have done it with the nade, at least
Damn.
force them back to get over towards the tank, but Paulex picks up 2, and there you go. Paulex gets the 3rd.
Yo, for
The
what
only
it's
now
worth,
is the
Paris is
rocket
absolutely
back, make sure
frying
Paris don't
right
have that
now.
opening. Small window
I
of
told you they're
opportunity
not
that's
bad.
missed by Paris, but
No,
25
but
seconds to
they're
go,
getting
still have that life
every.
advantage.
They're winning
Paul
every one.
digs his heels in the sand, doesn't let a single player through. And now
But
this
it's gap
protracted
control.
engagement against John
They
is
can
still
go
going.
either way right now.
15 seconds.
Yeah, they
though.
only have
That's the
time for one
problem.
more push.
Time ticking now. These
And
most
Paulex
mates
just
are
won the
for a
one. They don't
brief
have
moment,
time
10
to
seconds
get a
remaining.
cap here.
Subliners full control of ring, full control of the beach. They've got
Well,
the middle of the map where the guns are
maybe
up.
two
Krim's
pushes,
got
it's
that
22
line of sight.
seconds
All
left, so
sweet, ladies and gentlemen.
just depends.
Stick a fork in it.
Oh,
This
my shit's
round
already
is
over.
Done.
Oh shit.
Subliners
Yeah,
take
NYSL
the
won.
Yeah, and again, I mean, it's not like anyone
I'm
is
behind 20
not
seconds, man.
privy
What
to
the-
how this map is going to play out.
Do you have
right?
like the
This is
settings
the goal
icon
over
that can
towards
change
B,
like your
I think really just for Paris, the one mistake is
where you
just
can
the player on
change
rock
like
being
your
incinerated by
annotations, the
all,
playback speed, subtitles, and
many
quality?
rounds will end like that of a player posting
Yeah,
back
it's
to back
quality,
with an AR, just finding the
captions.
extra kill.
Yeah.
So
Speed.
Alright,
not
so go to
easy,
playback
the
speed
slightest,
and hit 2.0 and it'll fast forward you to
delivered.
like live.
On a force spree as well is the kid, so a little bit of ways from the glide, but certainly something to keep in the back of your mind.
It's on the menu. A couple more kills for Bull.
It'll go back to normal speed when I catch up, right?
Yeah.
From Temp's not going to find a single thing, but over towards A there, that's where the pressure is now coming through from the subliners. They've got themselves close enough towards Boat. John with a hit and run tactics there, pokes his way through.
I know why I'm behind.
No, it does it for me too. Like it just.
Paul's killing spree still keeps going. That's 5 now for him.
Like it loads, like it buffers for a second, and then it gets back.
Not just
it's like
capturing the A zone as well.
And he's got his teammate up top, Boat, so he doesn't have to worry about getting shot in the back necessarily, but he doesn't have too much help when it comes to the mid-tank, so you see there's kind of 2 directions he has to worry about. And
oh my god, you're terrible.
Out, but that is number 6
now
for Paul.
John?
One more you get glided on a map like this.
Yeah, that's a crazy spot. I didn't know you could lay down in the doorway and still be like getting it.
Yeah. Oh my god, Hydra.
Just wants to chow.
Yeah, Hydra, I'm gonna
Hydra. Still
going. No.
Glide for Paul. He gets dropped. Still subliners players around. There's a 1v1 taking.
Yeah, they're looking cracked right now. I'm not gonna lie.
Fresh towards B10, getting into the spawns now. The New York subliners players dealing the damage.
Dude, Temp was like 6-1 at one point.
The A zone is being captured again. Surely this is it. Should see it through to completion. The rest of the subliners will make their way through the middle of the map. Paris now, get that defensive line up. Hold that B zone. Temp's going to be the man to try to hold it.
And funnily enough, because it was such a slow cap, but they did it just leaving like Paul basically by himself the entire time. So you do have a decent amount of time, minute and 40, and you have a nice little life lead. But I think the biggest problem is you don't have a ton of map control, right? Still players posted up towards the ring. Paris have double stacked it, and I mean honestly, until you take care and get ring control, you're not gonna have a good time.
Yeah. Prim. Top third, a different ring, a little smaller, still very influential. Not the one you really need right now, but he's given his boys the clearance to go. And here's Paul.
What they can do is either win by lives.
From a
yeah, they didn't get a tick on B, so either way.
Student of the Cellium gameplay is all it is.
Yeah, they'll be tied, but.
Well, class has been in session for a while. FaZe looking good this tournament.
Oh, if Paul wins that,
though, from top of
they
that
get
man,
beat.
He is running it
at least a tick.
Prim, eyes on, a lot of information passed over.
Oh, Hydra.
Count looking fantastic right now for the subliners on offense. 16 to the 8 of Paris Legion. You're still holding that defensive spot though. Now it's less than 50 seconds to stay alive here for Paris to level things up.
Well, they finally deal with Crim, so that's a little bit of breathing room to actually cross over towards B, but this is not a lot of pressure for Paris on defense to the actual B point. Subliners have everybody stacked up around this area. And Kismet had to make the move.
Yeah, if they get 2 kills right here, they're gonna get a take.
That life advantage will come into effect.
25.
All they gotta do is get rid of John and whoever that AR is on the side.
John, waiting for some noise. Here's the noise. And Paris, they're the ones making
it.
Beautiful shots. Gravity
tell you who it is.
2 more. Magnificent work. John's on point. That's 15 seconds remaining. Kismet's got
an
opportunity to make his way through the fight, but he has to get going, man. He made the run in the search and destroy.
Kismet won't even make it to hill in time, I don't think.
Going, lad. Gravity's up next. Hydra bringing the
Hydra.
fight. Is the contest. Dropped immediately. Kismet loses the fight as well.
That's terrible for NYSL.
Paris bounced back 1-1.
I mean, it could have went worse.
Yeah, I mean, they tied ticks. But like,
tied on ticks is what I heard. And
Crimson's chugging, yo, look at him.
I know, bro. You.
Towards the end, I know we struggled on offense, but
yeah,
that round
you know,
on
he
a
calls
force
him,
spree.
his
And
name
if
is
you're
Fat
Paris,
Man.
if you are down,
Yeah.
what was it, like 15 to 7
Fat
in
Man.
life count with 30 seconds left on the clock? There is so much
Yeah,
pressure. If
15
there
to
is a
7
single player on
alive.
New York that is able to slide to that tank and stop the clock, then
It's just a bunch of how good Paris does this for him.
positions, and I
If
think they end
Paris
up losing
gets-
that round, but
I called a 3-1
every single time.
for
So
this map.
big stuff out of Legion.
Well,
Because now they try to see exactly what they can string together on offense. Again, capture A and get an extra tick or 2 on B, and they'll be in a good spot.
Paris bringing the thunder right now. They've got the pressure mounting from the subliners. Let's go for a very quick listen in with the Paris Legion.
Oh, Hydra.
I need it. Might go hard. He's hard. He's hard. Hold on. One shot. One shot. And Kismet's gonna go. One off spray. Give me top boy. Give me top boy.
I'm picking him.
Kismet's there, bro. 100%. One off cheeks. One off cheeks. I still on top boy. Still on top boat. Kismet, he's still there. Getting around.
Paul is pushing ring.
I'm looking there. He's on the right side of it. I got a streak. I got a streak.
Nice. Paul is ring. Nice flank, guys.
Gravity has his glide. That's not
He was
good.
done, right? Yo, RB top boat. Covering that.
Left window, left behind. Abs.
One point. RB top boat on me. I held the nade.
oh, Temp's gonna kill whoever this is.
There, S1. Be there, S1. They have to wrap. Yo, top boat. It's outside.
Two hole.
Yo, they look like they're trying to get a push to be here.
Hydra on hold out the cliff.
Wow, they're only at 1 tick right now, like 45.
He's one shot low cliff. Trying to nade it.
Yeah, I think he's gonna save that glide for defense.
Yeah.
It would be the smart thing, you know? Oh, then when YSL pushes up right here, it's over.
Yeah, if they get them in the spawn trap, dude, it's done for.
Yeah, no, they got it. They just gotta get rid of gravity.
Yep. Yep, and
Yeah,
Jeb's
it's
dead.
over. It's over.
Yep.
GG.
They keep him in.
Yeah.
Holy dude.
Yeah, no, it's over.
They keep him at 1 tick.
Yeah.
Alright, now they're just gonna hide. Yo, number 4,
This
Trip
round has
6.
gone from bad to worse. The sub
Never mind, he done.
Paris Legion in a headlock here.
Hydra needs 3 more for her
If
streaks.
you ever hear the comms, I think we have to work B when you only have a tick on A on this
Holy.
map. That
So
means
now they're
things
only
are,
up
you know,
by
have
1
got
tick.
Truly gone from
Yeah.
bad to worse type deal.
What?
Even when they're
As
trying to make
long
the
as
call to
New
go
York
towards
gets
B,
2
New York
ticks on A,
Subliners had already,
then
doubled
they
up
get
inside
defense
a
for
ring.
free
Really
round,
just
map,
pushed the
round
pace
5.
and,
Yeah,
well,
if
that
I'm
would be
New
Hydra
York,
on a
I
4.
just flood
I mean,
A right
good
here.
news right now for Paris is like gravity did.
Well, they're gonna
connect,
try and
does
play for
actually
the
have
win,
that glide
obviously,
bomb,
but I mean,
you are so
Yeah,
worst
yeah,
case
yeah.
scenario-
at this
That's what I'm
point. You
saying.
have to
Like, yeah,
dominate
they're
them
flooding
on a
A.
defensive
Like,
round and get defense.
worst case
case
scenario, you
five.
get the 2 ticks and you
If you're
lose
not
the
able to
defense.
do
for
that,
the
you have to
offense.
use the glide on offense. So, I don't know, Paris, they can certainly
they're
make something
stacking.
happen, but it will not be easy.
There'll be 2 straight rounds to stay alive here in the Pro Am Classic. Hydra is the man to try to drag.
Hydra needed to win that.
Dive the dagger
Oh, well, they already
deeper
got a
into the
tick, so-
body of
Yeah.
Paris Legion, but they stay alive there. On
As
A.
long as
They
they don't get
managed to drop
spawn
down.
trapped,
Defensive
dude.
round for them now. They should be able to keep this all
Yeah,
together.
Jimbo's gonna get
Yet to drop a
swept
player.
out. But they know he's there.
Jimbo with the pressure in on towards their spawn.
dead.
Paul should be able to clean them up here. Great aggression once again at the subliners. They know when to hit the gas, and they certainly know when to hit the brakes.
I
So
think
for
that
now,
heady
it
is such a
go,
bad
go,
heady.
Trying to make their way across the map.
What, the one when
And
John
by the
was
way, I
on?
think
Yeah,
just because like
'cause,
once
like,
it already
it-
came through, I
it's
think if they're
wall
tied on
bangable.
ticks, then it
It
goes
doesn't
for
really
kills.
do
You
too
can
much
kill
for you.
department New York massively
I
up,
play
so
it.
already
Yeah.
Paris,
Oh,
they're just gonna have to
Oh,
flip just the
Hydra.
mega switch to try to get the defense, but I think right now the primary
Uh,
issue might
uh,
actually just be to win the round. There you go. The nade connects on the players over towards B, and they
I
do
know ISL
regain that
doesn't have
map
lives
control.
right
Players
now.
pushed up over towards
They don't
Cliff,
have the
so
ticks.
they are right back to the setup that they want to have.
If they got that tick on B, they would be
up.
Tank, but hey, he finds a kill.
And they
Yeah.
don't have map control. They're
I'd
stuck
say
in their
right
spawn
now, it's
right now.
one Kismet, the only man out, but
They
Paris,
are.
other than that,
Besides,
there's no
Kismet,
problems
if
there.
Kismet wins this, oh my.
Yep.
So
Huge.
Kismet does that.
They might get the
continues
tick.
outside of the beach, makes his way
Yeah, no,
forward.
he
That's
might
done
get the
hits
tick.
against the ticks. Yep, he
Subliners.
got the tick.
This could give
Yeah, he
them
gets
clearance
it.
Gets it.
Yeah, grab.
Good
Oh,
timing.
did he?
Oh wait, I don't know if he did.
Try to just clean up something here, get some map
I don't know if he
control.
got the
Boys getting
tick.
forward. Here comes the
I
players
think
off
he did.
spawn. Still
Yeah, he
battling
did.
time on
No, he
towards
didn't.
ring. There's
No,
3
yeah, they're
members of
clearing
subliners
it.
now making
That's
their way towards B. The
huge.
glide didn't
Way.
stop much.
No shot.
It's-
The reason he called it in though is because he's
For,
on
like,
sixth
a
place, so
more- like,
he's
1 more
using the
millisecond.
investment
It was
just to feed
legit.
intel to his
Oh,
team, and
no.
he has to win the
You let them
gunfight,
all
though,
at B, you
get
gotta go
another
hit
one,
A,
and he
dude.
does
Like-
in
Alright,
the
now
feed,
with
so
my live,
it seemed like
like
weird
lives, I
glide
think,
bomb usage,
and
but
I
that's
think
just 'cause that
Paris
man-
gets it.
well, actually,
Yeah,
he's
think
not
Paris-
going
I
up,
think
he's on
Paris-
a
oh, no,
seven spree,
they're on
but
it.
it's still a kill off.
Dude, unless they
Exactly.
cap A right here, then they're not
Yeah,
getting
there's
defense.
2 on A. They might get it.
Someone smarter than I
They might
will
get
miss
it.
out.
Yeah,
With
they
30
got it.
seconds on the game clock right now. Our focus immediately
Jesus,
turns
dude.
to getting those players.
And they're gonna
off
let them
the
cap
field.
it.
Yeah, Paris is. I don't know.
Strike.
All
That's
right.
unfortunate.
All right, well,
Alright.
do we still have...
Well, miscounted, by the way.
I mean, it's still 8 life difference, 9 life
That's when he
difference.
have it over. So
You know.
he needed the extra gunfight
Well,
where he does not
hey, you
connect,
never know.
And
I
John's in a
potentially that'll be a
snake
moment where
spot.
actually investing the glide bomb comes
I don't see it happening this round.
But I certainly you see the idea with the play just because he goes
Yeah,
on
no,
another
I
spree.
just
but
don't see it.
whatever the case may be, you know, in this round,
Hey, you
you
never
still
know.
have 9 kills,
Control.
you still have all of the map pressure in
Very
the world.
crazy.
So at the
Nah,
very
this
least,
one's
Paris Legion are
chalked.
happy to see at least that round 5.
still don't know
or New
where
York
John
doing
is.
Something miraculous in these final
I'm
moments.
sure they know where he's at.
From
They
the
just,
observing team that it was a glide bomb kill.
Yeah.
they're just not
Check that
showing
one
him
up,
any
down.
attention because,
Time ticking now.
you know, if they get
Subliners
past
running
John,
lives. They're not running out of hope as they
Then they're
desperately
fine.
charge forward.
Like
trying
number
to help
4?
themselves get to that point. Hydra.
well, Hydra wins
Shots are
this.
good. Gravity's there. This is a great win from Hydra. Now pressure's on. Oh no, Jimbo holds the line up
Oh,
front. Hydra once again
yeah,
can't get it
dude,
all done alone, and now subliners.
All right,
it
well,
should
they
be
get
done.
defense no matter
There was a
what,
couple
so it
of
really
players
doesn't
Yeah,
who
matter.
could
yeah.
have potentially
They have
made
to play
something
very good
happen and
defense.
forced it. At
Dude,
least
Ted's
it's
going
a
crazy
battle over towards
now.
B, but here we
27
go,
and
Charles'
19.
Final round.
If there's one
Leave
thing
it
I
all on the
learned,
line
bro,
here for Paris.
Round 5, control Gav literally is up for grabs, bro. Just because you have defense does not mean shit.
Before the map started is they were 6-2 in round count on Gavutsu control so far in the Pro-Am. That means they have been winning a couple offensive rounds in the games that they have, and now they're in the situation where literal tournament lives on the line. I mean, the top prize for this
literally
tournament,
Polex
$100,000
is
if
the
you
only
get
one
first,
that's
so there's a lot of money to be played for.
positive, but
Players don't want to go down without a fight. They're not doing anything crazy in this round. They're playing it.
Yeah, I told you.
Gunfight to get the boat control as well. So
yeah, that's where
like a pretty good setup to actually capture A fairly quickly.
I don't think I ever see him negative.
Travis set now. Can John hold him back?
Oh, he's right.
Oh.
Yeah.
A little eager with the trigger.
Ooh.
Deals some damage.
It's not
Now
looking
to get
good
the
for
kills.
Paris.
Now the subliners
That's Kismet.
flooding out of their spawn, flying from green directly into the boat.
Oh,
Ball,
B?
Kismet finding their way in.
They killed
To your top side of the boat. Will anyone know he's up here? Another
top
force
third.
break for
I
him.
don't know if they
28
know
and
he's up
18.
there.
Your boy has been.
I don't think they do.
Yeah,
The
they
Oh,
New
well,
subliners
thank
players
God.
for so long. Brought
That
down
would've been
again.
terrible for
Streaks.
myself.
Less than a minute remaining.
If they get
now,
the
and the
spawn trap them
subliners
again,
walk
oh,
into
it's
the
over.
next round of the tournament.
Yeah.
Hey, I mean, they're trying
But
to
I don't know.
I don't know. Temp is frying right now.
Gunfights, and they're actually
They got A
back out
control right now.
towards A, but that could have been a moment where they end up in the blender because despite the fact
Honestly,
that they just had
I
a
think
phenomenal
that
opening break,
NYSL
they
is
threw
kind of
quite
just
a few of
chalking
those lives
A.
away, and even now they are forced to just leave only one player on A.
Oh my God,
So you do
Gravity.
stop the clock. That gives you a little
Boy,
bit of
shooting
time to
straight
work,
as
but you see Gravity so worried about this ring control because
Yo,
the rest of his
if I'm
teammates are pretty
NYSL,
far
I'm a little
away.
worried here. I'm not gonna lie.
Paris
I'm
right
not
now,
gonna
seven,
lie.
make it eight life lead. Excuse me. A should be good.
Ooh.
Paris honestly in a pretty good spot to be able to string something
But
together.
I don't know. This map is
But
very
Hydra, though,
defense
again,
sided,
he's
so
overextending now past that
No,
beach
yeah,
point.
you can have a
Ring
10 life
into the
advantage
spawn
like
now,
you do, or
Paris
an 8 life
35. Just
advantage.
keeping an eye on it for now.
Even
Kismet
though
with
you
one
have
of
to
the
get
back
B
line mates,
left,
that will
it
slow
really
things
doesn't
down. A's gone. 1 minute 40.
work that
Well,
much in your favor
On the
because
clock,
it's scav
16
control on
lives
B.
for the subliners remaining. Paris will
5
slightly
to
lead
like
23.
19 or 18 or whatever it
What will
was.
they do?
Yeah. Oh my God, how did he see him?
You got to make sure nearly every single gunfight is on point. By the way, Hydra wins one in the back. This is about
no.
lane control. This is what Jimbo needs to win, and he connects with 2. And John's winning a couple on the cross. So Crim's by himself on the point. He can be there, but shaky shots can't take him down. But now the rest of the pair is trying to flood through the front. But every single
I
bet
don't know,
means you're
bruh.
45 seconds away. Jimbo the next to fall. You at least
Gave a
still
minute.
have ring.
Ooh.
That is it. Nice little amount of pressure,
I don't
and
know,
again,
man.
sort of similar situation.
wire.
Paris, you gotta
It
get
really
to the point,
is.
stop that clock because you have such a
Yeah.
massive life advantage. You can just win it on kills too.
8 lives up.
The boy
18 for
Gravity.
Paris, 10 for New York.
Crab walking.
Keep winning this war of
It's
attrition. You
working.
might be able to take it. Time
Time
starting to tick away as well. 50 seconds. John now making his way down from the ringside. Coming
Oh,
over his teammates. Kismet gets
John.
dropped. Nice shots again.
You
Crim's
never
trying to
do
lock
it
this
like
one down
that,
from the
man.
back. He's holding this as best he can. Pulls in off spawn.
I think
Into
John
front.
died
He
here,
will
yep.
fly in a moment. John, nice nades out.
Dude,
Subliners
they're-
temp still keeping the fight
New
going
York
at the
is-
front as
is
well.
fucked
Takes
right
up
now.
the heat up
Yeah, they're
indeed as
fucked.
Gravity
They're
just keeping
fucked.
Crim
It's not
back.
looking
Is
good.
that covering fire enough to get the members of Paris
No.
forward? Yes, it is.
I
Jimbo's
don't know.
managed to make himself onto the point. Paul once again on the train.
They're gonna have time for
Okay.
one more push. They
And
only have time
shots,
for
30
one more
seconds remaining.
push.
Yeah, you gotta get someone to the tank. Just
20
to stop
seconds.
the clock. They are getting picked apart on the cross
Yeah,
every
they're gonna push
single
like 5
time.
seconds.
Both
John,
players for York almost
yo,
split
Kismet
2-2.
has to
They
kill
just
John
got
here,
the
or
setup
whoever's
right now.
holding
John,
the cut.
one nice
Crim
slide to the
season.
tank. That is all
Yes.
you
Oh,
need
I
because
did
of
that.
life advantage.
Bro,
But
no way.
again, subliners pick
Hold on.
up the 2
Jumbo's gonna
kills.
get pushed and die
now
to
they got
Kismet.
a little more pressure, and Jimbo is right
Kismet's
next
gonna
to
win them the
death.
game.
Kismet with one,
Oh
and
my
Kismet
God,
can't
yeah,
get
it's
the second,
game.
but all the kills
Holy
are there.
shit.
Subliners
That was.
off the
Oh
point.
my. God, I told you, bro.
No, yeah. That was scary, though. That was definitely a little scary, though.
It really was.
Kismet and
Desperation towards the end
Hydra,
there,
like,
Paris. They
fuck
didn't
y'all
have an
dads,
answer to the
dude.
setup. The subliners
Yeah,
had.
bro,
Good old
oh
Crim
my
standing at the back,
God.
just pre-aiming that spot. John had no question. You've got 2 options. You run out, you get beamed. You run out, you destroy Crim on a power position like that. Not an easy thing to do. Streaks would have been incredibly
Oh
handy
my
there
God,
as well.
yeah.
For
If
Paris Legion.
NYSL
So many ifs, buts,
or
and maybes
if
that could have
Paris
gone their
had
way, but
streaks,
sadly,
I
did
think
not.
that
New York Subliners a clean-ish
it would've been
3-0
over a long time
single
ago.
advance to the tournament.
Look at these
Look the
kills,
stats,
though.
man.
NYSL got
They
outslayed
had
and
one
it's
hell
not
of a
even
matchup. 10,
close.
31, 23, big damage all round. The rest of the subliners, though, Crim, feet were up, man. But those kills, those 18 sweet kills he got, boy, did they matter in the end.
I mean, Gravity truly did have a really nice turnaround because
Awesome.
I mean,
And had
he
an
went on
8
like a
streak that
7
game?
spree in round 2, and he was still like, you know, 12
It
and
had a
14.
tide, but
so
he used
he had
it.
a very slow start to
Yeah.
end up the leading Slayer, but I mean, whatever the case may be, again, defense on Gabutu reigns supreme, and that was obviously the main factor in New York having that success. I mean, commiserations to Paris because obviously they put up a fantastic.
I called it
fight.
3-0.
Round 11 for
I
the
knew that shit
S&D,
was rough.
round 5 for the Control, where I mean they had quite a few opportunities.
To be
win
fair,
both
every
maps,
game
so
was close.
they
I
might be
think
kicking
besides the hard
themselves,
point, the
but
hard
as
point
good as New York has looked so
was
far,
won, I
I'd
think,
say
by like
first
80
loss overall,
points, like
certainly something that
70
a lot
something
more
points, I'm
players
pretty
would-
sure. But the S&D and the Control were actually actually really close.
Time Paris need.
So,
They had, what, round
I mean,
11 search and destroy was a bit of a heartbreak for them.
At the same time,
2 rounds
yeah,
in a
they
row there
won,
for the Subliners get the job
but
done,
I mean, Paris did played very well. I mean, they didn't play really bad.
An
So.
offensive right now for the sublines. That was
I
a
mean,
huge
S&D,
turnaround.
I think
We've seen
that
a few times here in Gavutu again. It's like you keep following the script.
I could have played NYSL and took it to around 11, just considering how every game mode or every S&D they went to has been around 11.
That's where it hits the fan, and you don't have the patience or the cleaning products to take care of a mess like that. It's just ugly, and there we go.
Mom hits boyfriend with car after finding him nude in bed with her 7-year-old.
From our single elimination side of the
7-year-old?
Was this guy in Florida? Nah, it was in Texas, man.
Fuck, 7, dude?
Versus Toronto Ultra coming up next.
Fucking EDP.
Not a bad series whatsoever for the subliners. They have come to play.
He was 29 years old.
Teams going to challenge them
fucked up, man.
this weekend.
Well, I mean, I don't actually know what their matchup is next. It potentially could be what, like a Florida Mutineers, depending on how that next series go that they might have on their side of the bracket.
I think Florida either 3-1s or 3-0s
Not
these
only do you
kids.
have to deal with teams that have a deeper map pool that probably just ban Bocage if they want, but also teams that might just be happy to square up on Bocage anyway. So it'll be interesting to see what that dynamic is. But that being said, I think subliners so far have only one map lost in the entire Pro-Am.
Wow, that's unbelievable. Desk, what do you think of that?
I think NYSL is one of the best teams in the game, right? No, seriously, that was incredible. What we saw in Gavutu right there was crazy. As crazy as Chance's shirt. Chance, you look good with color, man. But
Look good with that.
he looks great with it, right? But Nameless, we were talking about it. So NYSL currently what 12-1 in map count so far.
12-1?
All day, but still,
Holy
that
shit.
type of feat is phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they
Who's
did have a
12-1?
little bit of an easier group.
NYSL.
Single and bracket play, playing
Like a
Paris,
map
fresh off
count.
a hot win yesterday. And
Yo,
looking
people
like
said
that,
Jack
that's
Harlow's
phenomenal.
album
I mean, the
is
biggest thing
trash.
of this series for me is that
I already
Search and
listened
Destroy,
to it.
another round 11.
Dude,
were
I've
able
heard
to clutch
nothing but
up,
like
and we
shit
saw
talk
what
about it.
Hydra was able to get away with early in the game. The
I'll
guy
have
had a
to listen to
sniper
it.
out. He was popping first bloods, literally quick scoping, and then that round with the elusive movement, going in and out of office, like to clutch up in that round is just absolutely insane. And then once again, the Gavutu control. We see some big plays out of New York. Like that was a tough round right there at the very end. They did not have the life advantage. Crimsix stays alive in the back tank. Played his life over and over and over again. Survived, and they end up winning that round. It's just impressive out of New York.
No, seriously, and Ali, it was unfortunate that Paris Legion lost, and they're currently out of the event. But the one positive we can actually bring out of this is the fact that, Gravity.
Gravity's been having this entire event, and it was super unfortunate to see that Bocage hardpoint go the way that it did because he dropped over 40 kills. Your main AR is dropping 40 plus on Bocage, and you lost 250 to 177. That is the struggle bus for real.
Yeah, okay,
And,
so Tom
also,
had 40.
Let's talk about the newcomer for NYSL because he's
Did he
going to
really?
get the play of the game where in round 11, you guys know the deal. He was able to get that big
That's why I
call.
wasn't listening.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kismet's been incredible for this team.
Right.
He joins this roster, and you see him time again pushing up, getting these first kills for his squad. Like, this is why they picked him up, right? The search and destroy has been extremely tough for New York as a whole, and now when Kismet joins, they have an extra dynamic. That's why Hydra's able to pull out the sniper now, pick up these kills, and play a bit safer because they have a guy like Kismet who can do that dirty work up
I
close
sent you
and
like
personal. And
1,000
right here,
videos.
actually,
Yeah, I
they
seen
had
him
to look
already.
at him on the stairs, and he
Nah, I just sent you a
just
new one.
wins a big one-on-one gunfight. Like, that's just a big-time play and a big-time moment that Kismet gets away with, and they end up clutching up again.
We're to the pros. You gotta
That
win that one, to be honest. Especially if you're watching your teammate playing over
What is
Dallas.
wrong with that
But
man's
I think
hand?
Hydra's
Oh, God.
in that search and destroy was literally insane. Not only from going half
Oh, my
sniper
God.
and dropping insane
I just smacked him
but
in
then
the
in the final when they were down 5-4
That's
and he
crazy.
just challenges Longs. There's a guy there. He is going in between office
Yo,
and Long
I would be
staying
pissed.
alive. He full chow stacks, picks a guy, and then still manages to stay alive. Like somebody had just pushed up. Just look at the window. It would have been a
That would,
kill.
if that happened to me, I'd be pissed
But
as
the thing
fuck.
was, Hydra started off search and destroy on fire anyways, getting that 3K at the beginning of round 1, right? Then pulling out the scope again that instant. Like, that was sexy. But moving forward, this team currently top 4 now. And Nameless, the question is, how good are NYSL really? Because they haven't really been tested yet by like one of those top tier teams, right?
Well, we'll know after their next match. I mean, they're one match away from top 4. They're going to be playing against Florida or Toronto, right? It's just whoever shows up in that match. Now, if they play Florida, I'm a little worried just because both those teams have been lights out when it comes to hardpoint. I mean, you look at New York, what is it, 9-2 in their last 11? You got Florida 9-1 in their last 10. So I think New York might be watching that game and like, okay, Toronto, just clutch up, right? Because they have a definitive advantage over a team like Toronto Ultra, given how they've also been looking in search and destroy. I would like New York's chances in that series.
Climdale Dingle singing his heart out.
Looking forward to Paris Legion as well. They had a good showing. They weren't able to pull out that win, but still, the blender at the end of that game, I really wanted to see how they would be if they really even the odds against it.
It's their consistency and their slayers for me, because, you know, we look at Temp and John kind of being that high engagement, and when they brought Jimbo in, we were like, okay, well, Jimbo just needs to win his ones, right? And this is going to be a really solid team overall. But in this weekend, it was Tom Gravity that was really popping off. It was John that was struggling. Temp has been fairly consistent across the board, and Jimbo felt really hot and cold. He'd be really, really cold at some points and really, really hot and saving maps at others. So for Paris now, I feel like it's just a consistency issue.
Well, on that map one, like, Paris had an opportunity to, like, come back in the series. Like, really what happened was it was P4 into P5. They had the spawns in the back barn, and then New York gets inside, gets majority of that rotation P5, where they just dominated them the entire time. Like, they had full control, and that's where they got that big separation, and Paris just wasn't able to catch up from there. So it's like, if you have spawns, you just got to get in, make it scrappy, right, start to think ahead, where Paris has been learning. They've been getting better in these situations, but if your subs don't show up in a big way, and you're going up against players like Hydra, it's not going to work out for you in the end, which is ultimately
I've seen, it was rappers with hot, like, #1 songs or whatever, and I said, I'm surprised WAP wasn't #1, like Cardi B, because Cardi up.
Oh my god.
On Crim interview.
What were the comps like, and what actually...
Look how swole this girl is, bro.
Hey, yo, Crim, can you walk us through what happened at the end of Kabuto?
Well, the game lobby
Am I going again?
a little bit. I'm lagging. I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up, dude. It's 7-16. You better stop lagging. You better stop lagging, Paco. And pretty
You hear
much,
this, man?
like,
Yes.
I don't know. We just held. I feel like I'm not
Shut the fuck up. You better not be lagging.
You know, occasionally winning a 1, but I don't even see people right now, dude. Like, I literally don't even. I barely even get in gunfights. And
team's doing a good
it's
job.
It's a great feeling. It's a great feeling getting carried. All right. To all of the people, scopes to goat. Listen, all right. It's arguable. All right. It's arguable. #1, but #2, getting carried is fun. All right. It's fun, but it kind of sucks at the same time. So it's kind of weird.
I love Grim, bro.
How do we get here? Listen.
What's up?
Is that a girl?
Yeah. Let's talk about Ant's his fit today. What you got going on there?
You like this, man? Some Club Monaco. It's a nice sweater. It's nice
Club
and cozy.
Monaco.
Yeah, it's nice.
I don't know about that joint.
Here, let me ask you about round 11. So 4 SNEs, 4 round 11s you guys have clutched up. Who's the IGL in those situations? Like, are you making the calls? Because everything's working out perfectly in those rounds.
Honestly, I don't know. Yeah, there's, what, 4 6-5s at this point?
Yeah.
Like, we're pretty clutch. Pretty clutch. Half of the round 11s, I don't even freaking see anyone. You know, I might get an assist here or there. Okay, that Paris, not the Paris one, the War one. Yeah, I got a kill. Great job, Crim6. You didn't do much, but you didn't fuck up either. So it was honestly, I don't really know what's going on. I'm just pre-aiming, watching across. All of a sudden, round over, we win. Yay! That's wonderful.
Yay!
Yay!
Great. Team's playing great. And you're looking good.
Thank you. Finally, a compliment
Oh, shit.
out of Porterhouse himself. I feel good about myself.
There you go, Crim.
See what happens? Yeah, it's been fun. Yeah, see, I joined this interview. Ant says, I'm looking good. Yeah, you're looking good as well.
You know, this is positive vibes.
That's nice.
He might actually make the run of this tournament now. He didn't diss me this time. Well, thank you, Crim. This has been the victory spotlight.
What was that doubt?
No doubt at all,
right there, man.
Yeah, look what the screen freeze does.
I know, bro. His face.
That guy is the most impossible interview ever. He just says stuff.
It's just, it goes off the rails and it just stays.
He really does.
Exactly. But like,
He's funny as shit.
you know the deal. I love skins and you love charms going to get you one for free, right? Right there, you get the CDO news.
I don't care about this heart you charm, big. Get me into the next game.
Universe, right? We also get the heart you charm.
Dude,
pretty cute, right?
you see this charm that's on the screen right now?
Yeah.
I tried getting it twice, but both emails that I used, they disappeared out of my email. Like the emails, like the email account, like the account itself, just deleted by itself and disappeared.
That's weird.
I don't know. Like I don't know why. I made 2 different emails and both of them just disappeared after I signed up.
But coming up next, it's gonna be even more fun. Now we just got off the end of the New York Subliners 3-0ing Paris Legion, and the way that they did it in a good virtual control in that very last round, it was dominance. The team looks energized and better than ever. The question is, can they continue on? We'll see.
That was actually hilarious. He said, fuck it, I'm lagging.
$250,000 prize
He said,
pool is in
it's
full effect. We're gonna see
it's
which
17
team's
or
gonna
whatever
have
that.
their hands
He
on
said, you
each
better
of those
stop
spots.
fucking lagging. I'm gonna. Nothing. Nothing.
Why you guys alone? Why y'all cramped up like that, bro? Where's Mayonesa, that's not funny, bro. And why you hanging out and you don't want none?
What? Come on, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's not my TV. My grandma said that the video you were watching, she was like, making some guys hungry.
That's funny.
Alright, 3 minutes and we're in the next game. We're like 15 minutes early.
Nah, it'll probably be like only about like 5 minutes early. They're gonna stretch it.
Yeah, because the what's it people, the caster, well not the casters, the desk is gonna talk some more.
Yeah.
I actually like the desk.
Yeah.
I like every set of casters this year.
Yeah.
But my list goes Maven, Merc,
I just miss Courage.
huh?
I miss Courage.
Yeah, so do I. What's your name? He got kicked off of it, didn't he?
Nah, he signed with 100 Thieves and he decided to stop casting. He wanted to be a content creator.
Really? He was literally one of the best.
Yeah.
We're putting out right now. My list is Maven, Merc, Miles, Chance, Lando and stuff, and Bryce and Chris or whatever his name is. I think she. Oh, did you see what Chris Rock said about Will Smith?
Nah, what he say?
So apparently, he was at Dave Chappell's like I guess stand-up comedy show or whatever.
Yeah.
And you know how like Dave just got like attacked like by some
yeah.
guy.
Yeah, Dave Chappelle.
So so Rat posted Dave and Chris are standing up for themselves in light of their famous on stage attacks. And then Chris said, at least you got smacked by someone of or no, that's what Dave said, and then Chris Rock said, I got smacked by the softest blank that ever rapped.
That's crazy.
Personally, if that was me, I wouldn't let him say that about me, but that's just like.
Nah, yeah.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by GameFuel. Victory in a can. The CDL Pro-Am Classic is brought to you by Belong Gaming Arenas. With high-end PCs, consoles, and community events daily, Belong is the place to go for gamers of all levels. Belong has arenas in Chicago, Columbus, Dallas, Houston, and Nashville, with more more locations coming to a city near you.
All right, ladies
No
and gentlemen,
matter what
welcome back to
I
the
do,
CDL Pro Am Classic. You got your eyes on the Belong Gaming Arena where, they gifted us on the desk with a hoodie and like what was that, like
All months, all access pass. I mean, shout out to them. That's
Says he-
fire.
might go there and smack some people in Overwatch, but yeah, we got some teams playing the top 8 from the group play. And right now, moving over into our next series, we're going to see Florida take on Toronto Ultra. And we've been waiting to see what Toronto Ultra has been made of, right? Like, the academy teams have been doing well, but the professional team has raised a lot of question marks this season. But also, Florida, they're not in the green just yet because they had question marks that they're currently proving to us right now that they're a legit team. Let's take a look at the bracket to see how things have unfolded so far and who's playing against who.
Yeah.
Right now, you got
Target, watch
Sunriders
that
moving
video I
forward,
just
and at the
sent you.
bottom, they will play against the winner of this exact series. Now, the question is, who's going to be the team that moves forward? It's going to be top 4, 1 win and you're in. That sounds pretty good, right?
Yeah, I saw some people talking about Toronto Ultra fixing the hardpoint, things of that nature. They did play a struggling Seattle Surge.
Oh, I seen this. Yeah.
From amateur team. When they played FaZe, they got bodied on both hardpoints. So this will be the true test for them to see where they stand, as the Mutineers have been dominant in respawn. I believe they're 9-0 in respawn this weekend.
I'm checking out stats right now, and for Day Petty and Awakening, and we're talking about closing, right? In Control, they both have a 1.18 KD.
Yeah,
and this guy's right behind him, 1.09.
That is absolutely insane. He's got the ball.
I'm a little bit on the edge of my seat for this one, just because for the Florida Mutineers, when it came to the pools, I think they kind of had a little bit easier of the standings. Of course, a win is a win at this point, right? And Florida Mutineers have been on all cylinders, going 9-2 in map count, and it's been that their respawns have been literally looking almost unstoppable, right? So I'm just looking for that consistency now. Again, it's been Skies and Wake and Big Wake that have been popping off in a huge way when it comes to Florida, but they have a really small S&D pool. They are 0-6 on Desert Siege and 0-2 on Bow Cage. So heading into a series, S&D wins championships, but when it comes to the game fuel keys to victory, what's Florida need to do?
They got to take care of business. Map 1, Florida's 3-0 this weekend on Tuscan Hardpoint. Toronto lost 4 of the last 5, so big advantage there. How many times have you seen Awakening take over on that map? Got to do it once again. Grabbing S&E versus Toronto. Florida 9-0 in respawn this weekend, 1-2 in Search and Destroy. That's where they've been struggling at times. So versus Toronto, we know how good Toronto can be at 2-3-5. They steal that Search, puts them in a great spot. And swing game dominance. Florida 9-1 in round count this weekend.
That's insane. That's absolutely nutty right there. 9-0 in respawn as well. I mean, we're going to have to pay part to them.
They've been dominant. They've just been fun.
Exactly. I want to give a big shout out to Vivid as well. We're talking a lot about, these other players and whatnot, and rightfully so, but Vivid just does the dirty work over and over again, and you always see him in the mix with his interactions. But when it comes to Toronto Ultra, we have not seen them on the main broadcast lately a lot. But, Ali, you've been following them. How have they been faring in this tournament?
They've been faring pretty well. Of course, like Ant said, when they went up against Atlanta FaZe, that was a really tough series overall that they lost 3-1. They did take the Desert Siege in a 6-4 fashion. And it's actually been Cammy and Kleenex that have been absolutely frying their way through. In a Berlin 3-0 control, Kleenex went 31-16 and Cammy went 22-18. Following that Berlin hardpoint as well. I mean, they were just looking dominant, right? But again, this is a team that's been struggling in hardpoint, and they're going against Florida, who has been in all roles, killing it when it comes to respawn. So I think this is going to be the true test when it comes to the squad. And when it comes to a player to watch for me, it's actually going to be Benjamin Vance.
Yeah, and to, sort of tag what Ali said, like, Cammy's playing great aside from the series versus FaZe. A 0.7 in that series, like, he is their X factor. If he performs, this team has success. But for the game field keys to victory, Ali, what's Toronto have to do?
Well, Toronto, again, Kleenex is leading the way. 29.5% of his team kills this weekend, ranked second overall as a 1.05 KD. We've seen what Kleenex is capable of doing. He is one of the fastest, most aggressive SMGs in the game, and they need to find more breaks on Berlin hardpoint. Toronto is 11th in break percentage on Berlin. Florida second in hold percentage, but I will say they played a Berlin hardpoint 250 to 111. It was versus Strike X, but it was Kleenex and Cammy that were popping off and continuing execution.
Jungle Beats Pro-Am.
71% of the time we're going fast A and Tuscan S&D, and I think that's where they're going to have the edge against Florida when it comes to this series. Toronto Ultra has been a 2-3-5 team, and now they're adding a little bit more hardpoint prowess when it comes to this series.
Look
So
what you
Florida's
said,
have to be
me.
on their toes.
Dude, I'm
Seriously struggling in their S&D lows and going up against a team like Toronto
It is
Ultra.
verified.
Shout out to
What?
the coach Marky B as well. Well, these boys back in shape, but it's going to be time for talent pick'ems. And yes, we know how hard you guys going for when it comes to predictions. Me personally, I'm going to have to rock with Florida. They've shown a lot of consistency recently, and also Major 2, they look great. But there's one stat that really bothered me when it comes to this matchup.
Start the fucking game.
Oh, right. What time this match finishes? If we're finished an hour early, they are gonna talk for an hour.
I think I'm gonna take the chance on Toronto Ultra here. I think we might see again the second best team.
Bro,
last
I'd
year
rather
push
go
up
watch
against
monkeys
Space. We
playing
saw
a
their
zoo.
success in the beginning of the season.
Wait,
a little
what?
bit of a drop off, but
No,
hearing about their hard
not
point
like
woes
that.
and how they've kind of overcome that, I think they'll be able to take the series.
Yo, Nameless,
Like-
knowing you so far, man, you don't give a lot of hope to teams.
Actual monkeys in the zoo.
Toronto is really they got it for this one.
I mean, they haven't shown me that yet.
So
I'm
damn
going
racist,
for
bruh.
I mean, everything in this match is telling me that Florida should take it in a pretty easy fashion
Your ass
as well.
is
So I'm gonna go
racist.
Florida.
I'm not.
I really
You
like that
just
for the
saying
simple
some
fact that,
questionable
we all
things.
want Toronto Ultra to pop off, and
Oh,
hopefully they
bro,
show
I'm
us
talking
something in
about
this matchup. I've been
the
waiting a while
animal
to see 'em. But ladies and gentlemen,
monkeys.
it's about
Like,
time for the
animals.
second series of the day. We got Florida
Okay.
Mutineers versus the Toronto Ultra. Let's go.
I'm saying I'd rather watch fucking do whatever they do than watch this bullshit. Cause they talk too damn much. You should have seen them yesterday. Oh my god. They didn't start till like 10 o'clock. Bro, what? That's the Pepsi.
Hello, friends, and welcome to the second match of the day. The Toronto Ultra taking on the Florida Mutineers in a game that, at least from my perspective, is one of the most exciting that we've got of the four. Jay, it's going to be a fun one. You and I, we're also, I guess, somewhat florally inspired by good old Thomas Ashworth, a.k.a. Chance. We're rocking a similar vibe for this game, buddy.
Yeah, Chance came out here looking drippy. We had to go change our outfits immediately as soon as he came out for the first match. But we are in store for a great matchup here. Toronto Ultra going up against Florida Mutineers. Florida, ever since Major 2, they have just been lights out. They get a top 4 placing there. They come to this. They're so far undefeated in respawn, undefeated in series. It's like these guys are a powerhouse team right now. Now they're going up against the Toronto Ultra team, who they came in so far throughout the Pro-Am. They win their very first 2 matches. We're probably thinking, all right, these guys are definitely turning around in hardpoint as they were sitting at undefeated 4-0. But then they play against Atlanta FaZe. And Atlanta FaZe beat them in both of those hardpoints basically by 90 points. And the biggest thing what I took away from that series out of the entire thing when you talk about the respawns is that they were heavily getting outslayed. And on the side of Florida, they have a lot of slaying power. So this is going to be a difficult matchup if Toronto can't answer early in these respawns.
Yeah, man, I mean, it feels like this series almost could be a changing of the guard type of situation, especially if the Mutineers were able to walk away with this W. It almost feels like a major effect is going to be going down in the overall standings, where a roster in the Florida camp who has not been that top tier could be elevating themselves. At the same time, it also could be a solidified awareness of maybe this Toronto team just isn't it anymore. A major game. Single elimination will live on as we are in toward our series. Tuscan HP to start as we head in to P1.
And this is early work from Toronto Ultra,
Who's that?
dominating
This
this
is gonna be a
P1,
good game.
even spawning on the back side. And one thing
Dude,
on the side of
Toronto
Florida,
is
when it
very
comes
has
to Tuscan
been doing
hardpoint,
very bad
they
on
really
like
tend
hard
to struggle
points
with just trying
or
to
like
break
respawn
into
in
this
general.
P1 hardpoint.
So
They're
if dude, if they
allowing the
knock
opposite
these
team to
respawns
basically
out of the
get
park, dude,
45 points off P1.
they
You do
will
not see that
probably
every
beat
day. They have to try to figure out
Florida,
this hardpoint, but so far,
because they're, I'm
Ultra
pretty sure,
answering
very good
hot.
at S&D.
25
So
uncontested points going in their favor, but look at those spawns. Florida are able to flip them.
Yep, Florida able to flip. Toronto in the meantime get what they. I guess
wow,
you could
dude,
say,
Cammy
run
just
in the short
gunned
term.
them,
A
man.
nice little slay out there coming in from Cammy and Bance. Those two should be able to net the final 10 seconds of scrap, and it's a good sign to see. I mean, I know it's early, Jay, but as we said, this Toronto team has started to win those HPs, something that has haunted them really since the entirety of the Vanguard season begun.
Yeah, it definitely has, man. They go an entire major without winning a single one, just relying on 2, 3, 5s. It's gonna get you far. Got them all the way to a top 4, but when you want to win a championship, you need to try to win some of these respawns. And so far into this hard point, they're starting off hot, not really allowing Florida to get properly set up for this P2. They have plat control, but eventually Vivid's gonna be able to sneak up right behind them, take control of that. So now with 40 seconds left, Toronto, they're doing a great job of just finding a couple kills, not allowing Florida to get fully set up. Now with 30 seconds left, if you're Ultra,
Skies
you want to
1-5.
continuously hold
Come
this
on,
side of
buddy.
the map, so you have that easy
I actually like
rotation to
Skies.
E3.
But take a look at player 5. Take a look.
He's struggling a little bit today. Bro,
these fights are
dude,
going through. He is
the only thing I don't like about Dave Patty is how he looks, bro. He looks like the long guy.
Looks like Logan.
So two players think of the exact same thing about that rotation.
There was a guy that
And without
reminded
a
me of
doubt, it is the
Logan.
Mutineers
Every
who
time I've
desperately
seen his
need
ass,
these
I forgot who it
seconds
was. I
more
think it's a
than
pro
the
player,
other
but
side. Again, a lot of it big engagement still to come up. Vivid wins his, Skies wins the other, and with that, Florida will be able
I don't remember what pro it was, though.
set up and prepared. It got a little dicey for a moment, but they handle business.
Yeah, Florida now going to allow themselves to get back into this game. And
But Logan
as they continue
ugly
to go
too,
forward,
but
one thing that Toronto really struggled with on this map as well is the P4 and P5 chain. And on the opposite side of Florida, they are
That's
really
what I'm
good at it.
playing.
They average 30 points on
Now, what'd you
each
say
one
before
of
that? I
those
didn't even
hard
hear you.
points. So
That's what
they
I'm
can get a
going.
good chunk of time off of P3, even though neither one of these squads are
Logan's
getting
gonna come to your
time. They're
house,
still controlling these spawns.
and then he's gonna be
Their
like,
big focus is they dominate
he's gonna be
P4
looking
and
up to you.
P5. They need to have that same answer here.
I'm fine pathetically.
Oh, chill.
Great job in locking down this HP. Toronto have had a few different attempts of the break and really have yet to get
It's
anything
true, though.
going all that much. Dave Patty very well may have snuck through inside a church, and that is the player to look out for. Again, we talked about
Nah, I've
rotation
actually never
after
heard that
rotation.
before, dude.
Florida
That's funny.
locking down the last one. We'll see if Toronto can be aware of the man who has snuck through the setup. Behind enemy lines is good old David Paddington. Not actually his last name, but I think it suits him quite nicely as
Wow.
Vivid slides in now for the 6th in a row. Florida doing great work on the
Wow,
backside of church.
Vivid's one off
And
of
this is good
glide.
work from Florida because with Dave Patty just playing his life the way that he did towards the back, he eventually allows his teammates to set up that pinch, and now they execute a beautiful break on P4. Vivid on a 7 spree already has that glide bomb to work with.
Oh, Skies is one
When
off
you're
too.
talking about Vivid, on
Yeah,
this
dude, they're all
roster,
one
he
off.
hasn't really been
Let's
putting up the best
They have
hardpoint
2
stats.
glides,
The reason
dude.
why is because
Holy.
they've been playing a lot of big maps, Kavutus, Berlins, you name it. They have not really been playing a lot of Tuscan or Bouquets, but on this map specifically, Vivid always shines, sitting at a 1.13 overall and 13 and 8 to start, answering early.
Oh my goodness, Skies nearly turns and burns onto the second one, but as you said, partner, I mean, it feels like if you're Vivid, you're like, guys, can we please play something more close quarters to
100%.
help me out a little bit? You see him in these close quarter positions, and you see what he can do. As we talk about the streak, that'll be the glide bomb for
Cammy
got the
Tommy gun
future.
right
And
there.
how about Cammy taking a page out of Paris's book? Rocks
Watch
up
him
the
put it away
M19
after
for a
dying like that.
moment. Pass
Yeah.
on the flank is able to take away 2. A great little situation there for Toronto. But Jay, what do you make of the M19?
I like it. We watched Tep use it yesterday in that Paris match. We watched Tep use it a little bit more today. I just feel like it's one of those weapons where it has really good strafing speed. So basically just like the Valk, but it's going to be an SMG. So in these close range engagements, we see a lot of people test it out. Like Tep was doing it yesterday on this hill specifically, and so far Cammy's doing it as well.
See if he can keep it up. 30 valuable points still left at P5 as the Titans continue to headbutt inside of the command center. Vivid from below, he gets dropped.
Cammy
very
did put it
much.
away.
So an even game is Awakening for just a brief moment.
Because he died twice, clip
Like
it.
we said, it really is just a battle of trying to get as many trades as possible, just trying to stay alive, be
Wow,
the last
Green
player
Knights just
inside
shit
of the
on
hill,
them.
and Toronto will claim that title. Second side of P1 is ready and prepared, talked often as one of the most important hills in the entirety of
Pretty
Tuscan,
even
the second
hills
P1,
right now.
and recognizing the importance of it. Vivid rocks
down.
out the streak. That's 3 down in a row in favor of Florida.
Yeah, Florida said, nuh-uh, we are really bad at this hill. We're going to use everything we can to try to find the proper setup. So you invest that glide bomb. So now climbing only
Damn,
down
that
by 10
timing
points.
sucked.
Toronto Ultra with a great nade, and Cammy follows up
Oh,
on the
this
second,
is a
so
break.
a lot of pressure coming in from the middle of the map. Bance
Yeah.
commits towards the flank. Bance
Oh.
is able to find 3 in the feed for Ultra to get the break on P1 now with 30
I'm
seconds
happy
remaining.
though that
And those are one of those
Toronto
plays where
finally
we
found their
constantly
little
talk about
groove
this
that they got
Toronto
going
team
on
in terms of how great they can be
And
in
Cammy's
moments. Notice
in the
Bance
heads.
leads the play, but just on the other side,
Damn, that
these
timing.
teams who have been so even
Oh,
so
wait.
far
Oh,
continue to show us why. They deserve to be in a position like this. Florida with an instant turn of events in regards to the slaying.
Oh, Vivid.
Over toward the field.
Oh my God.
Everybody down. Now 5 in a row for Reese. And we'll see.
Which
If
predicting's
Toronto
on
can
point right
finally
now.
have an answer, then they tossed out.
Oh my God, one off of a glide.
Who's casting right now? This is Lando, isn't it?
Yeah, it's him, Nameless, and Alicat. And he got the glide. Holy shit.
No. I'm pretty sure it's it's studying Lando right now.
Rotation. I would like to see Toronto Ultra just back up so they can secure those spawns. But Vivid, a
Yeah, it
man
is, I
on a
think.
mission, 25 and 15, picks up his second glide bomb so far of this game as Dave Patty
Second
finds
glide
him.
of the
Last
game.
player here is
I wonder if
Cammy, you take care of
they're
him.
casting
All the
today. I
spawns
think
of
they're gonna
Toronto
cast the
Ultra
next
coming in
game,
from bottom
'cause
church,
that's gonna be
and
the latest game.
Who nonetheless, but Vivid holding down this cut.
Yo, Vivid's going crazy. Yo, Vivid, bro. Like, I'm happy he's doing good, bro. Because last fucking major, my man got shit on.
Yeah.
If they can lock down this rotation, Dave Patty also sitting on a 5 spree. He eventually gets taken down in Toronto. Takedown without a doubt the most important player on the map. Dave Patty could have caused some issues, but maybe now it could be Cammy's turn to wake up.
Such a big kill coming in from Cammy, and look at the spawns. Their teammates are still spawning out towards top.
Yeah,
roofs of
whoever
base.
wins this, I
They're
might
picking
buy
up
a
huge kill onto Skies right there. Vivid is thinking
t-shirt from them.
Skies has the top roof control. We're gonna invest in
Like
bomb to
the
break
Pro-Am
back.
or
But with that spawn
this
coming in
game?
for Bance, he was able to secure that. So now Florida have to commit. To
I don't know.
trying to break this from
I wanna
front.
cop some CDL
Vivid
merch though.
not missing any bullets. 35 seconds
Yeah.
remaining. Toronto not getting any time. Down by 30, 40 points. They can get this time.
Like,
here.
Cammy
They
got hit
need
by
to have
2
the bounce
nades and
back.
was still alive
It's
somehow.
just the way that Florida were able to hold down
Boy,
that P4, the way how
thick. Well,
easily
you got
they
that thick
broke
armor
into
on,
it.
son.
This jump
Yeah,
time is
he's
needed for
clearing
Ultra.
up.
Yeah, it absolutely is, partner. Insight runs out of bullets, and the automaton has to pull out the pistol. The trusty handy-dandy rat will be able to net them a few extra seconds, but no, Florida still contesting, still fighting, awakening, taking down players nearly through the middle side of the map. Kleenex is able to find that one, but position known. 40 points down are Toronto and Florida once again are in possession of the rotation.
Who do you
It's
think
really just a
wins
matter
this
of where
this
that
map?
gap, where
Florida.
that sequence of information can come from.
Think
We
so?
know this Toronto
Yeah,
team.
Florida's just been doing so good.
The veteran
Oh,
roster,
wait a
there
minute.
they are. They can find a
Flip
gap.
spawns.
They can make something happen, Cammy. And excellent two on the flank.
Where am I?
Three,
Oh my
4
God,
in a row.
Cammy.
It takes down the entire roster, and there goes Cammy.
Wait, Cammy about to get shit on by 3 of them.
single-handedly breaking
I
things
don't know,
over at
bro.
Church when Toronto
No,
needs him
I
most.
don't know,
He
bro.
delivers.
That's momentum
And that's
change right
big
there.
plays coming in from Ultra because they were able to flip these spawns. Now Cammy,
Wow,
you
man.
could potentially
If he
pick up
won
the
that,
sky
I
bomb
think
even
Ultra would've
bigger,
won
but
this
Vivid
game,
there
but-
to shut him down. Now the pressure coming in
They're
from
only down by,
every single
what,
angle.
30
Skies
now?
have been able
Yeah.
to find a couple kills. Vivid through the
Which is
side.
why
Now
that
Vivid's
kill
on
would've
the
been
one, but
huge.
Kleenex is able to walk out
What?
on top.
Listen,
Now with this
but I
remaining
mean, they
15
still
seconds
kept
on this point,
control of that
Ultra
hill,
are
though.
only gonna put themselves down by
Oh.
10 to
Oh,
13.
yeah.
Huge rotation gunfight.
No,
Awakening is
it's
gonna be
gonna be
able to
within
win it.
20.
So Florida should be early setup for
Yeah.
this P5.
Florida should be here early. Bance currently in a 1 versus 3 in terms of all the players he's going to have to deal with at the command center. At least he's able to find one, but still, Mutineers locked in.
Oh, he
ready to
did.
go.
He
Setting up shop.
smelt him. He smelled
Cammy
Davy
once
Davy.
again, we'll see if he can make a big enough of a dent.
Oh,
to
Oh.
break into the setup
He was
once
pissed
more.
on
What is
was
Cammy
sick.
Solid
doing right
attempt
now?
at
He's a
that, but
psycho.
They're out for Bance.
Florida, a great little opportunity.
Oh.
But as you said, partner Bance
Flip.
finds himself on the flank, and this could be a great pinch. This
That's
could be a
another
great
reason I love
opportunity
CDL,
to
dude,
make
is
his
'cause
way
there's no
towards the
trophy
stairs.
system.
He can
Yeah,
still
there's
let
no-
Florida handle business.
Whoever's in this
Unfortunate
hill,
team
dude,
kill.
has a trophy in there,
Still,
is not getting
they will
broken
weather
out,
the
dude.
storm 25 points away.
What a beautiful hold from Florida right there. Bance tries to hit the route to flip those spawns, but Florida read it beautifully. Now with 20 seconds remaining on this P5.
They hold this
Florida
hill,
can
they're
no
still in the
longer
game.
be
If they
here.
don't, then they
But you
lose.
want to try to contest this because
Yeah.
you know
Well,
how
that's a
much you
huge
struggle
win,
at
all
that
that.
P1.
They
They're
might
able to
lose.
shut down Kleenex.
Nah,
Good
this
CPs
game's
coming in from
over.
Awakening. Final 10 seconds is going to get contested by Inside.
I don't know. It
with this
depends,
third.
dude. Because,
On
dude,
a 6-3
P1
actually won
sometimes
off
can
that
be the
glide
hardest
bomb.
thing to
If he
break.
picks that up,
Well,
it's
Florida
okay.
has like the worst P1
Could be
holding
massive.
in like
That
the
could be
league.
huge. Skies
a glide.
is going to have a glide bomb
Oh,
already.
I forgot about that.
Something
Sky
to think
saved
about
it.
if you're Toronto, it may not just be one of these,
Yeah,
it could
2
be
down.
two of them.
Yup.
A 2-for-1
And then we
trade
know where
instantly
everyone
favoring
is.
Florida. 10
Skies
more seconds
wins
before
this.
this game is theirs.
Oh,
Insight
Cammy's
gets
up.
handled. Cammy seeing the open field.
Cammy
wants
is-
to hop
Cammy
inside
stays
the
up.
hard point, but he's got no real teammates.
That's like the one
to
guy you
put
don't
with
want up
information.
in Ultra
A
right
few
now.
players off spawn there to greet him as they
Inside has
reach
flank.
that 200-point
Cammy's
mark.
on hill.
But Florida hot on
He
the
pushed
prowl,
hill.
still
Yeah,
here.
you have to win that.
Nice shots coming through from Vivid. Nice work
And
coming
that
from
man
Insight
jumped
jumped jumped off the mat. No, he threw. He just sold. He just sold. He just sold.
Why do you walk backwards, dude?
Hard points, they will remain flawless still.
Nah, Dave had me play far from the monitor.
Yeah, bro, that boy be.
That's just great right from Florida from start to finish.
Dude, did you see how close Method sits to the monitor?
Yeah, you seen Illy?
Yeah, dude, but yeah, dude, Method is different though. Dude, when Method plays later, look how
that was just a dominant performance from Florida towards the second half of this game.
We
saw how they were able to win the rotation.
Hold on, I'm gonna go grab some water. I'll be right back.
Patty sneaks his way through, hits the route for his teammates, so eventually get to him. But then the chain to P5 as well. They were great on both of those hard points. That's what gave them the lead they need to have at the end of this game. And then you also have Vivid, 41 and 25. The guy just went off. Like, give him more SMG maps so we can see more performances like this.
That's without a doubt, man. Like, we've been talking about how it's been the Sky Show, it's been Awakening. I mean, that's what the entire talk has been around this Florida team. It's like, hey, look, it's Skies and Awakening. They're finally able to do it together. And then it's like, yeah, you guys forgot about me? You're giving Dave Patty all the hype, the Harry Potter memes? It's now time for me to show my worth, and boy, did he do that in spades, Jay. I mean, this little sequence here just instantly got us fired up, and you see the score, a tie game, and from there, Florida never let loose of the reins. An excellent performance, and as you said, buddy, it's not going to be easy for Toronto when they've got glide bomb after glide bomb after glide bomb to deal with.
Yeah, it definitely is not going to be easy to do. They had a couple kill streaks on their side where they potentially could have picked up some glide bombs of their own, but Cammy dropping on a 6 spree. Kleenex drops on a 6 spree one time as well. Like, they just simply did not get that last kill that could have changed this game drastically. But now they find themselves down 0-1 in this series, and it's not like it's brand new to them. Like, 2-3-5 has been their bread and butter. So now they're going into the search and destroy, and this is where they need to respond. Both of these teams so far throughout Pro-Am have an S&D record of 1-2. The only win coming for Florida is versus Optic. The only win for Ultra is versus Atlanta FaZe. So this custom search and destroy is going to tell me exactly how this series is going to go. Like, if they lose this map, Toronto Ultra do, Florida's going to be able to just win this in one of the next 2 respawns.
Yeah, and the one thing too, I mean, to be excited about, if you are a Florida Mutineers fan, there you saw it, the patch of success in our map set. So far, Jay, in all of the 9 victories that the Florida Mutineers have gotten in Vanguard, including the Pro-Am Classic, every time that they have won a series in Vanguard, it has come from the game 1 hard point. So, as we talked about, their path to success is there on the other side for Toronto. As you said, man, it is familiar territory. It's the reliance upon those search and destroys. And, well, I think they got a pretty solid S&D record on Tuscan, though. That is something to think about.
Yeah, their overall record is sitting at 5-4, and the opposite side for Florida is 4-3. But one thing that Toronto really do enjoy in this map is just simply attacking that A bomb. That's the biggest thing. They find themselves with a 70% win rate when they're attacking A really fast, a 43% win rate when they're attacking it slow. They do not really see a lot of success when they're taking it towards B. And so it's going to be huge for them to just try to take that mid-map control, try to get this bomb down towards A, and continuously play your man advantage. Now, for them on the defensive side, one thing that they really struggle with is their retakes on that B site. And that, on the opposite side for Florida, has been really successful. They are 100% on their slow B attacks. And if you are Toronto Ultra, you have to make sure you're always having someone towards that P5 area, because a man like this, Caesar Skies, is unbelievable on this map specifically, and in S&D this season. Number 1 overall KD, number 1 damage per life, number 2 in percentage of team kills. Like, he's just assisting in so many plays, and we actually had the opportunity to cast him on this map versus Optic. 1v2, 1v3. Like, this guy's a man on a mission.
Jay, you were slapping your chair.
Look at this video.
Excited on his clutches. These are wild.
I mean, lucky to be alive.
I tell you what, man, ever since he entered the league, like back in Black Ops 4, he already had, you could tell, he had the highlight. He had the juice, right? I think it was like UIU or something like that. Obviously, he's been with the Florida Mutineers team ever since we entered franchising. He has been their man. He has been their guy. Now, obviously, so far in the search destroys, he has been a man on a mission without a doubt. Something you've got to look at.
What's it called? The Florida Mutineers headquarters is like 10 minutes from my house.
You like Tuscan Hardpoint so far throughout the Pro-Am. You're not going to have it here, and now you've got to handle business versus
Florida Mutineers. They're like their headquarters is 10 minutes from my house.
And as you said, buddy, Toronto, they see a lot of success when they hit that
if they ever
nice and
If ever,
aggressive.
I don't know if they're ever
See
gonna
if they can
have
find
Florida
themselves
major.
in the early advantage, or
Yeah, how like there was
Florida can continue
the
to
next
clutch
major is
the way
gonna
that
be
we
a
saw them
Toronto
do
major,
versus
so
Epic
that's
Texas.
consistent.
And the crazy thing is, like,
So
Skies are number
if they
one
ever do
overall
have one in
SND
Florida, I'm
KD,
probably
but
I'm
on
going.
this
going.
match specifically,
Yeah.
it's even
Yeah,
better.
yeah.
A 1.67. So if you're
goodness
Ultra,
Yeah,
shut
tickets,
this
I'm
guy
going to
down.
that.
Yeah, okay. 1.67.
Hey, maybe next year.
Yeah, insane.
Yeah.
That's a little frightening. I'll be honest, and especially if Vivid's playing the way that he is. I mean, my goodness, Toronto Ultra, a lot to do and a lot to try and handle as they will be on the defense to start off round one here on Tuscan, Florida. Bomb laying somewhat dormant toward the roof side as they are at least tempting at the idea of a B push. The only player that is going to be in ear's distance is the one and only Benjamin Vance, but on the other side of this Cammy, doing work from the top side of church, he finds the first blood.
Big
Oh,
first
dude,
blood
if Cammy
from
wallbanged
Vivid,
that wall right there.
And I already see the adjustments coming from the floor because yesterday Vivid was dropping the bomb everywhere. Do not give him the bomb if he's going to be your most aggressive player. But with 35 seconds left, right now, Ultra have 2 players towards that A site. We have 1 player playing towards B, so I have a feeling it's going to be a huge gunfight.
This round is a Toronto favorite right now,
Straight
but
right through the middle of the map, almost
I
wins the
don't know.
second, but now it's going to be an immediate 2v2.
Immediate 2v2 and 20 seconds left on the clock. Player number 4 in Kleenex. He decides to reference back and enter
Oh
inside
no,
Church.
he didn't see him.
Spot him going toward the top side. Unfortunately, he does not. So information by no means on the side of Florida as they will look to clear out.
Oh, kill Dave Hattie. Yes. Alright, they won.
Takes one off the bomb and will get out of
Holy
dodge.
shit, dude.
Awakening left between a rock and a hard place. He will get taken down. And that play at a Kleenex, him staying alive, getting out of dodge, and thankfully not getting spotted, ends up allowing for Toronto to get the clearance and get the timing advantage toward the stretch.
Yeah, that's a good round from Toronto Ultra because right there, Florida, they basically were spreading map. They had someone watching P5. They had someone watching bottom fountain to see if they were going to get aggressive in their spawn through A or even on the flank. Not a single player pushes, gets a little bit overzealous. They find that first blood. Once they've turned it into a 2v2, you see that Vance, he eventually hits that late flank. Catch that player off bomb. That was a beautifully executed round from Ultra to close that one out.
Danny hinted at it for a moment. He's got that sniper, and on the other side, you know you're going to be dealing with good old Dave Patty on the other side, confident as ever. And without a doubt, has got the big weight of that sniper to try and deal with. First blood going to be awarded again to Toronto. The first blood they're on to Vivid. As Dave Patty will strike and even things up.
So now in the 3v3, look at Kleenex. He's going to be able to make his way through the middle of the map, takes down Awakening. So now that allows Toronto Ultra to have full control of this A-bomb. Dave Patty is going to get some information with his nade. Does get a hit marker, a couple pistol shots, but not able to pick up a kill. So now with 45 seconds left, Insight finds Skies. Now Dave Patty left in the 1v3.
All up to Dave Patty. Sniper in hand, the pistol was...
He looked at every direction where somebody was, but didn't see a single head until she was.
They're out of Toronto. We thought for a moment, right? They find the first blood. Insight goes big. The sniper strikes there from Dave Patty, but Toronto, they played the numbers. Nice plays inside the middle as Dave Patty will readjust the glasses and prepare for the third round. Florida need to get on the board.
Yeah, that's 2 first bloods onto Vivid. If you're Vivid, you want to try to just slow these rounds down a little bit, slow down your pace a little bit, allow your teammates to try to help you out in some of these gunfights. Don't fully commit to it because in a man disadvantage, it's never going to be an easy job. So now it's Florida back on the attack. Insight's going to stretch out towards the right side of field. He's going to spot one, not hit the shot, but now it's an all.
Damn, that boy got the worst reaction time I have ever seen.
Oh. The first, quickly
Insight.
Giving Toronto the numbers advantage, and they're also aware of Sky's position.
I'm not gonna lie, I haven't been watching.
Number 1 S&D
So I need to see last round.
You gotta be aware.
No,
His
this round.
position is awakening toward top fire.
No, I'm saying last round. I
Gonna be
didn't even
up
see
to
last
this
round.
duo.
But okay.
But not just performing the respawns like many have talked about, but now in the search and destroy department.
Damn, that sounds
Hanging out
clutch.
Cammy looking for information at P5. Is he an Insight? Potentially look to group on up. Keep things in mind.
Oh.
Insight is going to be on a nice little spree, and he will continue on it.
Oh.
Great reaction on to Awakening. Skies with the pistol is going to have a handful of players to deal with. Marky B, the golf clap in the back.
Hey, one of the
For good
Ultra
reasons,
teams has to
Toronto.
come out on top, right?
3 down.
Well, there's only 3 of them.
Turn around in just the nick of time. Finds that kill onto Awakening.
One of them needs to do good.
Load runs right into you, Korean. Toronto Ultra 3 rounds in a row, showing why they were able to get that top 4 placing by just winning simply 2 3-5s. That's
still
major
wild
one.
to think about. That's still so crazy to me.
Insane stuff, but inside on a 5.
I'm not shit keep lagging.
Towards this glide bomb. He's gonna spot that sniper scope. Let's just get out of action.
That's Just going
Band,
to avoid.
yeah.
Let's just get away from that guy's perspective. He's pretty good with the sniper. Dave Patty happy to take all the map positioning he can toward field. Awakening could be in the spot for the round. Gets hit with a nade, but still finds the first blood. The MP40 shot. Her and inside the middle. Kleenex there on the instant trade. Also has bombs. Something to keep in mind is Vivid will watch those doors open over toward the command center. Everything starts to halt for a time. 3 versus 3. Bomb making its way toward the backside.
Boy, Vivid's Owen.
As Cammy will look over for it.
And this is a beautiful setup from Vivid because he basically has the entire cross if they try to go through P5. So Sky's going to try to help them towards the middle of the map. Unfortunately, Vivid does get taken down. So now in a 3v2 situation, they know the positioning of Skies, but do they know the positioning of
Sky's just toying with them.
The bomb is going to get planted. Now in a 3v2.
Hey, Insight gets 2 kills, my boy. I don't know, it's going to be a problem for Florida.
Another disadvantage. 35 seconds to work with. Somebody from Florida's got to get busy. Keep in mind, Insight still sits on the streak. Skies trying to clear things out with Dave. Time continues to tick away.
Oh, no.
Kleenex idling either direction. The trade comes through. Dave Patty alive with only 60 HP, but it's the numbers. Retake.
Are they about to get 6-0 on S&D?
Successful there for Florida.
Huh? I
Toronto
told you
on the
they're
other
good
side,
at
looking
S&D.
flawless.
Their problem
Also
has been
just doing a great
respawn.
job. Like right there, even though they got first blooded, it's immediately there for a trade. And then they group up.
I'm pretty sure they might, but I mean, their problem has really been hard point. So
a lot of success
I don't know.
planning towards A, and there shows again. Up 4 so far in the search and destroy. Beautiful showing from Toronto.
Yeah, these have been clean rounds as well. It's not as if it's just been, clutch 1v1s type of, down to the wire type of moments. I mean, it's been nice and clinical. Fortunately, Dave, a few extra shots. The teammates back as Cammy will strike early, nearly for the second one. Vivid finally able to get on board. A great performance in the opening Tuscan hardpoint. So far in Search Destroy, not been his day, but it is going to be his round. Taking down half of Toronto Ultra and the snap of a finger. We'll see if Florida can finally get one in their column. Insight still sits on 6 in a row.
Yeah, if you're Insight, you just want to hold down your line of sight, pre-aim, and just try to pick up one of these kills. Or at least allow Kleenex to be the playmaker and at least find one, force it to a 2v2. But time is starting to tick. 30 seconds remaining. They're going to group up in towards P5. Kleenex is obviously going to be the guy that's baiting. Spot's awakening. He's going to back himself down with a stun. But time is just ticking, man. I don't even know if Insight's going to try to commit towards winning this round. Yep, now you back up.
Yeah, it's gonna be, I was going to say, it was pretty interesting just to see from their point of view a team that wants to make it seem as if they're going to go for the clutch, but in reality, not all that interested. I mean, maybe if he finds the pick, it could be different. Insight, knowing time is ticking away. Florida may want to get aggressive. Things will even out.
Oh my god, they got him off.
That's
crazy.
Insight 1 kill away from the glide bomb. And that had to be
That was a great
milliseconds away from the round being closed on out. Toronto tried to
I'm not gonna
play
lie,
it
I'm not even watching
cautiously,
because I
and
don't
they will
really care
for their
who wins
efforts.
this game.
Nah, I really don't care either.
Obviously, it's the first one for
So I'm just
Florida, but
watching.
Jay, that streak would have been huge for Toronto.
Such a massive kill, massive play call to just commit towards finding him and eliminating him from the map. To not worry about that glide bomb later on. Now allow Florida to have a little bit more life in this map. You see all out aggression towards the middle of the map. This is a perfectly executed play. We're gonna push right onto A, and it's gonna be Insight with the snipe. He's gonna get picked, and now that's gonna be the first time, I'm pretty sure. Oh, actually the second time that Florida found the first blood.
Second time, and it could never, or rather, it's coming at the best time possible. Somewhat of an awkward angle, one of those spots that isn't often called out. Just the instant mid-rush. Cammy not able to spot, rather not able to spot what was the great beginning of this round for Florida. And on defense, they'll be happy to allow for Toronto to make the plays, make the calls, and maybe even give themselves up. A solid game so far for Tobias. Kleenex sitting at 7-3. Shots echoing throughout Tuscan, but nothing yet to land in favor of the Ultra. Hanging out toward the top set of Church as they get dealt with. Another one there for Vivid. He now sits on 5 in a row. Eventually gets dropped. So streak after streak getting thwarted. As now it is Toronto. The man disadvantaged Skies able to take down Cammy all on the Kleenex.
Reads it beautifully. Not a 1v3 left up to Kleenex. Skies is knowing if the one's gonna turn the corner, probably the second one's gonna come as well. Just keeps his gun up, wins the both gunfights to close out the round, and slowly but surely, Florida gaining some momentum. 2 rounds in a row. They shut down the glide bomb. You've seen what that was able to do for them. They were super aggressive towards the middle of the map. If Toronto have a glide bomb there, they're all probably just going to camp in towards bottom church or even play P5. But since they shut that down, the game plan completely changes. And now is when you see Florida just trying to continue with this aggression, because so far it's been working.
As we said, this has been the lifeline for this Toronto roster all throughout Vanguard. Oh, and Dave Patty brought low off the rip. Heads up play just to slide on through, keep himself afloat, but cannot be understated what this game would mean for Toronto, how important it is for them. Especially with that Berlin control up next. There's a very sparse amount of information. Cannot be so reliant on a game mode that really just got entered into the rotation just weeks ago. Everybody up. The AIDS Tacticals utility tossed aplenty. Pockets emptied as well. As Kleenex sitting firmly now over at that A site waiting for Florida to make a move.
And this is a big round too, because you know 4-2, this is where the swing round usually comes in. But it's looking like it's going to be an all-out middle push coming in from Florida. Kleenex in a great spot to at least spot 1, but Awakening, he's going to sniff him out. Now the aggression is going to be here. Cammy finds that first blood, which is a huge kill, but Vivid able to at least even up the numbers for now. Now 23 seconds left, just work this bomb plant. Unfortunately, Dave Patty unpreaims at the wrong time, but 3v3 now. Bomb is going to be down towards A. Cammy finds the first.
He finds the first. Toronto with numbers. Toronto with numbers. They're aware of player 6. That's going to be Skies over toward the field. Cammy's there to read him. All on to Dave Patty. Now to 1 versus 3. He's got the sniper. He's also got the information. Takes down the first, quickly checks the bomb, and has to relocate. 20 seconds to work with and a bomb to defend. Toronto quickly group on up, and their efforts will pay off. The Ultra hold off what was a solid momentum train brewing for the Mutineers as they will put themselves on match point.
Yeah, that one got a little scary right there, but I think it was all on Cammy. Once he was able to back down Dave Patty from that top window, you saw he immediately just jumped out towards the middle of the map, finds that opening kill onto
Look at this Subway Surfers video I'm about to show you. Did you even know any of these were possible? Like, bro, what the?
They were able to just group up towards that back side of their spawn. They wrap all the way around, because instead of hitting through you, where a guy can sit in a corner,
he's been playing for 70 years.
Play the buddy system correct. They come behind them and now put them at match point.
It's great work as well from Cammy in that last round. Now sits on the 4 spree after his efforts in the prior one. That's where we call curtains for the Ultra. Is this where they even things up, or is this when Vivid starts to strike? Puts some work into the second one and has to go hunting. Also brought down to 17 HP himself. He's got to be careful with that. Vivid ends up getting taken down. Meanwhile, it's Awakening inside of you, who helps give the team those numbers toward the stretch. A very hot and heavy round. Fast and furious as it's Florida staying alive again.
Once they got that first kill, I don't know how the second guy didn't die. He was able to get away with his life. But then Awakening, he was able to, across the map, find a 2-piece of his own. As Vivid and Awakening shut that round down. Stay alive in this S&D a little longer. Now they're going back on the attack, and I would like to see an all-out B push, like all-out aggression. Aggression has been their success story of this S&D, all the rounds that they have won, but they're just continuing.
Oh yeah, I saw this Subway Service video.
Yeah,
this is crazy. Like,
slowing things down.
I didn't even know you could.
Nah, yeah. Some people be nerds on that.
For the play style.
He said he's been playing for 3-4 years.
My goodness. Day after day.
I don't see how you do that.
There's a reason why that building
They're winning in
is in fact destroyed.
1-5.
Yeah, no.
Especially in ranked. I find myself dying from there multitudes of times. You know that firsthand, Jay?
Yeah, 100%.
I'm not very good.
No, you're great.
Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. If you've listened to Casters of the Climb, you know that's a little bit of a difference of opinion. 40 seconds left. Somebody's got to do something in Florida. As you said, stalling out their play style. And all of that is somewhat for nothing unless they can make a play. Insight is going to be here as he repositions. He spots Awakening heading toward the tree. Kleenex as well looks to try to make a play up and personal toward you, but he gets found out.
Oh no, Insight has to hit. Cammy's dead here.
Oh, never mind.
Oh my god.
Find one on to Dave Patty. Cammy brought low as the plant wants to get down. The trades once more in favor of the Mutineers as they desperately look to plant down the objective.
No, this is going to around
Toronto. Now on the retake.
Or no, this is
with
round
their
10.
numbers.
No, this is round
Insight
9.
peppering up player after player, but nothing yet to land. 30 seconds.
Oh my gosh.
Insight. Able to find one. Trade it out again. Trades continue to favor the way of Florida. But Bance now brings it into a 1v1.
Oh, Bance is gonna catch some liking.
Could find the
Oh my
target.
god.
Oh, he's
No
got
trigger
Dave.
discipline.
Dave's able to escape. He's got the pistol out.
Hold on, no,
15
he might win
seconds.
still.
Can
He still
rookie
won.
hold? Can
Yeah, he got
the
it.
rookie hold? Trying to stay
Hold.
alive, but
Bance
Bance
almost
will
sold
walk
that.
away with the 1v1 down in numbers. Not
Holy.
a whole lot of time left. But
Benjamin Bance.
goes big for the squad, and Toronto
Jesus.
escaped with a crazy final round, evening up the series now at 1 apiece.
That's just good work from Vance, man, to take the long round. Once again, they do not commit towards pushing towards interview. He goes
Alright,
for
this
the
is
long
gonna be a
round. He
long
takes those first
series
couple
for
shots, but
sure.
He at least finds that kill towards the middle of the map just in the nick of time to work that defuse, man. That was an insane search and destroy between both of these teams. Toronto Ultra, even when they got first blooded, they were still finding a lot of success, clutching up a bunch of these 3v4 rounds. Just right there, Florida, they were just wasting a lot of time in a couple of these rounds. Their early aggression ones, where they were seeing a lot of success, going down 4-0, then they match it with the aggression, they take 2 rounds in a row, and then they slow it down once again, and that's where you're allowing Ultra to just pick you guys apart. Like, I would have liked to see Florida just commit towards a push one time, challenge Bance on that side of the map, and eventually try to work it, because Toronto really struggled on retaking that site, but Ultra are going to be able to tie up the series at 1 apiece, and this is the story we were expecting. Now they just need to make sure that they respond in this Berlin control, because their hard point just really hasn't been it.
Yeah, it definitely has not, and obviously the same token as well. You can say the same thing about Florida Search Destroy. That now marks 1 and 3 here at the Pro-Am Classic for them. So, I don't know, you and I both thought maybe coming into the control, it very well could be 1 apiece. We weren't really sure how Toronto was going to play in the hard points. Florida, or I guess as well, Toronto in the Search Destroys as well. But hey, this series, as we thought, could be one of the best ones of the day, and so far it has delivered. Folks, it's going to be a fun one. Berlin Control, a map that, again, is still being experimented on. We're still trying to figure out the strategies. As you see, an array of players eager to see who will walk away with this series. And if you're in New York, you're wondering who you are playing tomorrow. Folks, we will be back right after this break. Berlin Control up next.
Fucked off. What?
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
Howdy, folks, and welcome back. Florida versus Toronto. Nearly said Minnesota there. It's all good. Battle of the North. It happens from time to time. Take a look at all those players who are eager to see who's going to walk away with this series. Marky B, interested to see if his roster can keep up flawless in Berlin control so far this weekend, because they have got a test on the other side of the stage. Jay, Florida have been absolutely insane so far here at the Pro-Am Classic in this very mode.
Yeah, so Toronto Ultra in this map, they're sitting at 2-0. Florida are 1-0, but look at these records. So
Wow,
far
dude,
for
look at their
Pro-Am
control
Classic
stats.
with Florida. 3-0,
Look at Florida's control.
9-1 map count.
Oh
I'm
my
pretty sure that's real count, actually. And then Team KD sitting at a 1.4, basically 80% non-traded kills. Florida have been the best team so far.
Florida might
Pro-Am
just
Classic
dominate
at
this map.
mode. And they're probably going to show it here. Toronto needs to respond by trying to at least make this competitive, because Florida, they have great amount of slaying power, and that's the thing that costs them in that map number 1. They need to match that energy here, and at least it's a brand new map. You're not going to really know what kind of work they're going to be able to do on Berlin control, but like I said, Toronto Ultra, a little bit more comfortable sitting at 2-0 on this one.
Yeah, man. I mean, you also look at the numbers, like from Big Wake, he's got a 1.55 so far this weekend in control. Skies, he's got a 1.36. We keep talking
TikTok,
about
it
that
says,
dynamic
bro,
duo.
motherfuckers will literally go to the mall just to say I might talk for 4 hours and think I would have touched it.
So far in control, that duo has been so hard to deal with. The reason why they sit flawless is because of their strength into swing mode, but nothing that the veterans of the Ultra haven't seen before. Jay, for those who have maybe a little bit new, they're saying, wait, Berlin control, that's out of the rotation. Let the folks know, just in short, how this new map plays out.
Yeah, guys, so if you guys haven't known, Berlin control is now going to be in the rotation. This is our 3rd control that's going to get added, and basically, compared to all our other controls, Kavutsu 75-25 on the defensive side, Tuscan 65-35 on the opposite side, but then for this map, it's basically a 50-50.
I like
the way
that
you can play this map. So I really enjoy this map as control run.
Thank you, Jay. I appreciate you for
Oh,
explaining
it's the
that. I hope that all my
I'm watching.
teammates are listening to you,
Control.
because they have absolutely
And it's
no
on
idea how
the
to play this map. But we will all learn as well, as Cammy is showing us exactly what to do. The lovely little bait over toward A.
Wow.
It works out
Yeah,
now.
they're already
for the
gonna get a
full-on
tick.
capture at that B zone. Nades aplenty over toward the plat as Cammy, King Cammy,
Cammy's beaming right now.
continues to fry 3 in a row. He's saying out in
I've
small
never
room,
seen a team
as it's now going to be up to Florida. Instantly trying to
like
make the
get B
retake.
this fast besides
It's
Optic.
gonna happen. Here they come. Here they come, Vivid. Somehow
Oh, they
wins
didn't
it
get
and
it.
will hold off the progress for now. After
Hey,
what
2
was
ticks is
the
good though.
best start to a Berlin control that I've seen, well, in a while.
Yeah, right there was this Ultra playing the mind games. Early attack towards A, but then you transition over towards B because you know how hard it is to capture B captures in control in general. But now that Ultra have 2 seconds completed there, it's time to commit towards A. Make sure we have the stack going. This is going to be able to extend time by a minute. So now 2 minutes and 3 seconds to work with for Toronto Ultra. try to find one tick of progression towards B. So now if you're Florida, you want to get pushed up towards change. You want to continuously influence Ultra to spawn out towards that water side.
And honestly, Jay, like this already just feels like this is our first opportunity, you and I, to be able to cast over Toronto on Berlin Control. Yeah. It just instantly feels like a map that suits them quite nicely, just because they've always been a team who's been so good at pivoting between, you know, different sites, different control points. Like what? It was like Moscow Search Destroy last
I don't know. He's behind them.
Everybody with their head turned on A versus
I don't
B.
know, but
The
Vivid
same
is
thing on like
in
raid control.
Okay.
You know, that's had a lot of comparisons so far to Berlin. Thankfully, Florida have been able to even things out. As now it is all about B, but one tick left to go. Florida doing the job that they have to here off the rip. But it's all going to be on to Insight now to try to help close things out, but he gets dealt with the great shots once more from Awakening.
And this entire time, like, while
I
trains
think
are going back and forth,
Berlin
towards
Control
B1,
is
Patty
the only
has just
control
been
map
cruising on
where
that train side of the map, just influencing
basically
spawns
the
from
only way to
Toronto
win
just
is
a little bit
to
farther.
pinch.
As Vivid and Dave Patty are able to find 3 kills in the feed. Dave Patty on a 4, make it a 5. His 5 kills, he just picks up, and that's going to be his kill streak. But he's doing so much on the map for his team right now, causing so many problems for Ultra to try to focus on just eliminating him from this side of the map, because it's so much harder to try to get across the B from him.
I think Insight has literally
Oh,
been just
sir.
ADSing,
I
waiting
just
for
put up
Dave
in the
to
island.
make
Oh,
a move to the backside
sir.
of the spawn, and he's just like, all right, I guess Dave's just going to hang back there. I got to move forward. I got to do something. Meanwhile, they run right into the grips of Florida once more, and this is the spawn trap that we've all learned to know about quite quickly. The streaks being extended from everybody right now
my
on
God,
the
Dave, you
Mutineers as
rat.
Dave now enters in to 6 in a row. You've got Vivid on 5. Could be double
Wow, he
blind
might
bombs
get a
unless the
streak
Toronto
here.
Ultra can do something. A current 2 versus
Honestly,
12.
I don't know how much a glad
Down
would come in
and-
handy here besides
well,
like
just
a
about
guarantee.
out. One more
It's
play
not even
left.
like a guaranteed kill.
It was
You
like
just get
14 to
information.
15 in lives remaining. Florida are up by 1, and Toronto
really
simply
Well, they're
just
up
can't get
1-0
out of the
now.
spawn, because Dave Patty is
11-1.
with his 7
Holy
kills
shit.
so impactful. Also
Yeah,
picks
I
up
know.
that glide bomb.
I mean, they're
He
up.
was just
They got 5
influencing them
ticks
to
that
spawn
round.
warehouse to
Yeah, that's
spawn
still
water the
good.
entire time.
If
they
they
simply
hold
could not
this
take
next
control
round,
of their own spawn. Great
then
work
they're
from
fine.
Florida to close out that defensive round. It got a little scary in the beginning, but big plays from Dave Patty, awareness from him. To just simply continuously block that spawn makes it a lot easier for his team to pick up some of those easy kills.
Big Patty. Love to see it. 12 and, or rather 7 and 1, 12 and 6 for Vivid. Man was all over the engagements in that opening round, but here we go. Into our second attack, the first one for the Mutineers, and so far for Toronto, they established everybody inside of B. In reality, Florida Mutineers going for the more safe play. At least is putting somebody in that A zone, spotting Dave Patty out. Mance knowing that position quite well. He got killed on it about 18 times. It felt like.
Quake, what are you,
And now it's
yo,
going to
Wake,
deliver the
what are
same
you
business
doing,
that
bro?
he had to suffer in round 1. Now here in round 2, Kleenex from the skies is going to get dealt with as Caesar is going to get brought down. Vivid as well.
Get that tick.
Enters in, and I think it's that second tick officially for Florida. There it is. One more to go at that A zone.
So now it's all about
That's a
eliminating
cap.
this player from your spawn. Insight's going to be the player towards top tower. They take
Yeah,
care
now
of
all
him.
they
So
gotta
now that
do,
allows
if they
Florida
hold B and
to
don't let
start
them get
to
any
try to take
ticks,
some
then they'll
control
be
off
up by
this
2
trade
ticks.
side.
Oh, wait, they
Scott and
traded?
Kleenex unfortunately get the
Yeah.
trade
It's been
going on
happening
there.
so often
It
this
has.
weekend.
I saw it in the last series too. It was a sniper trade. I was mind blown when I saw that one. But see, Toronto Ultra.
Trades
they
are
get
only
big
gonna
pictures.
happen
As long
on,
as they
like,
hold
land,
down this
that's it.
trade side, it's going to be a lot easier to defend.
Just
this
'cause of, like,
beat.
internet.
Advance.
I haven't gotten
Before
one,
this
and
round even
I
started,
haven't
you
had
sit
one
at
yet for
1
like
and 6,
that happened to me.
6
But,
and 8
but that's
so
what I'm
far
saying.
into this round number 2.
Happen on land because it's,
like
the same
zero,
internet
man. Like you
or
just
same,
get beamed like
yeah.
that, and you
or whatever.
instantly just get
Same
right
servers.
up close to your monitor.
But
A minute
in
and
a
50
public
seconds.
game, it's very rare that it will
As we do
happen.
eventually say goodbye to Cammy after he has been alive for quite some time. A lot of time to work with if you are the Mutineers, but as we said, Jay, they've got to be very, very cautious of what can be that vice grip, that full Nelson setup that can be granted from the defense at a moment's notice. Insight able to collaborate on a few, is able to shut down Dave Patty after some assistance from the teammates. Guys remains a lighthouse, a beacon inside of the middle of the map, trying to issue out some information to the squad mates, because that first minute, just like that, is gone. Got some map positioning. Now it's time for the push, just Cammy drops a double.
Yeah, Cammy's just
That's a
flying
huge
right now.
piece coming in from Cammy. They can get a little bit more aggressive towards this trade side as Dave Patty trying to do everything he can from back alley to at least stay alive. He finds one, but they're trying to set up the play coming in from Skies. Look at the route that he's taking, and he wins the gunfight as well. So now this is going to force Ultra to at least push forward or turn around and play for Skies. But the pressure's going to be here. The pinch is going to come in from Florida. Insight and Kleenex go massive, winning 2 huge one-on-ones to secure this point and at least shut down the pressure. They take care of Skies as well. Now with 40 seconds remaining, Florida have one more good push at this to try to take this round.
Well, I thought Vance had Vivid dead to rights. He spots that size 10 shoe inside a secret, but not able to fully take him
this
down.
series is going to be the longest out of all of them, I feel like.
Mutineers. Can Toronto once again hold on their defensive side? And
This
every
is definitely going to go to a map 5.
that they make their way forward, it is a clutch two-piece.
I don't know what game after this.
Toronto, Kleenex.
So what?
I don't know what game was after
Continues
this.
to clean house, and boy, does Berlin
SND.
Vance spotting
What
out
map?
the flanker. We say goodnight to
I don't know.
Vivid.
It goes. The map pool goes.
If it's Bocage, I think Florida wins.
Control F.
That's just good work from Ultra, holding down.
If it's
the
any other
inside
map, I
every
think
time
Florida-
they needed
Florida
to.
loses.
Someone going massive, finding a two-piece, like you said. At the
Every
right
single
time to
series,
eventually
the
close out
match
that setup
count or like the
stop
game
setup.
count is going to go
Coming in
hardpoint,
from Florida,
SND,
Toronto
control,
Ultra, they were able to take 5 ticks on
SND
their very
hardpoint,
first
I'm pretty
offense.
sure.
Florida only respond with 3.
So every
Toronto
single
Ultra
series, that's what
currently
it's
up
going to
by
be.
2. So if I'm them, I'm just simply just
Unless
trying
it's,
to complete this
it
A
might be
capture.
SN,
You
it
have
might
to
be
make
hardpoint
sure
SND at the
to
very
also
end,
put
but I
that
don't
pressure
know.
on Surge B because I love their initial break off.
I mean, we'll see.
All right, they're up by 2 ticks.
Looks like they'll send 3 strong into A. As you said, just playing a long game, trying to be cautious, get
Dude,
the
they
A
can be-
zone out of the way.
if
and
they
just
get-
have the rest of the round to work with. Or does not want to give this one away quickly.
If they get 2 ticks on B
Obviously,
this round, then
gives away where the
that's no matter
objective
what.
points are being
Yeah.
captured at.
I think they get 2 ticks on B, they're gonna win the round.
Strike.
I think they'll have
Getting
outslayed
dealt with
enough
from
to
the
get 2 ticks on B.
MP40 out of Kleenex is, well, working off
Oh,
of a few
Kleenex
comms
has
that
been wiping, dude.
unfortunately his teammates get
I know he's
taken
only
down,
14 to
but he works
14,
off of
but
them
he's been
regardless.
wiping, dude.
And eventually Toronto, not just with some presence
Oh, they
at
got a
A, but
pinch.
presence now across the map as Vance.
Yeah, but he don't have those teammates over there, so it really doesn't matter.
In a great spot.
I mean, you can sit here and spawn trap,
Playmaker for the Ultra
get maybe
squad.
like 2 or 3 free.
He's gonna work his way back in towards fire.
Yeah.
He's gonna be able to.
Here's
find
the
this kill onto
first.
Awakening. Awakening's just trying to finesse his way
No,
around, but
no.
eventually walks right
Pointless.
into insight. So now if you're Vance, you want to just try to play a couple spawn kills in towards fire. They have one
I think if
assist
Band
this
stays
spawn.
alive, Ultra wins this round.
It's gonna be either in fire or
Yep.
backfire.
Oh, they know where he is.
Well, now
It's
they
gonna
know
take
he's
his
back
time.
there.
The A capture's eventually gonna come in. 1:57 to work.
Nice work from Vance. Hanging out toward top fire, as you said, buddy. Basically just trying to hold off the spawns, close the spigot of spawns that
Like-
could be happening
He's gonna
with the backside of fire. He's ready.
get a free
He's
one.
prepared. But Vivid, all the more superior, is going to be able to drop on what could have been the excellent opportunity for Toronto.
Yo,
Once
Vivid's
more,
having
it's
a
gonna
good
be another
series.
halt to push. Vivid eager
He
instead
is.
of the train station.
I'm happy for him because again, last
He
major,
gets dealt with from Kleenex, just trade after trade.
he
and
looked
this is
like he
really
should
gonna
have been
be
playing in
the
my
story, my
green
friend, of
division.
how Berlin in control works that the remainder of this season. It's really just a matter of that trading control. If a player can get into fire, that's great. But so far, both of these teams have been rock solid in these crucial moments at the B zone.
Yeah, on the
Oh,
defensive side, if you go
so
full
whoever
dead,
wins
you're
this,
you're gonna lose the round,
they
but the
play
fact that both of these
against
squads so far
whoever
have
wins
been
out of
kill
Optic
stagnant,
and
huge
Atlanta.
plays from both of these squads, but that's gonna be
Is
Ultra
that it? I
and
thought it
Vanguard
was
too,
they
and they
play
have a
the
little bit of pressure
NYSL.
coming in towards the middle of the map as well.
Nah, it's
Two
Boston
players gonna
or
commit towards that flank. It's gonna be Vance. Do they read
Boston
it?
or Thieves go against NYSL.
Skies does find one from hallway. They have one
Boston's
player
winning
who's
that.
gonna be inside the
I'm not
point.
even gonna pretend for a
Skies
second
and
like
Vivid
Thieves are
able to
gonna win.
find two. Last
I
player
don't know.
closest to the point is gonna be
If Kenny
Cammy.
plays very well today,
45 seconds left.
I
Florida
don't
once
know.
again,
Oh,
they hold the
Awakening.
line.
They hold the
Bro,
line.
Awakening
Great work
is
so
just.
far. Maybe one,
or you gotta
two
think,
more
bro.
good pushes left at this for
Boston
Toronto,
got
but they've
reverse
put
sweeped
the
by
pedal to
amateur
the
team,
metal
bro.
and try to rely on good old Cammy to maybe
I
make the
mean,
play, but
things-
here
oh my
comes
God,
Demon
wait a
Joe
minute.
right in your face.
Things happen.
Silences.
Dude, we're not gonna
one
pretend
on to
like
Cammy as Toronto.
Boston isn't
Dude,
like
once
a
more
better
advance.
team than Thieves like 5
And
times
someone with a
over.
power position, Skies is going to be able to find
I
him.
mean,
Finally able to
hey,
get into the
everyone
zone
has
for
bad
just a
days.
moment.
Ace
Kleenex
some
wonders
last,
what
yes,
it's like
like
to be
the
in
past 2
office.
days have had
Finally
horrible
gets his
days.
chance.
Yeah, it seems
Cut
like getting
down
shit on.
once more as the
This
Mutineers
whole pro-am.
look to lock this
Right.
one down. About to be 3 for 3 on defense. As they
Alright.
find two
So they
more
can
throughout
get-
the
if they
middle
get
side
2
of the
takes on
map.
B,
Florida will go up 2-1.
It'll go to kills, and Florida is
As we said,
definitely
Warner,
outslaying them.
It has been the same story so far throughout this control.
Roaster.
Off from Ultra. going into a defensive round, you are currently up by 5 segments. You want to make sure, all right, you're probably going to give it that A, but you want to push aggressively through trains. You cannot allow them to hit you with the mind games, with attacking A and then adjustment or readjust, rotating back towards that B site. You do not want to give up any segment because you need to try to guarantee yourself that defense. Dave Patty still has that glide bomb to work with.
That's right.
So I'm curious to see what Florida are going to be able to do off this break. Are they just going to fully commit towards A? Yeah, they're probably just going to go towards A, get the 3 captures done, and then eventually try to work towards B.
See if it comes in at any point. And as you mentioned, right now down
it's hard,
5 ticks. So Florida going to have to get some
Look at
work
this
done.
TikTok I just sent you, dude. Oh my god.
If they do, in fact, go toward that round 5, Dave Patty extends the streak now to 5 in a row.
That's actually
tries to
hilarious.
clean out the cam man from top fire. So a lot of positionings.
Are they just gonna give them
from the
A
Mutineers,
uncontested?
trying to, I guess, get somewhat of a chain going inside of the middle of the map.
How many ticks did they get last round?
To try to prevent that for as long
3.
as possible.
So if
As
they
Bash
get
does
B,
dealt with in Caesar.
if they get 2 ticks on B, then
they're
it's
up
done.
Inside of the objective is
And then Florida's gonna get
to allow
defense.
for that A zone
ticks
to
again.
flow. Kleenex
So,
trying to get in a power
Toronto
position
has to
over
win,
toward the trains, ends up
plus
getting found
stop
out
them
with
from
the
getting 2
quick
ticks on B
capture.
to get defense.
Gonna be in from the Mutineers
Yeah.
where they do go 3 down. Nobody from Toronto in one of those big spots as of yet. An important
Oh,
few shots to win
guys.
for Florida inside of the middle. They do that as Vivid now is going to make his
Oh,
way
they got the
into
pin
that
shut out.
fire.
And 1
Yeah,
down
he
already.
can be the playmaker because he's going to get great timing onto Cammy. Cammy's going to push right on through. Vance does find 1 kill, so it's going to slow down the pressure a little bit. But now with Dave Patty finding that kill, it's time for Vivid to pounce. He's going to be able to hit through intercepts. He finds his first kill. Can he find a second? No, he does not. Big kill coming in from Kleenex. That could have got scary, but the trade's going to be here for Dave Patty. That's going to be 2 dead.
Oh my god, Dave Patty. Dave Patty's like Shotzi. Oh no.
Get up with his life.
Dave Patty, how did you do that, my friend? How in the world does he stay alive in a position like that? Also has to eat and nade a life that somehow manages to get extended. I don't know how that's even possible as Toronto fill up the feed with purple. 3-1 exchange overall as they will be happy to reclaim control once more over of that train station.
Black Ops.
Mutineers, as we said, man, they've got to get at least a few of these ticks over at that B zone. The magic number is 2. Obviously, if they get 3, they close out the game. If you get 2, you bring things at least even heading into that round number 5.
Big 2.
As they look for the opening, keep in mind, Vivid once more trying to be the route man.
He's going to be the guy that's going for that flank. Is he going to decide to cut these players off to our flat? And he's playing this beautifully, but Cammy and Insight are able to cut down these players that are pushing from the front side of train. Vivid finds 1, but he gets traded. Ultra once again are holding on the defensive side. You can just not go for that all at once. As long as you're continuously keeping this kill stagnant, that's how you want to do it, especially when Insight's not missing on a 4-speed, trying to go for the 5th onto Skies. Not able to close out that kill, but 20 seconds remaining until Ultra are going to push it to around number 5.
Vivid is going to get so
Yeah,
frustrated. I mean,
Florida's
literally
gonna-
every time he has been on a flank, he either gets pieced by Kleenex or he makes a play, finds 1 or 2, and then gets dropped by Kleenex. This time it is Cammy. And so no answers, it looks like, are going to be Florida. Awakening may find the gap. Kleenex there once more to try to silence things. Skies overall traded. So Toronto will head into this final round.
My TikTok is weird.
Here on the
dude.
defense again. Florida
Oh,
had to
why
get
is it-
2 of those ticks. They are unsuccessful at that B zone. So
I
something's got to give,
crossed
Jay.
that page
Something's got to give. Are we finally going to see an attack, or will defense continue
that
to reign
has-
true and give Toronto the advantage in the series?
And keep in mind that Florida still has
That's
the glide
funny.
bomb to work with. Dave Patty picks it up in the
Oh,
very
so
first
it's
round.
fake.
Now we're all the way in round 5, and he still has not invested it. But now you have to. I would like to see them just try to commit towards B off earth, because it's been really difficult the way that Toronto have been setting up on the defensive side. But they're going to commit towards A once again. Dave Patty getting that player towards top tower, watching that late flank. Kleenex does not spot Vivid. He actually does. So he finds that opening kill. Now it's looking like Toronto got to put a lot of pressure.
Oh, they got
towards
defense.
P5.
Oh shit.
Whatever
Wait, who
pressure
did?
into P5, keeping things in mind, player number 8, Awakening, has
Toronto.
snuck through.
Yeah, I knew
And
it.
gets
They
dealt
didn't
with
get the.
inside a train. So
Florida didn't get 2
Awakening
ticks.
on the back
just
of
know
A, he
TikTok.
also manages to get dropped. I just
Holy
instantly
shit!
saw
Look at that live difference.
Cammy, that player number 2,
I
Arrow,
know.
just quickly
I haven't died once, bro. They're going
circle back
crazy.
around.
There you go.
And
As blow after blow, trade after trade, still favoring the Ultra Boys. as they look to get nice and comfortable, nested in the back of the positionings over at the train station. Awakening's able to sneak his way through. Vivid trying to get Cammy out of bottom tower. A major situation to try to get him out of. Job is done, but again, look at the spread. Look at the spread of Toronto right now.
Their setup so far has been brutal for Florida to try to get out of their spawn, but finally,
dude, that's
able to
actually
find a couple
funny.
two pieces.
Jesus.
To at least relieve that pressure from that train side should open up that A capture for them to close it out. But 25 to 17 in lives remaining. Ultra, they're not going to give this up. They're still trying to attack it. Awakening finds that first kill. Vivid trying to do everything he can to stay alive towards top 3. Doesn't find the kill, pushing towards the middle P5, but it should be an A capture in for Florida. Now, if you're Toronto Ultra, you just need to make sure you're doing exactly what you were doing on the previous defensive rounds, just properly setting up around train.
Yeah, man, I just do exactly what has been working. Like I said, we've yet to see an attack. Just continue to do what has shown you some success. Vivid elevated and absolutely destroying from the top side. And as he just runs into train station, he's met with a fury of bullets out of those automatons, those MP40s, putting him in the dirt. Awakening a nice one there on the flank, but we'll see if his teammates.
Yo, Florida might be able to
make
do
their way
something
through
here.
trains. Again, it's just this constant battle of you make your way into one part of the map. You have to rely on your teammates to do exactly that. And so far, both of these rosters on the defensive ends have done an excellent job at cutting down those waves and not allowing for those group push-ups.
I don't know.
To have favorable
What's it called?
positions. Great job. Once
Living
again
in,
here from Bance, just relocating.
Never mind.
His day Patty deems this moment the perfect time to call in the glide bomb.
No way, Vivid.
They will find a few, but that's just going to get them out of their base. 30 seconds left. This is the play. This is the time.
They have 2 pushes.
For Florida.
That's it.
I think they only have one real
Toronto
full push
Ultra
here.
just stacking around towards the speed capture.
Depends how close they spawn.
Time is starting to dwindle down. If you are Florida, this has to be the
I don't know.
break.
Flanking's not an
Last
option
opportunity, you
anymore,
had to
if I'm
find
going to
an
be
opening
honest.
kill,
Well, there's
but
no
Sky's
pinch.
gonna
You
get
gotta
shot
win your
down with that
ones,
pressure from the
and
nade.
that's over.
Cammy and Kleenex are able to find 2.
Yeah,
Now in a
that's
4v2
over.
situation. Kleenex finds
Yeah,
a second.
GG.
All 4 down. That's
Nah,
gonna be Toronto
they're not
Ultra.
making it back. Yeah, and they're up.
And now
Play
are
bodies,
gonna be
yeah.
having
Nah,
a
they're not
nice
making it.
2-1 lead in the series.
Oh, GG.
Toronto, very well, may have found their newest map to add to the rotation.
And now it's S&D, dude. And
3-0
Toronto's very good at S&D, so they're probably going to win next map.
The team has got to be buzzing. The roster's got to be happy. They answer in the S&D and they answer in the swing mode. Obviously, we talked about it. It is now 3-0 on Berlin control this weekend for Florida. Their perfect in general control streak will come to a close. And I gotta say, Jay, I also brought this down. I was talking to you about how Florida, every single one of their series has come from a hardpoint victory. Every single one of Toronto's victories this season have come from a control victory as well. So both teams living up to what seems to be the success in the respawns. Toronto now up 2-1. We've got Berlin again.
And going into this Berlin hardpoint, this is great because now Toronto Ultra, they can dictate how this series is going to go. They haven't really been a strong hardpoint team. We saw it in that map, number 1. A couple mistakes where they just allow players to slip through, get some easy rotations, split those spawns at the very end when they don't need to. They need to make sure that they're having these adjustments as well on Berlin because they struggle with one hill specifically, and it's P3. P3, they are allowing their team, the opposite team, to get about 30 to 35 points every time. But the biggest thing is that they struggle with the rotation. They're only winning their rotation 33% of the time towards that P3. And for Florida, they find a lot of success on that P3 hardpoint. Every time they're properly set up, they have a 100% hold rate on that P3 hardpoint. So if you're Ultra, you want to make sure you're rotating and set up early for that one. And then also for P1, that's another hill where Florida find a lot of success on this Berlin hardpoint. Another one of those hills where they are 100% on their hold rate. So if you're Ultra, rely on that break, but you also need to make sure you do not allow anyone to slip through, potentially flip those spawns.
Yeah, like I said, it's an interesting map set, like all the way through. Like, you know, we've been talking about like the maps, how they've been great for Florida, they've been great for Toronto. You know, all the way throughout. And at the same notion, you're bringing up some excellent stats in the Florida Mutineers. And, you know, at the same time, you could also be excited coming into this map if you're a Toronto fan, not just because you're up 2-1, but also because you've seen quite a bit of success on Berlin Hardpoint. I think they're 2-0 on the weekend. Granted, I think it's versus Seattle and versus Strike X, but still, I know Ali was mentioning how she was really impressed with the way that Toronto have played in these hardpoints, and a lot of time it has been their success here on Berlin, and I know at the very start of the season as well. I think it was the one that solidified the Kickoff Classic, was a dominant W where Kleenex was going off. It was like a 100-point club on Berlin HP. So while Hardpoint has not been their mode, it feels like this one up next has been their trusty one. But as you said, they've got to be aware of that P3 that Florida has been so good on when they're set up.
Yeah, and just based off what we saw on the map one thing that I need to see more from the Toronto Ultra just has to simply be teamwork, a little bit less individual play. And when you look at the matchup between Awakening, 1.18 on the side of Insight, 0.99. But this is excluding that map number one. This is overall throughout the entire season. You can just tell for Insight, these are not normal numbers for him, especially if you're comparing to him what he was last year. Just the entire organization in Toronto Ultra, they have just been struggling in this mode. So I'm pretty sure not a single player is sitting over a 1.0 KD in Hardpoint. But just the way that they showed their teamwork in that Berlin control, didn't matter if someone was getting two-piece. They always were aware of the positionings. Kleenex and Bance timing their flanks beautifully. You need to have that same performance here, that same teamwork. Doesn't really matter if you get outslayed if you're doing the right thing. So Ultra in command of this series so far at 2-1. They have that S&E at the very end just in case they fall short here. But if they can use that teamwork like we saw all of last year to get them through a lot of these maps, then Toronto Ultra are definitely a team to beat.
Yeah, I know you mentioned the teamwork aspect. I know we looked at the KDs. Like, you know, I feel like we kind of know the players to look out for from Florida most of the time. Like, we talked about Skies, we talked about Awakening, Vivid, the X Factor. But who do you think it is for Toronto? Like, who do you think is the player to look out for? As we said, the numbers have not been great in Hardpoint. They've not been stellar by any means in this mode. We've talked about the records, right? The Major 1 performance where they don't win a single Hardpoint but place top 4. What was like the 2-18 record that they had coming into the Pro-Am in Hardpoint. Who is the guy? Who do you think is the person who has to step up and get the job done here for Toronto?
There's only one guy that I'm looking for, and it's the guy that every time they are winning a series, he's the guy that's doing above and beyond, sitting in the most ratty corners, and I'm talking about Benjamin Bance. So far in Hardpoint, sitting at a 0.88, but you can just tell, based off of that control, he had a lot of finesse to his game, puts himself in great positions to close it out, and he is the game changer. We have the Kleenex, who's going to be all-out aggression towards the middle of the map, into hills, whatever. He's going to be the first guy in, but Bance, he's the guy that takes the routes, that flips the spawns for these teams. If he can turn out and just dominate this game by just the way he's maneuvering around the map, Toronto Ultra will be able to close it out here.
Oh boy, there you see the Berlin Hardpoint records. We're going to stay on Berlin throughout the remainder of this series. If it does see a Game 5, Florida going to do their best to force it. Vivid having a great series so far. Now, the Search Destroy was not stellar, but I know he drops like 35 plus in the control, drops 41 in the Hardpoint. A big moment for the Mutineers on the brink of what could be elimination from the Pro-Am Classic, or can it be a W for Toronto? It is time to find out. Berlin HP, here we go. Vivid instantly checking toward top shelf. Ultra holding the line, much like they did in control in this exact spot.
Good early start from Ultra to trade at least a couple of these gunfights, but Skies goes massive from that back alley door to find that opening kill. He allows Vivid to eventually slide in and find 2 of his own. So last player here is going to be Bance. He gets taken down in Florida. 4 up, 4 down. Get the easy break on this P1. It's going to force Toronto Ultra now to start thinking about that rotation. This final 20 is going to go in favor of Florida.
It looks to go good in favor of the Mutineers. Got a little dicey there for a moment for Toronto. They get that top left spawn. They make their way nice and carefully, treadfully through the street. As now they've got the more favorable position now heading into P2. Nice work coming in from Cammy as he'll remain as the guy to look out for. A number of different players, but Jay, he's been the guy I feel like for Ultra that has been scapegoated the most. Like their performance, the way that he was able to dominate in Cold War, yet to see that same performance. But as you said, it's going to be a team effort from Ultra, but they're going to need Cammy to step up here.
They definitely are going to need Cammy, especially with Florida breaking in the way they just did. A clean, easy 3 down as they're able to control the spawns for that P3, but Ultra respond with 3 of their own. So now if I'm them, you want to try to flip these spawns, and they do exactly so. Number 3, which is going to be Insight. It's time to push up, time to know that they're going to spawn behind you. I don't know if they read it yet, but with Kleenex spawning on that side of the map, now they know that the spawns have flipped. Another 3 dead in the feed for Ultra. Make it all 4. Beautiful, beautiful adjustments coming in from Ultra to finally have that rotation to P3.
And that's big, partner, because you mentioned, right, the Mutineers, P3, how great they have been, right, when they've held down the rotation so far. A great job at doing so, referencing such. I think it was player 5 in Vivid who's at least able to find one. His position going to get found out. Kleenex and Vivid continue to exchange blows here in Berlin. They did the same thing in Control, and they're going to only continue to do the same thing here in Hardpoint. Nice little advantage already here from Toronto as they brace up and gear up for the early push here from the Mutineers. Traded and battered. The Mutineers go tumbling as Dave Patty, who's only got a breadstick on the board, is going to have to wait for a few teammates off spawn as he gets dropped as well.
Yeah, right now, Florida, they're just going one by one. They're basically playing exactly how Toronto Ultra would want them to play. You're giving them one-on-one gunfights. They're slowly picking you guys apart, finding 3-4 dead whenever they want, and that has been a beautiful, beautiful hold from the Ultra on this P3. They were able to chain that P2 to the P3 and now grow such a lead. That's another clean 4 dead. Let me find out Toronto Ultra back.
Let me find out. Let's see. Like I said, they're winning hard points. They're winning respawns. Can they do it again? Another big rotation already lined up, but we talk about P3 to P4. You would definitely rather have a solid fire hill than we'll make a rotation over toward trains. Toronto already established inside of the warehouse as Dave Patty, again, still only with 1 kill to his name. He's going to do what he can with that AR toward the back lines, but right now his teammates are getting peeled off toward the front. Cammy, the guy to talk about, now sits on 6 in a row, 1 away from the glide bomb as he gets dropped. Current 40-point advantage right now for the Ultra as Insight also now ready to go hunting, takes the head off of young Dave Patty. That's not what you like to see, folks. Get your children away from the screens. This is great work coming in from either end, but right now Florida doing a good job at holding down after what was a nice little sequence early there for Toronto.
Yeah, Pants is trying to shoot the feed off, and finally he's able to get him off of that point, but Florida able to get right back into this game. Pants with great shots to take down 2. Now remaining 15 seconds on this P4 hard point. You see Ultra, they're just trying to set up properly around P5. You have one player who's watching that street over a sensor from Waterside, one player who's pushing in towards hallway, but Skies is able to sneak up right behind 1, sneak up right behind 2, not able to finish the kill onto Bance. But now Ultra up by 30 points. You know how contest heavy or neither one of these squads are going to get a lot of time off of P5. You cannot allow for Florida to get back in this game with a great hold here.
And well, now could also be the same time where Skies begins to heat on up. Right, the point where we continue to discuss it. Ultra, a nice start early here on the first set of rotations as the Mutineers look to grab, like you said, some scrappy time here over at P5. But now would be the perfect opportunity, the perfect occasion where Skies and Awakening begin to go off. They both find themselves at a 7 streak combined. Awakening on one side, Skies on the other, as they're not just fighting for control of that current hardpoint, but also for the next one. Skies gets dropped and Awakening does as well. A good opportunity there for Toronto to silence the push and prepare for next. Some decent seconds for the Mutineers as they will even things up as we head to the second side.
Such big kills coming in from Kleenex. He was able to chase down that player towards bottom middle and then eventually turn on the second player with the pistol and wins those initial rotation gunfights for Toronto Ultra. Vance still putting a lot of pressure in towards Train, but here comes Vivid. Gonna be able to sneak his way in. He finds one, does get traded, but Ultra, they are still holding the line.
Ultra hold the line for now. A great little opportunity again for them to generate a decently sized
advantage. Grant?
Yeah. A big spot.
I didn't even know you still talking to him.
Yeah, we still talk. He's what's it called? Dude, he got like a PC now, so he's like trying to get my settings for Streamlabs. Oh my Dave Patty, are you playing the right game, buddy?
I don't even talk to him no more because I don't really play.
Yeah, I don't play Warzone, but I should talk to him once in a while.
I mean, I have his number and stuff. I just.
Yeah. Jesus, Dave.
Dave, what are you? No way, Dave got
legit selling.
Dude, Dave wins that, bro. Dave has to. You got first shot. Oh, Dave.
Dave legit sold that.
That Dave is selling.
Pieces continue to move across this chessboard of Berlin. You hear the communication there with Florida, Toronto in a great spot.
Okay, no, so there's hardpoint, S&D, control, hardpoint, S&D. That's the map. Like, yeah. Oh, yeah. I want to listen to this. Listen in. Oh, clean that.
You guys play that set. Is it one more? One stop.
One's ducks, one's ducks.
That's banned.
One slow. I have a kill. Dead. Nice, you chip.
One blow, man. One blow.
Dead. Yeah, nice. Not too bad. It could replay. Walk up. There's no back.
Then they got spawns.
Holy. So why can't my randoms in pubs or in ranked plays?
Comms like this.
I'm just holding the back heady.
And you expect
Why can't they break hill like that?
Toronto Ultra, and then calm, cool, collected comms. Beautiful leadership coming from Vance to just know exactly how he needs to set up his team as they're going to execute a beautiful break on this P3. They were able to have a great hold on P1.
If they get the rest of us 30 seconds, I'm pretty sure Matt goes to Toronto.
Ultra trying to close it out on this map number 4 to take the series.
If they get broken here, that would be insane.
You never know for this Berlin, but because I've came back from some crazy Berlin games, so I mean, it just depends.
Yeah, but look, Kleenex is already in new spawn.
Already from Tobias, the Great Dane, barking in the back as Florida gonna be distracted by that. A big opportunity for the Mutineers as they have got to get a full 60 and then some. Only 25 points away between the Ultra and a date with the subliners tomorrow. Can it be here or could
No, they do play subliners. Okay, never mind.
Somebody from Florida goes big and holds the line.
And that's going to be 3 dead. But do they know the positioning of Vance?
I didn't know that. I thought it was.
Register underneath that train. He does spot the player on point, but he's not able to pick up that kill. So now 3 dead in the feed for Florida. This has been a great hold for them to try to get back into this game. They did it on the first go around of rotation.
Oh my God, Kleenex, dude.
225 to 170 and counting for Florida. All the spawns for Toronto Ultra coming in from that back alley, but finally they're able to take Dave Patty off of that point. 3 go down in the feed.
Dude,
Last
Dave,
one up is going to be Awakening.
now this
allows Ultra to potentially fight for this remaining 10 seconds.
Oh, this is great work. This is great positioning and perfect timing right now out of Toronto. Here from the Ultra. Insight. Now sits on the 5
Oh, yeah,
I don't think they win it on P5, but I definitely think that it's over.
All they look if they get 3. Not GG. It's GG. Yeah, GG now. They push up, they win. Yeah, GG. Wow.
Alright, where the fuck is base? That's all I want to see.
That's the next game.
I know. That's the only reason why I'm here right now.
Gonna start in 20 minutes because you know they're gonna wait until 6 o'clock.
It's supposed to start at 6:30.
Oh, is it actually?
Yeah.
From the Ultra Boys. Come out here,
It's
lose
6
that map
because
number
the
1
next
like we
game's
all
at
were
7:30.
expecting. Definitely a tough one to swallow on that map number 1, but they always bounce back on that search and destroy. They tie the series up at 1 apiece, and then they do what they need to do on that control. It was all off of that first round. The fact that they hit them with that mind game, early attack onto A, but then hit the auto towards that B point and completed those 2 captures. That's why Ultra were the best team in control last year. They make the adjustments to just win the game at the very end of the game. 3 defensive rounds on that control. Then they come into this hard point where they do not see a lot of success at that P3. They have it on the first rotation, fully set up, get a full 60 there. And even when they didn't have to spawn to the second time around, they won the first 10 seconds and were able to hold the remaining time. Ultra make the adjustments. They completely throw the stats out the window and they get the series done in a 3-1 fashion.
Yeah, man, and the guy that you talked about, the guy that you were referencing so much, right, in this upcoming hard point.
Yeah, I'll be right back, bro.
Right, was Vance, and it also was Kleenex. Great performance from those 2 down the stretch. You see the numbers just continue to elevate, but this P3 break was everything. That could have been the chance. And as you said, the hard point that the Mutineers have relied on so much here on Berlin. When they have the rotation, they hold it down every single time. However, it will be Toronto's day, and an excellent squad wipe there for Kleenex. He finds all 4 and delivers the Ultra. A much-needed W. Jay, Toronto, they're 5-3 at hardpoint. It's not the greatest record we've ever seen, but it is a winning record at that here at the Pro-Am.
100%, man. You got to keep in mind the 3 losses that they have. 2 of them coming versus Atlanta FaZe. 1 of them coming in this map number 1 versus the Florida Mutineers, who have been looking lights out in Respawn, but it's good work. It gets them to that championship Sunday. Now they have a match, I'm pretty sure, against NYSL. So that's going to be an absolute banger of a series. NYSL so far undefeated at this Pro-Am. Toronto Ultra getting the job done in this series here to have a match with them tomorrow. I really don't know how that one's going to go, man, because both of these teams so far have been playing lights out.
Yeah, man. We talked about how it could be a changing of the guard type of series in Toronto. They are going to stand firm in that position, at least for now. I'm a little bit sad, though, about the Florida Mutineers. I thought they had the chance to do it, but today, not their day, as we'll be looking forward now toward Major 3. Let's go and bring in the desk, guys. A series that you all were divided on. I think Jay and I were a little divided on as well, but Toronto, they come through big.
You know the thing is, Lando, we all like the fact that Florida Mutineers are looking better and better, right? But the fact that Toronto
My bad, I closed Discord.
like, yo, this is what we've been waiting for. So,
Another
hey,
good feeling.
it's a real good feeling. Shout out to you guys, by the way, great commentary. But yo, Ali, I have seen so much Berlin. I'm feeling German. All right, so what are your thoughts about all of this?
This is my favorite stat so far. Out of the 7 times we've had a Berlin control followed by a Berlin hard point, 7 out of 7 times the team that wins the Berlin control smokes the team in the Berlin hard point as well and end up taking the series. The only time it was close is when it was Optic versus Rocker in a 250 to 234 fashion.
It's a guarantee so far.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yo, Nameless. All right, so Toronto Ultra's looking good. We're talking about it before the game started. Kleenex going off. 29.5% of the team's kills. Ended the series 28-23, popping off. Toronto Ultra looking good, man.
Yeah, he had a beautiful series. I mean, Toronto Ultra, that was a very convincing victory in those last 3 maps. I mean, in the Search and Destroy, they played phenomenal.
Yeah.
Over near P1 side, they kept finding the kills, like every single time. Even when they were man down, they were clutching up in those rounds. Then in the control, that very first round, able to get those ticks of progression over at B, wrapping back and forth. It just felt like vintage Toronto Ultra, something we haven't seen in a very long time. And this would be very easy for them to hit the panic button over the last couple months. No, they've been in the lab. Like going into that hard point on Berlin where early in the season, they looked very good at it. We're talking kickoff classic that early in the season where they were good at that map. And then they started to slow down. They weren't able to break hills. They became very bad at hard point overall. Well, that looked like vintage Toronto once again. The P3 break was absolutely perfect. They run away with the game in that moment, and now they're able to close out. So this is a Toronto team that looks new and improved, and I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Yeah, shout out to Coach Marky B one more time. But we also have a skill play game where, speaking of clutches, Bands clutch at 1v2 in Search and Destroy. And Ali, it's been a while since we've seen Toronto Ultra one of these highlights.
This was so clean, and you know what? Dave just had to stay alive here. We were like, oh, Dave's gonna hit a credit corner here. He just needs to stay alive with a couple seconds left on the clock. Vance, unfortunately, doesn't clean up the kill here, but he plays for it, right? He chases Dave out, but Dave tries to hit this route. But Vance, I mean, he gets that wide peek on it to check the bomb, and Vance just aggressively pushes up for the kill. I mean, 11 seconds on the clock. It was just big plays out of the vet.
Just a tough spot. Like, if Dave went to mid-truck there and played behind the truck, he probably would have clutched it. But, yeah, I mean, that's just Vance, right? He has the absolute ice. And what's going on, Vance?
Hey, yo, Vance, how's it going, man? Congrats on the win. And, yo, let's be straight up, man. You always keep it real. What's taking you guys so long to look this good again? I love seeing you guys win.
It's a difficult one. If I knew, we'd have probably been much better much sooner. I think we just needed a mental reset. I think right now we're going a bit more in depth than probably we were doing a couple months ago, and I think that's definitely helped us.
All right, I don't know if you heard me when I brought up this stat. Did you know that 7 out of 7 times Berlin control followed by a Berlin hardpoint, the team that wins the Berlin control will win the Berlin hardpoint? So I'm wondering, on your take, how has Berlin control been for you guys, and do you think it just added to your already big map pool?
Yeah, it definitely helped us for control. I feel like we learned maps quite quickly, and I feel like we're very comfortable on that map. We know how to play it, how to play every single situation. Obviously, it's shown. I think we've done that 3 times now of your stat, where we've won the Berlin control and won the Berlin hardpoint straight after. So yeah, I'm feeling confident on it.
All right, Bance, as the captain of the squad, you've been in tough situations before on different teams, many times over the course of your career. It would have been easy to hit the panic button, make a roster change. We've seen plenty of teams do it in worse situations than what you guys are in. What was the team morale like, and sort of what were the conversations like within the squad to stay composed and actually improve over this last couple of months?
I feel like for us, we already had the components to obviously go far in tournaments, as everyone's seen last year. I think it was more confidence that we were lacking. We just didn't believe in ourselves going into stage 2 because obviously all the talk of hardpoint and that, we let it get into our heads. And I definitely think the month break helped us so much. We were able to all just go home, see our families, fiancés, girlfriends, just get away from COD and just gain our confidence back.
There we go. Bands, keep up with the wins, man. We'll catch you guys against New York Subliners. That's going to be a crazy game. And have a good rest of your day, all right?
Thank you. You too.
All right, peace.
Oh, anytime, baby. All right, so, you know what was really interesting about your question, Nameless, for this fact that Toronto Ultra struggled. That's not a surprise to anybody, right? But the thing was, what you guys don't know at home is that everybody talks about, what if Toronto doesn't get back to how they used to be, right? And we're saying, who'd you even replace on this team? I'm happy that they didn't make any changes.
No, I'm sitting right there with you with that sentiment. I think Toronto Ultra across the board, you couldn't have pinpointed it on one single player. I said that before we headed into the break, is it was not one player falling short. It was just all of them needed to get back on the same page. And with that break, like Van said, it really helped them kind of gain their confidence back. And we're seeing that now in the Pro-Am.
You're right. Now, also, speaking of Toronto Ultra, they're hosting a LAN right around the corner. It's going to be Major 3. Major 1 and 2 is fantastic, but if you are a Toronto Ultra fan, you saw what happened in Minnesota. The Rocker versus Optic Texas. You heard the crowd. You saw the reactions. It was I had to tell my life, that was one of my favorite death segments ever, by the way. Make sure you guys cop those tickets. The arena is going to be beautiful, and the tickets will sell out. So get yours now, and I hope to see all of you beautiful people out there.
Yeah, it's primetime weather as well. In the middle of the summer,
really
it's going to be absolutely epic, man. The last two majors have just been an absolute treat. Major 3 should be no different.
Yeah, so, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving right along in the bracket. And speaking of which, we're going to a commercial break. But on the other side, we're going to see Optic Texas versus the Atlanta FaZe. But before that happens, let's go ahead and congratulate Toronto Ultra one more time. A team that was second best last year and found their way struggling up to the midpoint this year. But you know what? They got a big win today, and hopefully they continue on to show that they're still one of the top teams in the CDL for their major hits. We'll see you guys in a few seconds for our next match.
What's Josh doing? Apex nerd.
of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL. AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
Yo. You hear Mace?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it right here. This is the Titan against Titan type of matchup. You got Optic Texas, you got Atlanta FaZe, but let's talk about it. Atlanta FaZe been looking so good lately. The most consistent team in the Call of Duty League so far. We're talking about back-to-back second place finishes, right? But going against a team that actually won the first event. They didn't show it during the second one, but still, they have a chip on their shoulder and they're trying to prove to the world they're the best of the best out there. And what better way to do it than against your rival, right? Atlanta. This is gonna be a beautiful match, but we're gonna break it down all right here on the desk. My name is Veli, we got Ali and Nameless, and still setting the stage up right now when it comes to Atlanta FaZe. Oh, Ali, this team looking good, but the one thing is, there's so many players to highlight, but the one guy I have in mind is gonna be Simp, definitely because against Toronto Ultra. What did you say? You had like a 1.38?
He had a 1.38 versus Toronto, but I do want to also touch on the likes of Abizi because we talk about how he's kind of been the one struggling on this squad in this game thus far. He had a 1.24 overall, and the Atlanta FaZe, again, they've been undefeated thus far.
We'll see how chat rate goes up too.
They have to go against one of their boogeymans in Optic Texas, but we have to tip the scales a little bit because they do have General filling in over Illy.
Yeah, and with General filling in, I mean, Atlanta FaZe got to be sitting down feeling good about this, but you still can't count Optic out. But looking at this star-studded lineup, sell him. Arsenal, Easy, Simp. This is what Nightmares are made of right here. But when it comes to the game field keys of victory, what do they have to do?
Well, I mean, Atlanta FaZe have struggled against Optic Texas this entire season. 4-11 map count, 0-4 when it comes to control, so they got to be better there. And they need Celium's MVP form to continue versus Dashy. 1.49 KD this weekend and a 1.18 non-trading kills per life. Like, he has just been on another level, and that is what you need versus a team like Optic. And take both of the hard points. 5-0 this weekend. Average margin of victory has been +89. That's #1 in the CDL, #1 this weekend. They've been absolutely going off. And then find offensive success on Tuscan Search and Destroy, winning 45% of offensive rounds. They are 10th in the CDL, so definitely some room for improvement there.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
When a player pops off and I say, hey, Ali,
My bad, I didn't even know I wasn't even in the Discord.
1.6, 1.5. I'm like, yo, that's nuts. That's good. The fact that Cell has had a 1.49 consistently overall, he's a demon.
He's easily probably the best player in this game right now. Celium, not only that, is that he is just consistent. Atlanta FaZe is consistent as well as a team, but as a player, easily the most consistent in the game. As you know, he's always going to be absolutely trying. But again, they're going up the likes of
Hey, bro. Hey,
Tarbit. As well, again, like in the game field keys.
You know the things those girls be wearing?
Right,
They
when
be
it comes
going
to
around
Optic
their neck.
Texas, we love this team. We know what they're made of, but this is gonna be a tricky one, right?
It be going down
maybe Illy
and
should
then
just grab a
attached
stem
to their
and jump in the
titties, man.
lineup
And
right
it was-
now because this squad, they're gunning and they're looking for blood right now.
You know what I'm
They're
talking about?
Phenomenal, but the thing is,
Like people
with
use
their
it for,
IGL
I guess,
out of
sex.
the mix, and what we saw yesterday,
Nah, I ain't
yeah,
no
she having an
solution.
off game and whatnot. And this
You
team
don't
not
know what I'm
being,
talking about?
the full squad that we
Bro,
know.
I swear Ali has one on,
Well,
bro.
yeah, I think you nailed it right there.
she
Dashy
does.
needs to definitely be consistent in this
I have to
series.
see her.
It's a very tough matchup on the other side, but
You know
also for
that
this
you know
Optic Texas roster, I
it's
think
the
most important
chain
map in this
shit that
series
goes
is gonna
around
be
your
that
neck and then it goes
That
down
is
your
where
chest
they've
and
had
it
the
connects
edge on Atlanta
to
FaZe
both of
all
the girls'
season long,
nipples,
and
bro.
they have Berlin
You don't know what I'm
in
talking
this
about?
series. So this is a map that Atlanta FaZe
Oh,
picked up pretty
my.
quick.
Wait,
Optic
General's
has to
last
be
name is
strong
General?
there. They almost lost that to Rocker
Yes.
yesterday.
That's
It's Jordan
fire.
Pickle.
Came down to a clutch at the end, but for the game field keys to victory, Ali, what does Optic need to do?
That's where he got his
When
card
they go
name
to
from.
battle, Optic have won 6 of the last 7. Atlanta have won 7 of the last 8. So this is on the both court sides when it comes to these teams in this map and exploit Atlanta's weakness in the S&Ds. Atlanta is at a 40% round win rate this weekend, ranks 15th overall. Atlanta have been seriously struggling when it comes to search and
What the
destroy.
fuck,
And need a
temperature?
big series out of
Kabali
Shotzi
Shana.
versus Nabizi, 1.09 KD this season. We talk about it all the time that Shotzi counts as 2 players. So when it comes to that key to victory. Obviously, we're looking at him to match up versus both.
And the player to watch is going to be right there. In my opinion, it's going to be all about General. There was a lot that people had to say with him filling in for one of the greatest ARs in the game, right? Well, General came in yesterday and did a fantastic job leading away for his team in control.
He's been doing perfectly fine statistically, but the biggest issue when it comes to Optic Texas is going to be the IGL. It's going to be who's making the play calls right now, because I have no idea. If it's General, good for them. He's been watching their VOD. He knows how they play. But again, we saw what happens when you take away the IGL and Illy. We need to see what they can pull out against Atlanta FaZe.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get it. We got Merc and Maven, fellas. We got FaZe and Optic. Let's go ahead and get this rolling.
Yeah, Joe, obviously pumped up for this, but question marks kind of all over the place.
Yes,
you
you got Maven and Merc.
Illy's
Yes.
not going to be playing this Juggernaut matchup, maybe with a tiny asterisk on it right
We got
now.
the best
but
casters for the best game.
if Optic are going to do
Thank
this,
you.
how's it going to get done?
It's going to be really tough. I mean, obviously, Atlanta FaZe's hardpoint has looked ridiculously good. This event, their margin's like a plus 98 per map, and when you think about winning 100 points, every single hardpoint in this game, that is something. That is something really darn good. For me, it's stealing a respawn and winning both searches. Honestly, it's the same question when Atlanta FaZe had to play with Pristini with a fill, right? He had to come in and sub in. But Optic Texas, they won that first Kavutu hardpoint, even with Pristini, who had like that crazy start.
Yeah.
They did balance themselves. I will say, though, right? Now, General has obviously been on a top challengers team. He's played probably a lot more, competition. For me, this Kavutu hardpoint is an opportunity for Optic Texas to steal a respawn. The reason why, to me,
Loaded. I can get through it.
but that's not in this. So it's a little bit more structured where Optic Texas, they find the right kills, the right moments, they can win it.
I just think if FaZe, if it's scrappy, right? Tons of gunfights, you'd give the edge to them right now, just considering the lineup. But let's see how this plays out. It's Scump's POV. He's got pressure from basically everywhere off the rip, but focused to the first hard point. And General, we'll see what he can do. You saw the interview with him yesterday. He kind of said he was trying to fill Illy's spot. Thinking, what would Illy do? And Rambo's
let's see. Can they
just come in and play your game, man. That's what you need to do.
I mean, that's what we saw with the Gorillas, right? I mean, with Smart, I mean, it's kind of just like Smart was doing his thing. They played around him. That's what Slasher told him. And to me, that's kind of it. If I'm General, I'm just trying to get around like a one KD, get my trades, play in some power positions to try to make the game easier. But right now,
they are getting stomped on right now.
They are finding so many kills on the map. A nice 40 points from this first hill, rotating over to P2.
Yeah, it's an incredible start, and you have the rotation as well, and you've got Celium, who might be one of the best players, and you talk about getting him to a power spot, getting him to a nerdy spot, letting him do his thing, and Top Ship is somewhere he can do some damage.
Yeah, I think it was like Dashy's tweet. He's playing on like 9.6 or 8.6 sensitivity. He's like, dude, this guy is just playing on another level. He's got it figured out. He's just so comfortable in this game. We heard it since the start of Call of Duty Vanguard, how Sella has been playing, and you can just see it right now. You have, what, 2 kills, General and Shotzi, before Shotzi picked up his third. Dashy and Scump combined 2 and 10. You see it in the scoreboard.
And Sella right now, 7 and 1 on 5 in a row. We'll see if he can tack anything on that. You have a 5 spree for a BZ as well. The caster curse alive and well, as Celium will drop right after we highlight it, but let's see what a BZ is going to be able to get done. In behind one.
Maybe we should just not bring up that number anymore, right? Like, don't look at a BZ streak. It's not even
3 to
there.
90. This will be the biggest blowout in COD history.
But we get ready.
If Optic does not get a good
3
hill.
total points up for Texas, but this is their chance maybe to rally back.
Yeah, you had Shotzi inside a ring. He's going to get taken down. A BZ trying to do what he can to start the push, start the pressure. General with a nice one-on-one win. Yeah, and this is what you need, right? Nice rotation over. Don't allow anyone to like BZ was trying to do. Now they can slow this game down. Get some minions and, stuns from that P1. Does Atlanta FaZe as that one was able to land onto General. And I think Sips already had a couple of clips with this pistol so far. And right after a nice hold, it's a break from Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, they get the break to get a pin back. And it's like, how much can you just keep them out of the hard point and get prepped to head to next? A chance here to definitely do some damage, but at least for Optic, you're finally getting some points on the board. As Scump tries to get back into ringside. Tries to hit the pre-fire, not gonna happen. Sep and a BZ are there, and they're finding the kills.
This is worst case scenario now, right? Okay, never mind. Well, Shotzi is able to get pushed on through. Yeah, he's able to push up, but they would have had no one past the 50-yard line if it wasn't for Shotzi, as this hill is going to pop. As you said, they do find some points towards that P3. Here comes the first push. And it might be so far so good. You already have General and Shotzi starting to get towards the front. Now the rest of the players coming in from the cliffside. But Atlanta FaZe are going to spawn up closer. Try to deal with this, but it's General who's
General going crazy right now, bro.
Number 4, but that's going to get them out of the hill.
I'm with cooking.
Exactly.
He said, "This is my lobby, son."
Big moment there from General, and now it's
Does
really
it,
Shotzi
oh,
trying
and then he
to stay out.
teammated.
The teammate, though, is
The
General's
General
actually
said
hits
this
and
is his
probably
lobby.
coming
Not
through
even his
from
own
FaZe as
teammates can
well.
play the game.
But you still have a presence here. You got the
Oh,
close
God.
spawn on either side.
Oh, they have a hold here.
Sell with what the
This is
second
FaZe's
one
best
started,
hold
he's slowed
too,
down a bit. This
like
is,
on
yeah,
this map.
fantastic for Optic Texas. They're
He said
starting to
that's the
rally back.
what?
This is FaZe's like best hill to hold on this map.
He's just going to lock them in ringside. They can chain P3, P4.
General's not a bad player at all.
FaZe to get out
He's
now.
really
That is 4 dead once
He
again.
doesn't have
With that 4
like
dead, we
a
know
good
some weird
chemistry
things
with,
can happen, and it
you know,
does
like these
happen.
guys, just because
That
he
is just
doesn't
a
play
little
with
bit
them, you know, every day, all
unfortunate.
day.
Now they know the green
So,
arrow swing
but
is so hard
it's all
to
good.
control that you just don't want 4 dead at the same time.
If
and
Optic,
it
if this
happens.
game's close,
It's
I'm not
bad.
even
You
gonna
know, I
count this
got
as a
lot of
loss
things
for
to
Optic.
say, but it is what it is.
To be
Kill
honest.
3 there. They're probably still spawning deep, and you got him pinned. But yeah, the
'Cause if
4
Italy
down,
was in this game,
it's like, what's going to
then they
happen?
win.
And they get the
I don't
spawn
know. The
right
game
by the
doesn't
next
know.
hard
I think
point.
it throws a dart at the board, and they just spawn there. I really don't know.
Dude, what is Maven and Mark
Yes,
talking
I mean,
about?
It's an amazing sequence there by Optic,
I don't
but
even
now
know.
That man
almost played
laughing.
too good. They end up getting punished a bit, and we'll see what FaZe can turn this into. But you somehow have to flip this frustration. But it was a good sequence from General to get them in for that time. He's found 2 in a row here as well.
Ooh.
Let's see if they can break through, because they got to chip away at a lead once
Who's
again.
new? Is that General?
That's just I mean, that's an 80-point
That's
push.
Dashi.
I mean, right? You have that.
That's just
contract
gonna
coming.
die to
I don't know
Sim.
if FaZe would have broke. They could have, but you're talking now.
Yeah.
That 90-point lead is back in
Ooh.
play for Atlanta FaZe because
Oh.
well, it was a clean P5. Now over back to P1.
Oh, get
Simp
his
on
trade
rotation.
scum.
So you got one player to deal with. That's going to be Scum
No
inside, and he finds
way.
that kill.
Well, it's just got to be so hard. I mean, traditionally, like, you love
Oh
getting
my
a 4
God,
down, right?
Sam.
It kind of opens up the map. You can get to your setups, but in this, it's like,
Sim
how
can
do you
beam,
stop
but he
yourself
can't
from
throw
doing it
nades.
sometimes? It's odd.
It sure is, Mitch. It sure is. But yeah, since that moment, it's been all Atlanta FaZe. Optics going to try to break on through Scump with that MP40 in hand for this P1. Wants to try to get inside a ring like we've seen him do it before. General's got one as well to try to help them break. But it's Simp, Cell, it's RCs, all 3 find kills.
Yeah, he just kind of slides in, but the support's not there. And
Yeah, this is a
there's the clean
blowout.
wipe, and it's just they're getting handled now. I mean, I know there's the unfortunate sequence, but they're up massively as they're getting close to closing out this map 1. And we knew this was going to be a tough one. One, because you have a sub playing, but then also just the hard point from FaZe lately has been bonkers.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. You know, if you're an Optic fan, that's what's kind of talking about it, right? They've owned the control in this series, but they are going to have to win a respawn and try to get to a map 5. You get to a map 5, anything could happen. In FaZe's search has not been great. I think even at this event, they're ranked like 15th in round win percentage. So
Simp is
there
22 and
an opening
14
in
right
this
now.
series. But they're gonna, as
He's playing
Des was
TDM.
talking about, they need their stars to step up. I mean, you have General on 18. This is what you
He
want
has a
from
minute
him.
in Hill.
He's 18 and 14.
Jesus.
Now is when you need Shotzi, you need Dashy to step on up, right?
This
To get them
game
further in.
is over.
I mean, we've talked about like Ultra's
Just it's a
hardpoint,
question,
other
can
game modes people have struggled, but I
Optic
still think FaZe's search and
make
destroy
even a
woes is the
break,
single weirdest thing for me
or
this year.
Optic can even?
They have been the #1 or #2 team at every point since the inception of the
Or is
season. on this
Optic
team.
going to be left under
For whatever
100?
reason,
For search, yeah.
not clicking here. And if it does, it's terrifying for everybody because the other modes have been solid. But they still need 12 points to close this one out. They're set up. They've got the position to do it here. We'll see if the double push through the backside of it will be enough here for Optic to break and maybe continue on. But surely this lead just a little too much.
I'm going to say it's a little too much.
Yeah.
You're not wrong. I mean, Shotzi trying to do what he can, maybe keep that gun warm.
Dotsy a little snaggy.
We always kind of talk about that. He gets some momentum rolling into map 2.
Oh,
The
they
slow
got
map,
to
I mean,
100.
right from the get-go was Atlanta FaZe, but yeah, there was that one opening, and
GG.
yeah, the spawn said no.
Yeah,
and that's gonna do it. Is Atlanta FaZe?
Wow.
Their hard points, they're just so strong in it. They're gonna take map number 1.
And what did you say? Like they've been winning by an average of like 100 is what it was, right?
98. I think we were told plus 98 this event.
Yeah, and that's Joe's point. He was kind of touching on it, but that you don't see a lot of
100-point clubs in this game, just due to the nature of the spawns and how it plays out. Like, having an average win by that is just, it's pretty ludicrous. They have been on point.
That was a pretty fast
game. It there.
It was less than 8 minutes.
A ton of positives, except that little sequence you kind of talked about, but
yeah,
I mean, I guess we didn't really think that's what.
7 minutes and 39 seconds.
Win if it's Optic Texas.
Yeah, that's fast for a hard playing game.
Is what we were thinking.
100%. I mean, again, I think a good sign is that General's playing well. You know, if that play, something turns around from there, maybe they can get some momentum going, getting everybody else heated up. But it's all Atlanta FaZe. Sim's gonna finish a quiet 25 at 16, by the way. But here are just some highlights throughout that map, and it's kind of right around this moment. I mean, it was still a very big lead. You know, Optic, they do a really good job just making this messy. That's when General started to pop off. You had Dashy as well. This is when Optic was doing their thing, but it's the spawn out from P4 to P5 once they set up that trap.
I mean, it's a monster map from Sep, but I think you heard Ali kind of talking about in the Toronto series. He was huge, whatever it was, a 1.38. It's obviously been a weird year for them in Search. I think the other kind of outlier is with Cell kind of taking over and being what he's been, and maybe it's just been kind of slower at times for Sem and Abizi, but they'll remind you at times they're still quite good, Joe.
Well, I think the odd one at Major 2 was Abizi, right?
Yeah.
That was kind of the odd one. And when you talk about their search and destroy, even last year throughout Cold War season, it was like, all right, does he win the first blood? If he did win that first one-on-one, typically it went really well. And I'm not putting all the pressure on him, but we know with the role that he plays, and especially at the level he plays it, if he gives them an advantage with that first blood, they should be able to capitalize.
Well, now we look forward to Search and Destroy, and this is where, if you're going to find an opening, Optic needs to do it. In your experience, like when you've had somebody come fill in, I mean, Search is typically one of the harder ones, right? To get rolling with a sub.
Oh, 100%. I mean, because there's just so many intricacies in Search and Destroy. There's so many timings. Okay, I mean, even something as simple as a post-plant position. All right, let's plan at A. We're in a 2-on-2. If I've been playing with you for months, I know kind of where you like to go, how you like to play it. They don't know General, right? I mean, that's just, you have different habits, and it is very tough to learn those on the fly.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it has been so difficult. That's not really why we are highlighting this is where they might find an opening. It's more just kind of how FaZe have been performing, I guess, would be the main thing, just within this event especially. But when you're talking top performers for these two teams, Cell and Shotzi have been leading the way. I mean, throughout this title, those have been the two really in the conversation for best in the game.
And I think, Tuscan was that game 5 at Major 1, right? The reverse sweep versus Atlanta FaZe, and I think Shotzi started off that, I don't know if he died that game. I don't remember. I think he did die once, but he had a ridiculous stat line, so we know he can take over this map.
And they're going to need him to do it here. I mean, it's like, in some ways, it's less pressure because you're playing with a sub, the expectations might not be there, but if you're somebody like Shotzi, I think you're feeling a little bit more like you got to be a superstar. You need to make the plays. Like you don't have a choice. You can't. As much as we say sometimes players try to do too much, this is one of those situations where maybe you kind of need to. You do.
Yeah, it's Dashy's just like hilarious trash talk yesterday, right?
Dude,
like he had 9 kills and he's like, I had 19 EKIA and you lost. Like, I don't think that it could happen. That'll be control for map 3, but. You know, yeah, I mean, that can't really be the conversation when you just talk about this matchup.
You just can't get away with it, yeah, when it's FaZe on the other side of it. But the boys, fist bumps out, getting ready to rock and roll here in the Search and Destroy. We'll see what they're going to bring, and I don't want to touch on it too much, but I guess, like, I think a lot of people probably have the question mark of why FaZe have struggled in Search. Is there anything you've seen? Is it just this title and the way it plays? Like, why aren't they one of the top dogs?
I mean, it's not one of those things that I've like solely focused on. I think Abizi in Major 2 was probably the biggest thing. You know, you can kind of look at this. Their offensive win percentage is 10. I don't know if they are the communications off. They're overthinking it. Usually, when we're this deep into a season, and again, we're saying struggling because they're not a top 3 team. They're at 50%. It's not horrible. They're like 16 and 15 overall.
They have been like top 2 like for years. I guess.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah. I just think maybe it's one of those things where they have to try to simplify the game because they've probably tried so much. And while speaking of shots, he just hits this. I think did he get spotted though? I think Cell saw it. You see number 8 looking this way. Yeah, Cell did see that. He's watching that cross, but Optic now with Shotzzy overall all the way over there. They know where this is going.
This is one of those things we're talking about. Like he's gonna.
I
have
hope
to make
Shotzzy don't
plays,
get
and
too
Gary's
aggressive here.
trying to do it off the
This is
opening,
very
but
smart out of
as he gets spotted,
Shotzzy.
it slows down for a bit, but
Let's
the picks
go.
start to
Good
come in.
stuff.
It's going to be General that's able to take Cell out of the mix. Abizi there with a follow-up right
They have
after,
them trapped
though.
in this corner.
And now they start to push this bomb through. It's going to be Scump that's going to be ready and waiting deep.
And what we just saw with Arstees with the MP40, right? Just he's playing that flesh role. Maybe that's something.
Yeah,
that
but now they're
helps them a
stuck on
little
the
bit more
like the
offensively,
corner.
right? Someone who can play a little bit
Yeah,
aggressive. Maybe
I mean,
Cell
but
is playing a
Shotzzy's
little
gonna
too
be able to get a
slow
pincher
in certain situations. So
nah, he's not gonna
maybe this
push it.
change will
Dashy's
help them
gonna
fix
get
some of those
timing.
problems.
Yeah, I mean, with
Yeah,
the year
no, he's
cells
gonna throw
having,
it out.
sometimes when you're performing like that, I mean,
Oh, Sim.
You're doing your thing.
yeah, but
Oh,
maybe
Sim
it does
fell.
hurt the
Oh, no,
team
he didn't.
sometimes.
He's gonna jump back up.
It's
Oh,
tough to
never
tell.
mind.
It really is. But
So don't
Shotzzy,
got half
he's
like that.
followed up, and there's two. It's a big play from Shotzzy to start out 2-0.
Simp has just been using the pistol, bro. Even in hardpoint, that's all I saw him use was the pistol.
Shotzzy though with the too late, and I mean he had that push through immediately. He had been lurking throughout the round, and finally he's able to collapse.
Yeah, he stayed very patient, broken.
Yeah, but like Maven and Merc said,
on the
the
player yelling for the
only
bomb.
possible shot
one of those
that Optic
situations
has
where
is they have to win
They
one
don't
of the
go for the plan
respawns.
immediately.
So if they don't win control, or
that top broken
even
was
if they
open,
do
were
stomp them on
Shotzzy was there.
S&D,
Well, of course he
they're
was.
not
He'll
gonna.
push through field. It can be a tough
Yeah,
push, right?
they're
'Cause
gonna have
there's
to
so
win
many
at
angles
least
in
one of
church.
these hardpoint
You push
or
back.
controls.
We've seen it fail time and time again.
I
They kinda
think
just
they
get
have a
stuck
better
back
chance
there,
at winning
get
the
picked apart.
control
Yeah, maybe that's
than the
part of it.
hardpoint.
Like sometimes in this game, it just seems like you've got limited options. Well, a general's
Just
just
be
hanging out,
honest.
like looking over, and Abizi comes and says, "Hello, mate." There's an easy first blood.
Yeah, that's kind of what we were talking about pre-game, where he can just kind of do that at times. Just ready, knows where the first gunfights are going to come in. And this could snowball in this round. Is Simp's going to find the third? And quickly,
Hey, no, you don't know Dashy can come back.
Let's
Do
see
a
if
little
he can pull off
something here.
something miraculous. I mean, the one benefit is he's got time to work with, but that's about it. Everyone else
Yo,
gets
Selly him,
slaughtered
stop
around the map,
moving,
just
bro.
one-on-one picks.
Damn. Bro be moving too much and shit.
See if
That's
Dashy
tough,
can make some
because
magic happen.
The first blood is also the bomb down. I think the other three players were kind of around well, right? Broken side. General had the bomb. He's just playing for information, seeing if anyone get pushed up. And, well, Abizi does. Yeah, he gets pushed up, and he finds that kill so fast, he doesn't even have time to react.
Yeah, that's what it kind of looked like. I was wondering if his eyes were elsewhere or he was like scanning something, because yeah, it was so quick, like he didn't react or move or try to do anything. Just got laid out so quickly. And yeah, that'll certainly make the round tough to develop. You're talking offensively for Optic Texas. But
I imagine most of the time, if a player's playing outer like that, they might throw a quick shoulder, right? And for General, that's like, all right, I'm going to back on down. But Abizi doesn't throw a shoulder. He just throws his weapon at him.
yeah. There's some bullets directly to his chest. A little bit of a different hit now offensively for FaZe. You still have one lurking on the offsite. That'll be Simp. The other three starting to work their way towards Scump, who I believe is playing deep at B. He's got some help in the way of Dashy. It doesn't look like they like what they saw.
But I like, okay, well, I was going to say, I like this right now because they put so much presence over towards B that Dashy and Scump had to back on up. They would have had a 4-on-2 on A if they would have executed right away, but with that pick from Shotzzy over towards well. Okay, and poor General. He just gets beat, but Shotzi's having that game. We talked about Dashy with the teamwork, looking over him. And now it's down to Simp in a 1 versus 3.
Can't quite hit the flick. Bit of flinch coming in. 1 versus 3 now, trying to just finesse. His live pistol's hitting, but not hitting
His
hard
trigger
enough,
finger is
and
crazy with that pistol.
Who shot you?
able to take it. And General's like, I'm holding my spots, but yeah, that's just tough. I mean, you're on a heady. You've got the angle.
Dude, I feel like
You're
General
holding
never
it,
has
before you hit
luck
the
when he
trigger to
goes
shoot,
field
you're
side. He
gone.
either gets sniped or he gets picked.
No, but it's Shotzzy with the big first blood to give them that man advantage. And he finds his second kill with the teamwork of Dashy looking over him. So a nice defensive round from Optic, and their defense has looked stellar so far.
One of my favorite quotes this year was just when Shotzzy sort of said, these maps are my playground. It is kind of fun just to watch him move around and the way he has a feel for the map. It almost seems like supernatural at times. The guy's a beast, and there's a first blood for Dashy.
There we go, Scumpy.
Following it up immediately.
And they
didn't jump down?
Putting so much time. Him and Illy,
No.
just playing so many S&D 8s at night, right? Just with some of the top S&D players in the scene. And yeah, you learn these timings. You learn what works, what doesn't. where he maybe even playing with his sub, that kind of helps out. But it
Your
is a 2-on-3
Discord
now for
bot says you're
Cell.
live on
Optic are already
Twitch.tv.
through B
What
very quickly. Dashy's
I
about to
said
be
your
in the
Twitch.
defensive
I
spawn.
mean your
Bomb
Discord
going
bot
down.
says you're live on Twitch.tv.
Let's see how they try to work this retake.
I'm live on Twitch right now.
It's Simp and Cell now into the 2 versus 3. Cell just kind of clearing every angle.
He's got to
as he
play
starts
time
to
here.
work forward.
That's really it.
But Optic giving him nothing as of
I hope
now.
General doesn't throw. Okay,
And
good stuff,
General?
General. Back up.
There he gets something going. He goes to slide for the peak, but he gets evaporated. It'd
Cell
be a
can
1v3 for
easily
Cell.
clutch this.
Still has 2 to work with. 25 seconds on the
never
clock to go. And
That's a crazy
they get
spot.
Scump lurking. Finishes the kill. Another round there for Optic. But yeah, they hit him. They hit him quick. They hit him fast.
Yeah, they find the first blood, does Dashy, then scum through the middle of the map, execute over towards B. But, you know, that's what we talk about with a bit of an off angle, right? Cell is kind of looking at the stairs, Eddie, where that player is just kind of prone right to the side. Cell doesn't expect him, doesn't see him. Nice final kill, so nothing gets a little crazy there. But, yeah, 3-1 lead now for Optic, and they've been so good on Tusk at S&D all year long, and they're showing it here why.
Oh,
Shotzi
God.
now 5-1. He's on 3.
Simple saw the glint and he dipped.
Kind of similar start there for FaZe for a moment.
Hey, that's me in Warzone.
Sim's gonna be rapping. Provide the assistance on this
Going,
side as
baby.
well. Won't linger.
Yeah, they know.
They have the sniper.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, Dash.
rotation coming in
Take
from
this pick
Optic
on
as
BZ.
well.
Or
Trying to push
BZ.
through the back
Oh, BZ.
quickly is going to be a BZ. He's
Dashy.
gonna catch General.
Oh, Dashy good
though
stuff.
hits the snipe. There's the insta trade. The head pop clean off a BZ.
Oh,
There's still a lot of position, though, here
All
for
the
Atlanta
YouTube.
FaZe.
Oh no!
You know, I mean, it was a very strong mid hit from
They're
Optic,
giving
but
up
they
spawns
just
for some
blind
reason.
counter, right? You had Dashy
Don't
looking
think that's
through middle
smart
alley.
because I mean
It's
they're
all
still all
about
at
to get
B.
pushed up middle of the map. So now we're into a 3-on-3 as they're able to take B. You can see
Yeah,
Shotzi
bomb
and
is
Scump just
over there.
very quick. And this is what's been so fun to watch
Oh, they might get
with
it.
Optics S&D this
They
year.
might
They
get
are
time.
very fast. They do not take long to make decisions where everyone else is just a few seconds slower, and that's the difference.
He just missed him.
For FaZe right now,
Now
he's trying to
Shotzi's
make up
gonna
your
try and
mind.
play a different angle because he
I don't
didn't
think
see
they know where
anyone
they
on the
are.
bomb.
They were just so far. They were all the way in the defensive
He's
spawn.
planning
bro.
now.
I just don't
He
think
might get
they
timing.
still think they're here. Now they're going to know they're still at B.
Shotzi might get our cities here.
RC's just trying to get out, able to tuck away into a corner. You've got this like triangle setup here.
Simp
With
isn't
Simp
a little cruddy.
watching the full wrap
Yep,
through.
Shotzi gets
RC's gonna
RCD.
get
He didn't
caught,
see
though.
him.
They know where he tucked away. Dashy though gets tagged as well.
Okay,
Simp's
that's
been
fine.
lurking this entire time. To a 2v2 we go.
And-
Scump goes to Chow.
Okay,
Cell
good
ready
trade.
and waiting down to a 1 versus 1.
I mean,
And
they
FaZe,
were
so close now.
like,
Yeah, I was about to say, is that what it was?
fucking
I heard the
stir.
explosion.
I think the nade goes off, and Sim's able to
That
find that.
selfie
You can
moves
see it
too
right
much,
there
bro.
from the
Bro needs to
camera.
stop
Yeah,
going up and down on
right
the
up
damn
top onto the balcony. A
dashboard.
nice nade from Simp. But yeah, I mean, Optic,
the
I was talking
scoreboard.
about how fast they were. They were looking for information because FaZe just kind of tucked away. They didn't give them anything. They didn't see anything at B. So the players middle of the map were looking over towards that A site, but it was the B.
Yeah,
player
dude, when
that
they were all in their spawn and they gave up their spawn and they
Still
didn't
got a
see
round
anybody at B.
advantage. Shotzi up to 7 now. RC still looking for his first kill.
My boy Simp thinks this is pubs. He's fucking
Feels right
sniping.
in the world when you've got Dashy and Simp sniping on the map.
Nah, this and Bocage is like the
feels
only
real
match
good.
you
Yeah,
can snipe
I
on.
would say so. Yeah.
Nah, you can
Bro.
snipe on Berlin
Yeah, but it's
and Desert Siege.
eh.
I'm trying to spot
You should
something
be a
wasn't
better
able to.
sniper on
General
Desert
with
Siege.
attack,
Siege.
able to get some information mid. And
Ooh.
Shotzi again going huge. There's the first blood on
Shotzi
the
gets
Simp.
their one of their best players. Oh,
Continuing
the
his
cut.
monster effort, and a big part of why they're up 3-2. Is the Beezy is
in a
just
tough spot
yeah,
now.
he's just kind of locked in between everybody
Yes,
asking for
Scump.
help, right? And Scump able to take him out.
Varsity's is Owen.
And that's the power of
Yeah,
that well position.
right now, dude,
Scump
Celium's
at any
doing all the
moment
work.
can come and help out.
Celium is their scariest
See
player
the
at the
angles over
moment.
towards you.
He might
right? 'Cause
laser.
When you try to retake A,
This is
you'll
a
let
bait
this
shot.
control the middle of the map. Now into a 2 versus 3 as RC is able to find his
This
first
is
kill.
goodbye,
Takes down
General.
Shotzi.
Not playing too aggro.
Bomb is
He
planted.
backed up.
Scump has worked all the way around. He's
Guys,
behind
is
both of them.
market
Yeah,
on?
he was chilling kind of
And
church.
Scump's gonna be on the flank. Scump might catch them.
Pretty much the entire time, and he should
Yeah.
find his freebie
Scump's gonna catch
soon.
him.
There it
Yep.
is. Cell's going to drop. RC's last one up. We'll get a second kill in the
General
match, but
place
you've only got 20
low.
seconds to go. He's got to
Yeah.
work the kills and the defuse.
General's smart for this.
And General's
Yep.
coming for his ankles.
And
That was a
gotta give
very
props
good
to Scump,
play.
man. I
General
mean, you know, he
playing
finds
slow.
that first blood well side
Yeah.
and then immediately hits the route. He goes all the way through B. His teammates are able to find a BZ, but he's already through church. The
Bro,
Atlanta
that hat
Falcons
is
had
not
no
even on
idea
RC's
that he
head.
was in there, that
Yeah,
area.
what
Did
the
not
fuck?
expect it. All right, maybe he's just gonna
That's
play
so
around
messed
well
up.
in the middle of the match, just check the bomb. But no, that's what we've talked about. Just very quick in their decisions, and you're seeing it there.
And they're just keeping A bit of separation here, holding on to the lead. Shotzi's been, I mean, great throughout, but especially in the first bloods. He's finding those opening picks to give them the numbers. We'll see if he can find another one, but it's going to be General. It's going to be the first at the bat.
Oh, dude, General's going to get traded out. So, oh my God.
He needs to at least get one.
Oh!
He's able to do more. He gets two, gets some tags in the cell as well.
Stump, you're
But Cell and
selling.
Sim, never count them out. They're still alive.
Your sub's doing more than
Was
you.
working through the middle of the map the whole time, just hoping General could find one. Even better, he gets 2 headshots. But Simp was there watching the flank throughout that sequence. So we're into a 2 versus 2. Still a long time. So both of these teams can rotate throughout the map, try to find openings to sell.
All right, well.
Nade's not going to connect on it.
Dashy and Shotzi can win this.
He's went for like the hit a bullet or two, maybe get the nade killer. Dashy's out.
Holy shit, that got my butt clenched this week.
Hey, look at where Dash is. 15 seconds ago, he was in the other spawn. Now he's going to be top broken. Are they going to be ready for this spot? Is Cell is going right to the bomb? No, they are not. And why would you?
Oh my God. This is possible. He's at B still.
Just over 20 on the clock.
No, my screen froze. All right, no, we're good.
He's
not gonna make this. Oh yeah, he will.
So
He's gonna go down fire.
Wait, no, he's not. He's not gonna have time to plant. Oh no, he's just looked the right direction. Oh fuck.
Dashy should just run.
Position
Just,
might give
Dashy
him an
needs to get out of there.
here, depending on what
It
corner
worked
he
out,
checks. But it's not going to be that corner.
Oh, he didn't think Dashy's gonna be in the
He's gonna
corner.
win the round now.
He didn't think Dashy would be there.
4 versus 2 after
Oh
General's
my
play
goodness,
gives them the numbers
Dashy.
advantage. But yeah, what Cell sees
Oh boy,
Dashy, the nade doesn't
Booze.
connect. Well, Dashy's all the way in the
Dashy
upper
didn't
spawn
think he
top
would,
broken.
Or he didn't think
I think Simp's just maybe thinking
he would
Dashy
be
got
there.
a little bit
I'm
cuter
not-
than he did, right?
Yeah.
Like it repositioned somewhere else, but he just kind of backed up in the corner, just sat there in the bomb corner. Knew
Hey,
he had it down,
yo.
but yeah, I was kind of thinking if Simp Chow's that, he's got a shot. He's got the
Maven
MP40
and Merc
out, but
acting up right now.
he looks everywhere else.
I think if he holds that angle for like a
Sees two
half a
players
second
in the
longer,
cross,
he
just
gets
can't
ahead.
shot. The nade will hit though. I don't know who he combos that with, but Shotzi's gonna be ripped out of this one.
See if they can stay alive now behind that first blood. It looks like Celium, he's going to have some players to deal with. He's going to hear that a team kill comes in. So essentially it's a trade for Cell. So what Dash you could do now is he's trying to find a pick. I mean, Sim's got a sniper back there. Yeah, he's going to spot him, and that is just absurd. It's absurd. That's ridiculous.
Oh my
Yeah,
I mean, we were sealing on Jabutu, too. That
This
pistol,
is the
he just...
craziest, like,
I was
pistol
looking for the
player.
sniper to kill feed and saw the pistol. I was like, okay, all right, well.
Yeah, no, that's what I was saying. Yeah, that was not a sniper rifle.
Sometimes it acts like one, but General at 5 and 6, he'll be left alone. This one
I
versus 20.
don't think
just
General-
need one more round
General
to go, so
clutches
you have
it.
some wiggle room to work with. I'm not sure what you try to do in this scenario, but we're just take a look at the minimap, kind of see the spread from FaZe as they're hunting, and
I mean, I'm kind of thinking FaZe's offense has not worked. Yeah, so I'm thinking don't give them a kill.
He's not
I don't
gonna-
think they've
yeah,
won
they
an
got
offense
A
yet.
up
So
okay.
that's where they've struggled. That's where we talked about it. They've been struggling. So you're just going to stick to that defense in case we do get a round 11. They want that advantage.
Well, FaZe are going to have to pull a couple of rounds if we're going to get there.
He's got so quiet right there.
A shot to do it. I feel like we've had, at least yesterday, it felt like it was like 10
Like no announcer was talking, no, nothing was happening.
Sit down, bitch! 11s, well, Sim goes to peak. Dash has got the snipe too. Dash is the shot. There's the first blood now for Optic as they're closer to closing out this game too.
Let's go, Dashy.
And staying alive within this series.
And that's 3 rounds in a row where
What is he
Dashy's
aiming
been
at? The
looking
truck?
for that. The last 2 rounds with him looking over him, they've taken mid control. This time, it's just him going for that one. Sim not ready for it. Now look at this. I mean, Dashy's ready for this.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Number 2.
Right into the hip flex.
Brucey!
Is Dashy's snipe hitting a little bit better
Now
than
they-
Sim's right
if
now? And
they
you've
don't
got
throw
the
this
4
round, they
DCs,
win
you can
this.
close it out here.
They just can't be too
Don't let
aggressive.
this get to another
Yeah,
round.
it's
Why does
wraps.
They're not going to.
Look
Shotzi
at
finds
Scum.
another, that'll be bombed
His
down.
head
Pushes
is like
Cell
just like
by himself
it's
on
so
the
much
other side,
more to the
tags
right
along,
than
but
everything
shots
else.
into him as well. The push is through, but the pistol is a pop in. And just now, nope, never mind. Nade to greet him. The nade hit there.
Let's go.
Can't wiggle away like a snake.
Oh, that was awesome.
And now we gotta wait 30 minutes for map 3.
The observers go into that, but I honestly, Optic is
That game
so
was 20
fun
minutes
to
or like
watch on
15
Touch and
minutes.
Search and Destroy. They are comfortable on it. And you can see why. They're just so fast in their decisions individually as a team. And props to them with this.
I want one of their
they take it to one
controllers,
of the
dude. Their
best.
controllers
well,
look
that's
sick.
why I think it speaks to a couple of things. It speaks to how improved Optic Search has been this year. You know, with this scheme of having Shotzi in the lineup, and it also speaks kind of to FaZe's woes, because I think in the past in Search and Destroy, if you told me I didn't care who they were playing, if they were playing somebody that had a sub in Search and Destroy, if we're talking the last 2 titles, FaZe is winning that.
Damn, Dashy didn't have a single traded kill.
Team they've been over the last decade when it comes to Search. You're right, you nailed it. It is fun to watch.
Yeah, but now we're doing that Berlin control, and could be an interesting one. Now they're going to have to try to win a respawn if we want to go to the map 5. Heck, maybe they'll win both of them. You never know what's going to happen. But for FaZe, yeah, the S&D woes continue.
Optic's very good at Berlin
They
control,
were one of the
so
teams.
I'll this is going to be very interesting.
Fast, reactionary team setting the pace. Just not happening this year, where a team like Optic is doing it. Like Shotzi, Dashy, just watching them on that map, seeing what their arrows do. They're in one spawn, they're in another spawn. If I was playing a Yenso, I'd be like, how the heck did he get there that fast? I have no clue. But yeah, just props to him.
I found myself pulling for Optic in general, man. Like, just seeing if they could do this. I loved in the interview yesterday, thanking the haters as well. He's fired up. He's trying to get this locked and loaded with the boys, but we're tied up at 1-1. Optic take the search. Control's coming up next. And yeah, Joe, this is maybe where they strike. At least, like kind of Ali was saying, like when you've had Berlin, like all this crazy stuff has happened. Basically, the teams won both. That's not the case here. We've got Berlin. We've got a Tuscan. We're tied up between these 2 juggernaut rosters, and we continue on. We're headed to a quick break, but do not go anywhere. Control, getting ready to come up next.
Day in the life of a 13-year-old Fortnite clan leader, and he has a gay pride flag on the back of his room.
Jesus Christ.
What does that tell you about him?
None.
You said what?
I just said Jesus.
Yo. Look at the video I'm about to send you. That I sent you, bro. This man's do-rag is so tight.
Yo, what?
That boy do-rag. Hey.
Seriously, bro. His waves are fire though.
I forgot to keep changing the Netflix password, bro.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenny. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenny.com/CDL.
We are back! Series all tied up.
Have to watch this.
Players in the venue getting ready to rock here into the control. And Joe, I think this is the one, especially with FaZe's hardpoint as of late. Do we think Optic Texas need to win? They can
I'm
get
not
this
gonna lie, I
to
thought they
game
were gonna
five,
get
anything
3-0,
can
so.
happen. I don't think the expectations are high just when you're playing with the sub, but we're going to talk about the top performers in control, and while we're seeing Celium again.
Yeah, no surprise there, 1.16, but on the other side it is Dashy 1.25. Now listen, yesterday didn't help him. It was Berlin control where but they won. He was 9-21 over 5 rounds against Minnesota Rocker. That clip was just hilarious. But maybe it's one of those things where you know, even with General as a sub, you got a map rep under your belt. You know what you can do a little bit differently, what to expect. So I think that plays into it in terms of the map vetoes. But we'll see, because in game number 1, you know, it was the red hot phase with their slaying prowess that kind of took over.
No, that's like, it probably shouldn't be, but that's literally one of my favorite moments of the whole weekend so far. Like,
no, it is.
Just his reaction, some of the tweets he had last night were amazing. Like, yeah, he just laughing it up. They got the W. That's all that matters at the end of the day. But we get ready to continue on to Berlin. And now that we've had, you know, a few days of it, and you're seeing it more in the mix, well, what overall opinion?
I am very happy with this. Yeah, I've been enjoying it a lot. I think this and Tuscan are probably my favorite too. I think, you know, there's opportunities for the offensive team to win, even with how difficult it be to get in a B, but we're seeing it time and time again where it just takes one push. And then for the defense, I think that they could get a lot better at sort of setting up those spawn traps. And then really what I'm looking at is how teams deal. When you have players spawning, right, when A's done, when you have players spawning, you know, dock side, right, dealing with the setup at B, where you know they're coming from your spawn, and dealing with that pinch in that setup.
Well, I just like that, you know, the harder point to get in B and being the further point for the offensive spawn. I think you're going to see a lot of these crazier finishes because it's one, there's actually some cover. You can't just spawn up and need them out of it like a lot of the other points. Where it's like, you've got a chance to stack it and make something wild happen.
No, that's it. Yeah, the nades, it's tough to get some nades in there. Yeah.
Versus some of the other points that are just wide open.
Shit.
Dude, shot.
My bad, Barrel. I didn't see you came in
Trying to
here.
get over to B, that doesn't work, and that's what we've seen, right? Just some breakoffs, trying to get to that harder point. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. FaZe, they were ready for it, but now over to A we go for Optic.
I think it just makes sense to take a shot. It's like if you hit that Hail Mary, whatever you want to call it, like, you win the round, typically. If you're able to somehow pull that off.
Yeah, I just want to Snapchat you. Say like, my bad, I know you came here. I'm watching TikTok waiting for this game to start, bro. Shit takes like 3 years.
What a game damn fist started.
It's Shotzi is trying to find a PC who's wrapping all the way around. He's going to reposition for now. Just leave that one.
Yeah, he's going to try to get a spot now. Maybe they think about rotating over to B. That might be the call. You see Dashy in general just trying to see where Arcides is. Off a spawn comes Cell, and back on spawn you go, and that's going to be 3 dead. Abizi's over at A, so they can work B right now. At least stop the clock.
Go Shotzi! Exactly yeah, go Shotzi!
Comfortable on the map, but Abizi does flank through middle, trying to play spoiler to this push right now.
Oh my God, Shotzi!
Yeah, it's like you take this chance. You take
there was no way you should have done that.
It's like you better make it work, right? Because now you've only got 20 seconds on the clock.
What are they doing? They're not playing.
Yeah, he's like, I'm going over here.
Yeah, you've got players on both points now. We'll see if they can get the time extension. Dashy able to take out one towards B. His teammates have got to go huge on the other side. It's Abizi that's come across, and Abizi's able to get.
Well, they're gonna get the time extension, but like.
Might be the nail there, or maybe Scump on the other side.
Scumpy!
Well, key here is you only have
oh my God!
Jesus, Scump.
I'm
on YouTube right now because if I want to watch this,
so they're going to
dude, Scump is.
Oh my Scumpy, you're the fucking goat.
On a
Oh, can he get the tick? Didn't get the tick.
I have to watch it on YouTube because Twitch has a deal with YouTube.
The second tick about to be coming in.
So,
over towards B. Here comes a push from Face.
Or CDL has a deal with YouTube, so I can't watch on Twitch.
Looking for number 6. B so
Can they get the
close
third
to
tick?
being done.
They got it. That's crazy.
You can do it.
Still at 4 now.
Oh my god, it's 12 to 4.
Oh, wait. They need to go get A. Go get A.
But now you got the extra minute. No lives remaining. Scump gonna get thwarted there. So no
Yeah, so like I'm gonna stream later when I play. And I'll be on
Twitch.
Twitch.
Take their time. They slow it down. I like this. You have a minute
They just need to play for
with.
tick.
Don't allow phase, to stagger your push, to gain some numbers. And while they're gonna hear that
Did they get
open
that
shot,
tick?
he's gonna find one. There is the trade. The trade's
Now
gonna
they did.
help you. And Gerald finds 2.
That's good though. They need to try and get this fourth tick.
That round. What a play out
Yeah,
of Scump
they have
over
5 right
towards
now.
B.
That's huge.
I mean, it was a chaotic
They got
round, but
5
the
ticks.
chaos
That's
was
fine.
helping the defense, right? Because there weren't a lot of ticks done. We're thinking this round's gonna be done for FaZe. They're gonna
Scump
have
went
one
crazy.
tick for Optic. That is not
They go
good.
huge.
Instead,
Go.
Scump goes on that spree and stays alive.
It's like as soon as I started to hype up, like I was looking at the mini map of Easy making that play, it's like instantly Scump gets 2. And throughout that, I mean, he stays alive, what, for the next 90 seconds or so? Like, he's just lurking around B, playing his life, finding the picks, a massive round there for Scump. And I mean, it did look good. I thought they had the round lost. Like they said, no time to work with, but they take the big lives advantage. Scump goes huge.
Jesus. There was nothing he could have done. Oh shit, 3 down. Oh
Well,
no.
talk about a break off. This is one. That's gonna be 3. Well, 4 dead. Is
Oh my god,
Easy
and
doing
they
a little
got
bit
B
differently.
already.
They don't show a lot of
Well,
presence.
they
They
might
just
get
waited. You
Yeah,
kinda
they
see
got
the
it
green
already.
arrows. They're just gonna give this up. So now you're gonna have to play defense
Holy shit.
for a very long time.
They're just gonna let them
over
have B.
towards A. I think in maybe in I don't know. I would say in a couple of weeks, a month or so, maybe for Major 3, this might be possible. I just don't know if it's possible quite yet.
I mean, this is just, it's been hard in any title with control. Like when you lose the more difficult of points and you've got to hold it the whole time. I don't know what the percentage is of holding it, but it's
Mercs down the best of the best.
It's so hard to do. But yes, once teams get a little bit better, add more reps, maybe. But it is hard. I don't care how long. It's so tough.
Or maybe as storytellers, we're telling you guys how insane it would be if they actually do this and they do it.
It's not impossible. It's just hard. But let's see. I mean, that's everything's stacked against them right now. If you're Optic, you gotta stop.
It's just a new map. That's really it. It's a new map, and it takes 1 or 2 teams to figure out how to do it, and then teams kind of mimic it, maybe throw in their own little sauce. But right now, we just haven't seen it yet.
Pause?
Scump likes the sauce as well. But he's able to get
They're like, yeah, I like sauce. Like, oh yeah, me too. We like sauce.
Yeah, that's a fast one. That's typically how it'll go when you're gonna win the effort on B right
Wow. Fuck, dude. That's crazy.
I think you just have to play a little bit safer here on defense for both of these teams. Just don't give up that B point. I would
what's up,
probably
man?
just send all 4 over to it.
That's crazy
Maybe
as
someone
fuck.
top fire to watch some angles to help out
That's-
if needed. But I'm
that's
not
tough for
allowing
Fate,
that
or
to
for
happen. I
Optic.
do not want that team
It
to
literally
be
is.
off the break.
I don't know, bro. Like they just got they had 3 at B and then they just got all shit on at B.
Here comes the hit. Optic Texas gonna take another crack at it.
Yeah,
They got
fine.
4 on 3. I mean, it's.
I mean, that's fine.
Abizi might be huge here. Let's time gave him a
Only up by one.
Abizi, it's gonna
They're
be
gonna
flank
expect
around,
it.
trying to get behind enemy lines. As Celium is just holding and trying to deal with the
Jesus,
lithium grenades that
I
are
hate
coming
this
towards
guy.
him.
He's so good.
One Scump there as well. RC's and Cell able to hit it on the crossfire.
shit.
Who's still lurking?
Rossi's
That's
just kinda
Shotzi.
lurking, yeah.
Yeah.
He's just kind of lurking on the outside part, and I thought that could have been an opportunity for Optic. I mean, it was very slow on the flank. Darcy's is going to find him,
Okay.
and now you kind of have, you see in the kill feed, 5-kill advantage for Atlanta FaZe.
And that's just
in
big though with the
general.
comms. You think you just don't lose track of one, right? Shotzi could have been able to disrupt everything.
They know there's nobody on
Arcides is
A,
not
and
missing.
What does Shotzi like to do? He likes to, find those routes, get behind enemy lines, so they don't allow him to make an individual
Well, they're
play.
gonna get A here, most likely. Wow.
BC's getting shelled by 2, but nice movement, little bunny hop there to take it now to 5 in a
Yeah,
row.
bro.
Instantly gonna get dropped. The second bit of progress now through on A.
Oh, hold on, this might be big.
Now Jekyll and Shotzi starting to move their way forward, and Shotzi is moving through.
Shotzi is
5 in a
there
row
here.
for him now.
Shots gets to read this.
Maybe at the window, but if Easy's just gonna funnel right
No.
on.
Scum gets off A. I like this play. They had so much presence at B. They're like, screw it, we'll deal with this later on. I like the opportunity, but there was only one player on the point, and Shotzi gets picked. So now they can go back over towards A. But I like that, right? Just, you know, the opportunity presents itself. Scum trying to cut them off from middle of the map just doesn't work out in their favor.
Shit. Yeah, they just get back to it so
they always have the lives back.
I'm with you. I mean, take the shot.
Lives are pretty side, dude. So.
Too. You'll be able to finish it, kind of like you're seeing. They'll get that done. They'll get the extra minutes. So what are we? 17 lives, about 90 seconds to work with. Now let's see where the openings start to come through. Not going to be an opening on Cell's side.
Oh
That's a
my
nice little headshot. He's just hopping away like a kangaroo. Shotzi's trying to hit the shots, not going to be able to do it. Abizi's going to make him pay. She's just trying to get away, but Abizi hunts him down.
Seeking Scum.
Waiting for his teammates off of spawn. They're going to have to find a good push here. Maybe he can find a kill. We saw him do it in round number 1.
Oh, they knew he was there.
But Arcides, he is not allowing anyone. He did it versus Shotzi early in this round. Now he does it versus Scum.
They have time.
Behind them.
They're good. They're good in the hood.
2 down. 3 down.
And that's just huge, right?
There's 4. Hop it.
In the chaos of it sometimes, especially with the pace of this.
The jump. The jump in. Read the jump. Oh my god, General.
Oh, yo, you're better.
It's a messy gunfight, but General able to take that. It's back to even. The teammates now here in support. Celium, though, continuing to do damage.
They got the pinch. No, look at the
And they're just looking for their opportunity to pounce, but they want to kind of stagger this to stop them from getting in.
They have to get ticks here, man. They have to get at least 1 or 2 ticks.
Easy takes the fight.
Because they're only up by 2 ticks now.
Now look at the lives. It's still 7 versus 8. Very possible for Optic to win this still.
You just need to win the round.
You do not want to get staggered here. Try to wait for your
teammates. Yeah, that too. I mean, that works.
He goes through P2.
But now they don't know Arcides is on the flank.
Out of fire.
Actually, now they do. If they get a break here, then they win.
I don't know, Sim's in a good spot though.
They have 10 seconds. If they get Celium down, then they're set for a very good spot.
There's not much time on the clock.
Sim's dead. Sim's dead.
Anyone find the pick? It's gonna be Shotzi. He's able to find the opener.
Yeah.
They try to slide him behind it, but Arcides is able to respond with 2. Arcides with 3. Arcides popping off. And
now they're only up by 2.
Overall, I think he was like 14 and 18 before that.
Jesus, dude.
But whether it's been like a big push that he's able to help shut down, or finding somebody on the flank, or even the flank of his own that you saw a little bit ago, he's had so many crucial moments in this.
Yeah, these impact kills, and that's why we're pointing him out. Yeah, just he's the one, and we talked about it last year throughout their Cold War season. Why it was such a big.
And now they're just gonna go A because they know they're only down by. Oh no, they're up by 3.
Plays happen. You're
yeah,
seeing
no,
right
they're
here.
chilling. Like tick wise.
They were down by. I thought FaZe was down by 2.
Nah, because FaZe won by capping.
But it's a fast stack onto A. I mean, you're already through the second part of progress. What are you gonna do here for your Optic? It looks like they might be.
They're just gonna let them have all 3 ticks.
Okay, I was trying to see if they were taking another crack at it. They go in, but
oh, Shotzi shits on this kid. Who is this? Selling Shotzi's dead.
Where they can heavy hit B.
Yeah, they just made sure that didn't happen. That's how they lost that last defensive round so quick.
Oh,
so,
Dashy
yeah,
has to read this.
They get that done with. They send 4 over to B off the break.
It's
FaZe are like, all right, we know that.
Let's go.
Do that, so we'll take it.
Huge wins.
If you're Optic, I'd much rather prefer that. Now you have Dashy in a power position.
That's what Dashy did against. I think it was Ravens. He just sat here the whole time.
Play Ravens.
He's worried about somebody wrapping deep for him, but they're just not there yet. General.
They played Florida
General
and Ultra.
It was Ultra then.
Like everyone we've hopped to, kind of flirting around even.
I don't know who else they played.
But that'll be 3 straight per phase.
No, that was it. No, they played.
Played one more team.
Yeah.
No, that's going on.
I don't remember who it was.
Over towards fire.
It was the.
It
was
and that's gonna be 3
a pro-am team. They had to have been.
It was Ultra was the pro-am team. But they played.
Well, BZ backs down, and I like that, right?
They played Ultra.
Waits for his teammates to move on.
No, they lost.
They played Seattle.
And China just trying to finesse around
they didn't play Seattle. FaZe did.
The nade in hand, making sure nothing breaks through secret. It's a 3-man stack on to be Optic. They have to go. They have to go. He's just able to get in. There's one more player, but that is going to do it. Atlanta FaZe on offense, able to take control 3-1 as they are up 2-1 in the series.
And that was kind of an example of like how you can get the stack there, right? They got kind of a 4 down to get in. They had to get another wave of kills, but once the BZ got one more track back to the point, you had the 3 stack. It's just quick, and there were some nades that came in, maybe some damage done, but it's not like I don't know, a Tuscan or something where you can hit some good nades and kill 3 people. It's not gonna happen that often. There's just so many different points to cover.
I wouldn't be surprised if like you were a FaZe team. One maybe veto later on in this tournament, right? People watching this. I think it's just a strong map for them. You can just have so many different engagements. But gonna take a look at the scoreboard here. I mean, pretty even slaying-wise. Just a couple of key moments on the attacks from both teams where, I mean, Atlanta FaZe just able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, there wasn't a ton of separation in the kills at all. But yeah, again, shout out to Arcides. He had some incredible moments. I think Abizi you saw at the end there, some good discipline, and a nice chow at the end to kind of put that away, just to deal with the one guy that was really in a good position, maybe get a nade or get some shots in off the point. But we'll check out some of the highlights through it, and it's interesting because it's like, if you're able to hit B like that as effectively as they did, and kind of guarantee like that full 4-man setup at B, you're just like guaranteeing yourself an easy A. Like, not that A is like that hard to get, but they got it instantaneously. It was just so fast. Because the threat is there. You make them play defensive.
And I think what defensive teams are going to have to do, like what we saw in that last round, is once 3 goes down for Optic, what FaZe did is they had like Cell, Fire, and then they had another player, I think like Connector Stairs or around Statue, just cutting them off, right? You're funneling. It's kind of what we see from Shotzzy right here. You're funneling the players off a spawn into one alleyway. Someone is going to have to like try to take a route through middle. You do not want to be funneled through one doorway because that's just going to be, well, it's not good. So the defensive team's going to have to try to have someone take that long route or a little bit longer route.
Yeah, there was a moment there where they got the contest for just an instant, but then it's 3 kills quickly for FaZe, and they close it out. So that's where we thought the opening might be in the respawns when it came for Optic, but not going to happen on Berlin. Now we go to Tuscan Hardpoint, and I mean, it's been a good one for them, but you know, you're not playing with the full roster, so not really worth talking about stats and how this could play out. It's just, you're gonna have to muster up something. You're playing what many would say is the top team in the game. You're playing with a fill-in. You need something special here. I don't know who it's gonna be. It's gonna step up. Maybe General has one hell of a map. Maybe Shotzzy is completely and utterly takes over, but it's gonna take a little something extra here if you're gonna get it to a map 5.
Yeah, I'm with Tuscan, I know we focused a lot on, I mean, Dashy and Shotzzy, but with what we've seen this year on like a Tuscan Control, a Tuscan Search, those two, it kind of is their playground. So I'm going to focus on them. Jordan, in general, he's really had a good series. Even in the respawns, just right around even right now, pretty much. So it's what you want for him. So you just need the other guys to step up.
Yeah, I just don't think it's realistic to expect him to come over and take over and fry, or maybe be the in-game leader that Illy is. That was, I think, Ali and the desk were kind of talking, just the question mark of who's going to do that. And I think you did see when we had a shot of them right before the series started, I mean, he was being very vocal, and I don't think he has an issue doing that. He's a confident guy. He's done that with teams in the past, but it's a little bit different when you have these types of guys sitting next to you. I'm sure maybe you're a little bit more hesitant, but it seems like he was being vocal enough. I mean, doing what he needs to do to get done.
I mean, he's been on this organization now for a couple of years. He's very comfortable with them, right? He's got some relationships with them. Yeah, I'm sure he watches their gameplay. They scrim versus one another. It's just more of things like breakoffs. Where do you want me to go? Where do you want me to look at when we're doing something like this? They're all just trying to get on the same page. It is difficult to do. It truly is. So, like I said, already props to him for winning a map.
Yeah, no, it's not easy, and it's just, again, a testament to what their search has been and why we enjoy casting their search so much. It is fun, but we don't have a search yet. You got to try and get there. It's got to happen through a hard point, and FaZe have been ludicrous when it comes to that. It feels like they just, whether it's been searched in the past, there's always been something that they find that they're kind of lights out, and it's usually good when it's one of the modes you play twice. Hard point or a search, where it covers 40% of your series. When you're playing that well, you've got a chance in any series. You got a chance to make deep runs in tournaments, and big reason why we've seen them second twice.
Something to download
they were always a really good respawn team, but when they had struggles in search, like when Ultra won Major 2, or when they lost at Major 5, that is typically when they've been weak. Even looking at this year, they have 2 top 2s, but their search hasn't been up to what Atlanta FaZe par is, and that's why. So that's why it's such a focal point. It's like, yeah, I love it that they're maybe the best hardpoint team right now, but typically that has not translated that well for them.
Yeah, so, no, you're not wrong. Well, at least it's like hard to say not well because they're getting to finals, but not winning.
Right,
not winning. Yeah. It's like a weird combo. But General, get it started off right with a clean headshot. Get Optic Texas started. Now, can they do it? Can they get us to a map 5? I want it. I need it.
Well, they might give it to you. We'll see. I mean, a very good start here off the break. Shotzi trying to get aggressive. It's Cell very weak, but already 23 seconds earned. Atlanta Face is going to fight on back behind that nade. RC's getting aggressive with that MP40. See, that's the big change. Cell, he's going to be the main AR for this team. And RC's, he's going to use this weapon when he has to.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it at times over the course of his career. I mean, obviously, you think of him more as a main AR, but there's been points where he's needed to flex. It's usually been brief periods, but we know he's capable of it.
So FaZe do fight back, so they're only down 5. And on the rotation of P2, it's FaZe with control. And Simp, he's able to find a multi-kill as he takes down Scump and Dash. He allows his team some breathing room.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, because now Shotzi can't surge on forward like he wanted to, right? Like, simply gets one, you might have immediate pressure, but now you're just sitting and waiting for a moment, and now they start to go. It's the nade through the top from Scump that gets them out of the point. His face now looking for the opening. You get in quickly there if you're Optic Texas, you get back in the lead.
They're just trying to stop, right? After their player gets taken down in the hill, they just trying to wait for him to come off a spawn. And then what, some nades connect? It's kind of what you would like to see. You have the close spawn, but they don't allow them to lose it. Cell pulls out the pistol. Dashy is going to win it. A very tight game, and on rotation, it is all Optic Texas.
Yeah, I think you saw FaZe then kind of sit back and wait for a second. It's like, it's almost like you want to wait for those lethals, then maybe make your approaches as one that you can just nade so heavily.
Yeah, they're pretty good. You always have 2 of them. Abizi's struggling right now with a 2 and 7, but his team has the lead. We'll see if he can turn it around. Shotzi watching this push, and he's going to have 3 players to deal with.
I think this is during the last grand final where you saw Abizi struggles on this map. Just at times seemed a little bit lost, getting caught.
Oh, I'm not paying attention.
Shotzi is trying to bait people out. Yeah, I'm here.
Well, he doesn't bait him out. He goes for the challenge. RC's is going to win it. But still, a very good hold the first 30 seconds over towards P3. Atlanta FaZe now finally going to get that player in Dashi off of the hill. Shotzi trying to bring in some reinforcements. But a good hold for Optic Texas and the lead.
And Scump just used this half wall to his advantage. Now trying to reposition, but Abisi already looming. A little bit of a spree there before he drops, but they'll maintain this 20-point advantage. And now we'll get ready to head church side. Just take a look at the minimap. Working all the way around. You're not going to be watching Shotzi. He's trying to get in behind, but the movement not going to be there. The shot in for our cities. And now you get to set up, and you're kind of spread all over the place. If you're Texas, you've got 1 mid, you've got 1 working the flank again in general. So many lanes of avenues to hit here.
Well, with that first domino going down towards Optic, that might be the break. They're going to get in the hill of Beezy. He jumps out the front, but Shotzi and Scump are going to catch him. Cell now the last player here for right now. His teammates off a spawn, and he finds 2 with that pistol.
Nah, just let me know when it's done.
General finds 3 somehow, but there's
shit,
one more
winning.
of Beezy.
Who'd have thunk, huh?
He almost made such
Yep.
a play. You know, he
I'm
absolutely
like,
is. He's
oh,
12
I lied.
and 7 right now.
It's about a.
And they're in the lead. You get into the
Are
point
you
for a
serious,
second if you're
bro?
FaZe.
What happened?
13 seconds left. They'll retake the lead.
I died because the game set me up for
You see
failure.
Abizi, we hop to his POV. He's just lurking and waiting.
Wow, this game
for the
looks
push to
weird.
come in and
Yeah, it looks like they're
Shotzi
lagging.
just
What the
he's
fuck is
trying to get
happening?
No, I'm not talking
Yeah,
about that. I'm
able to
talking
find
about
some,
the subway servers.
rotation kills is FaZe going to get set
It
up here.
looks weird. Like it don't look the same anymore.
Still a 10-point game, but it's
Oh, there we go.
Atlanta FaZe as they were able to retake control of Church. It looked like Optic were
Yeah.
behind General.
Optic's gonna take the
General with
lead.
an MP40, him and Shotzi. That's going to be 3 dead. The last player up is going to be Cell.
Why does subway
General,
servers
he can
have a
do it
battle
all.
pass?
He's a general.
What?
I don't really know what that means, Joe. I'll be honest with you. I don't really know much about generals.
Fortnite battle pass.
Yeah, your accents or something.
I don't know what that was.
Shit.
They don't get
Oh
any
my
better.
god.
They don't. I've been working on it really hard too. But the pistol, that's hitting for Scump. That's getting better. As he's trying to battle back towards even. -4 right now. Some brief fire in, but the nade's gonna greet him.
Oh my
It's
god,
16.
Scumpy.
He's just trying to avoid everything. The fact he's staying alive and still getting kills. A beautiful bit of finesse here from Scump.
Orange, don't get too
And they are
strong.
still racking up the time, just trying desperately to get this to a
Oh my
map 5.
Scump.
Once again,
Yo.
into around 30.
Yeah, I mean, they
Mm.
What, it was a 40-point swing there at that P5. So, I mean, P3 and P5 for Optic have been almost perfect.
No, BZ snuck through.
Just both of these teams, just blow after blow, trade and back and forth. But it's going to be a small lead for Optic.
Shotzi.
Pushed in now. It's 3-0 down.
Well, now it's going to be on Optic to try and break. They're trying so badly to get this to a map 5. Let's hop right to Illicit in with Optic Texas.
I have their side. I have their side.
Whoa, which has some game going crazy. Stop screaming!
Oh no, Shotzi! He was 2 off.
He's selling, no cap. Yeah, that boy's scum said. I'm happy as hell, boy.
Yo, close right. Let's see anything short. I'm holding plat. He went to the back, guys. I don't see him in time. Plat dead. He's still in the back. He's short. Short. Outside time.
It's 7 in a row, and Scump is pooping on people. He's fired up. You heard the comms from Optic, though. Let's kick it right over to FaZe.
He's challenging. Good job.
Oh no, they have a good hold here.
Nothing top plat, they're hitting front. Arch, watch out. No, and there's got top for radio. How many? Yeah, we just it's a good time. Yeah, nade this. One of you guys I will. Anytime. Going Arch.
No fucking shot, bro.
I got him. I'm trying to see middle. I'm going top far.
We gonna for it.
I'm gonna go left. I'm gonna go middle. I don't see middle. One's you.
Yeah, their comms are like so much like different compared to.
What do you mean by that?
Like they seem so much more calm.
Because they don't got Ellie. That's why. And that's probably why they're not playing as well either, because
It is an intense one. 162,
yeah.
164 in its face with a push up the middle. You heard them setting it up. They're trying to get through. Just
I don't know.
Optic's
Optic's gonna take beat here probably.
Yeah, I mean, you had sort of 2 go down. They spun out towards well, and that kind of just allows those Optic players to pinch
Man,
the phase push.
I'm so bad.
I like that, right? You get Simp up top broken. He peeks that player who's at Chimney, gives them the call that starts.
Oh my God, Scumpy!
More chaotic is Atlanta FaZe. I mean, the last time we were in this position,
Scumpy's going crazy right now.
Big chunk of time, but with that break, they're gonna hold on to this lead.
It's not much of one though. This one seeming to go down to the wire. Just take a look at the right side of the map. Is everyone now getting set up for church? It's Cell on the tank.
That's a huge one
Trying
for
to get to his
spawns.
nerd spot. Scump says, no, sir. Takes his face clean off. Chow's the next.
No, sir.
Ready
Hold
up
there.
POV. We go a hop, a slide, and 2 will drop. There's nobody in the hard point for a second, but Shotzi looking to get inside. Just wanting to take the next gunfight, and the movement continues to be there. Catching Cell. Shotzi making the plays when it matters most down the stretch, but still down 8.
Yeah, FaZe does fine too. A little bit staggered here.
I
Right?
want
So
Optic to win this so we can go to around 11.
FaZe, they have to wait for
Or
one
map,
another. Which is great
or
time.
map
Optic,
5
another
on
lead
that.
change comes in.
Dude.
Dashy with that first kill on the push.
Can't tell.
BZ though, working the back with his teammates.
Damn,
They're
that was
going
such
for
a
this
good
scrap time, and they are
break.
going
Holy
to
shit.
earn it. And Optic actually spawns all the way in the back, so this is a chance to win this
Simp
rotation.
can-
They know that. The awareness from Simp, this is something we always touch on. Just to be aware
Simp
of
can
the
do damage
situation.
there.
Simp now in a great position. Are they going to be ready for this? I don't think so. Optic with a 5-point lead as we go to P5.
And they're going to go probably off that nade. Now, how many of these can
Okay,
he get?
good trades.
He's ready and waiting. That's a big trade there from General. The fact he's at least able to get one, not allow the multi-kill from Simp, and they clear the rest of the way.
Oh my God, a BZ's frying.
Wait, that hit fire hits? Oh, man. Okay.
What's up, everybody?
What do we have between the two teams? Just about to be a 20-point advantage for Optic. You've got enough time for them to close out this hard point, albeit it is a scrappy one. But you got 3 players collapsing now, and Cell trying to hit the ludicrous shots through the wall. He's able to combine on one with Simp. But they gotta get in at some point. Texas is so close to pushing this to a map 5.
And they gotta break this now. 20 seconds. The focus is gonna be on the P1. They're staying alive. They're trying to keep it close, but General, he's going for the time. He's going for that time. And Cell is gonna find the wall bang. 5 seconds left.
It's
Scump having such a good game, and he was so fired up on multiple kills. But here we go. They need 20 seconds to send this to that map number 5. But RC's into a good position, and behind his 2, can FaZe now find the break.
They're trying. They still have Shotzzy here. General's going to get picked up the back. Now RC's going to move forward. He has had some massive moments for this team and chalk up another one. That's a nade that comes through that'll finish him off. But FaZe are into the point now. They're trying to make the rally. Just 20 points needed for FaZe. Basically, about to be a tie game, and it's contested around the point as a super subs for Optic trying to pop off.
Yeah, it's the autos from FaZe that get the break. Now the subs trying to get on through. Scump taking his time. They don't know he's here. He is behind them. He can break this right now. He's going. There's 1. There's 2. Where's the teammates flying on through? All 4 dead for Optic, and look at the spawns. Only need 6 seconds as they let it FaZe. I don't think they're going to get there in time. They're going to go for this because they know he's so long. I think Optic are going to
Oh my god, Optic is so much better.
Oh my god, Optic is just so much better.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Harbit. Harbit, you just missed it. Scump just got the biggest flank in the world. Harbit.
This is just incredible stuff. And you know if you were Optic, like all the pressure's on FaZe to win this, right? When they're playing with this stuff. Like if you win this, if you're Optic, you are chirping for sure. I feel like that's just a mental edge, at least for some period of time going forward between these two teams.
Oh, 32 and 23. Most kills in the team, second less deaths in the lobby.
Who, General?
Scump.
Nah, General's doing very well against FaZe.
And it was a close one, a 6-point game, but honestly, it was just some of these key holds that
25 non-traded kills by Scump.
That's what won them that game, no doubt.
But the P5s, they were great.
They were great. I think you heard FaZe kind of I think it was RC's kind of calling sometimes like there'd be, 10 to 15 seconds left, just trying to get that little bit of time,
Come on, Optic. Come on,
maybe
please.
in a couple of occasions it
Please,
might have hurt a
man.
little bit. His Texas was able to get set up in spots and actually hold. The breaks weren't as clean or easy for FaZe. Maybe they thought they'd be.
Well, I think that's it. I mean, they've played for that scrap time. I mean, that's just kind of this game, right? We've heard pros talk about it on Vanguard. It's very unorthodox, but with squad spawns, it's not the worst thing in the world to find the final 10 to 20, where in other games, that's not what you want to do. Well, I'll tell you what, if I'm playing Optic today, I'm getting rid of Dustin. I don't know. That's their map. That's their home. Not playing them on anything.
No, it's unbelievable. Here we are. Here we go. I mean,
there's
you
more
said
there.
kind
If
of
you're
from the
hungry,
beginning.
if you're not, you need to put that away
Get to
until the
map
cat
5 and
jumps
Joe
on the
White.
camera.
Anything can happen.
Then put like something over it so she doesn't
P5s
get
are
on
for
it.
sure. We all know that. We all know it. I didn't expect this to get here.
No.
The fact that it is a big surprise to me.
It has been unbelievable. Hope you guys are enjoying the show. We're all tied up 2-2. We have a climatic search to destroy coming up next. Winner moves on. Loser, bye-bye. The players fired up. You heard the listen-ins from both sides. It is just gas all over the place as these guys are trying to lock it down. Whether it's the pressure, the bragging rights, the money,
Dude, my
the
heartbeat is
glory.
beating so fast right now. Or it was.
This map 5. Be right back.
Oh my goodness. Shield, huh?
Yo, I'm gonna be back. I'm gonna go grab some water.
Damn, Thursday I have boy.
Bro, I drink so much water, bro.
I know you be missing half the games.
I know. I'll be right back. Fuck.
Oh my goodness, dude. Holy sh...
Daddy, chill. Yo, I'm back.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by
I'm not gonna lie, I'm very, very shocked of how far like Optic has made it right now.
Call of Duty League.
Holy shit.
Unleash your potential. Upgrade your
I thought they were
game
gonna
with
get
a
3-0'd, if
the
I'm gonna be
official
honest.
controller of the
That was
Call
my
of Duty
prediction.
League.
I thought they were S&D.
We are right back at it into the scuff play of the game, and Joe,
But
Scuff General pop off for the final.
they're just they're probably about to show the play right here, right?
I mean, they just
Yeah,
let him
this is
slip
the flank.
on by, right? He slips on by. He had a kill. They had to know that he was still alive. Maybe a misstep in the communication, but Scumpy takes it.
That won them the game right there. That flank.
Both kills. General
Those
is
2
well
kills.
with one. And now at this
And
point,
then obviously
FaZe
General.
knows they're not going to get
Whoever
across
got
the
a kill.
map in time. They have to go for this
Holy
fight.
shit.
And my man Scump holds it down with General looking over him. And Optic, they get us to this game 5.
Yeah, I think they got 5 as ticks, and yeah, I mean that first pick was on Arceus, and he's been the one that we've kind of been shouting out that's been really good about picking that up. The one guy that might leak through, but that's a very different moment, right? Like it's like a 240 type game, and stress at all-time high, and comms are probably all over the place, and you're just flying, and you lose track of one person. That's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, I just don't know. He got a kill, right? So he gets a kill, he's getting called out, and I know there was a player like Top Broken. Nobody looked mid-alley, and it all fell apart. Just one of those plays can't allow to happen if you are FaZe, but it does. And now it's a brutal search and destroy.
Yeah, I mean, if you kill Scump there, if the read is there, yeah, you probably win the map, but not the case. Scump makes
Hey, I'm
the
so
play,
happy
goes
it's
huge
not
in
Mac.
general. He's having an incredible
Not
series.
5,
And
it's
what
just
more
more
can you ask of the guy, Joe?
more COD we get to watch. So.
I guess you keep it up here. That's pretty much it. Okay, yeah. That's it. I mean, my man
Holy
is putting up
More
some
Shotzzy.
numbers for Atlanta FaZe, and they saw just what Shotzi's doing.
They gotta turn up, bro. They can win this still.
Here
They
we go.
really can.
Map 5 time.
Because S&D can go both ways, and
We've seen a lot
and
of
Optic's very good at S&D,
so much Berlin, he's feeling
and
Sherman
especially
well.
on this map.
One more time now. In this matchup,
I gotta get down.
Shotzi wanted to make sure every door is open on the map.
Yeah, he's the doorbuster. He's just making sure that everything's open. The nades can come in, but bomb down quickly. We're into a
Hey,
4
Optic,
versus
I
4.
mean,
This looks like a
Shotzi be
control
busting on
B
doors.
retake. Here it comes. Shotzi be the first man.
Oh!
Sip and finds that kill.
Oh, Shotzi's
Onto
disgusting.
Yeah, and he was hit
Darcy's
down
there for the trade.
like 30 HP or so. The fact he gets that one, just insanity, but
Look at a BZ
Oh, no.
behind enemy lines.
Oh no.
Oh, with a snap, little
Damn.
deep shots.
Hey, Scump's
the
up.
second is
Scump's
there,
turn
they
right
pick
now.
up the final player, and
Num-
FaZe able to get him again. Looked a little bit like a control
Never
around
mind.
there for a moment, but as things get scrappy, it's a BZ that finds the opening.
Yeah, I think you had one player working the flank for Optic, the other two were working towards the bomb side.
RC's hat, bro. I can't, man.
Were wide open. The BZ finds the timing.
RC's hat
Help his teammates challenge.
isn't on his head. It's got to be glued to his headset. There's no way, dude. Look at it. It's like it doesn't even. There's no way.
It's because his head is fat.
2-0 start from Arceus, 2-0
Because
start
he's
from
big.
BZ.
It's because he's a He's fat. I mean, like.
Open, close. Let's open it one more time. Ah, okay.
Great.
No, let's close it.
Yeah, he's more of a closer, right? Shots he opens it. It's just what you prefer.
What do you mean by
Dang,
that?
Shotzi's a closer, and he likes busting one doors.
You close your doors here in Vanguard.
We got 30
This
seconds
man,
off the round.
Shotzi's crazy.
And now the engagement's gonna start. Abizi keeps it
Oh.
going. He's just able to finesse his leg and get
Who's
away.
for? Skunk
Did
choke
Abizi
every
get a
shot.
pick?
First pick, but now she brings it back through mid.
Yeah,
Now Bomb's starting to move up, but Selly and ready and waiting inside a fire. And now you've got Bomb down, only 40 seconds to work with, and you're in a good spot. You got numbers.
Sellium's
you got
such a
Bomb down,
fucking
you're
rat. I
good with
hate
your
it.
Yeah, both kind of an odd round. What we see on Berlin, it was like a 2-2 split on
They
offense
kill
for
Sellium,
Monty, and
make
they
him
were
win
just
the
kinda
round.
lurking outside of A. But it felt like the entire time, Abizi knew that they were there. He was just like looking for them. I think he saw the spot when he shouldered out, so he was just checking all of his.
Oh, they're giving up B.
He ends up finding it, but
Who is?
Scump's gonna hit
Face.
the bomb, and he's gonna be able to at least get a plant in. So still a chance.
Oh, I
here
thought that was
for
a boot.
Like, can you get a clean
I was
pick and turn
jumping
this
the
into a 2
shit.
versus 2?
I don't know if they're gonna expect.
I jumped into a train thinking it was a boot,
all
the magic boots.
defensive
Shit.
spawn.
Why does the game keep freezing?
It should be here. Yeah, there's the
Easy.
freebie. Now to a 2
Yeah,
versus
you're
2, but
better.
they know he is
Oh,
deep. They try
did
to
you?
shall it. Okay, well, I was wondering if they were just gonna hit
I called,
out the
dude. I
bomb
called
and take
Dashy
the 2-on-1, but
easy.
they both take their ones. They both win them.
Yeah, it's just a little bit different when it's planted on this side of the bomb. You obviously don't have 6 buildings, 7 windows, and 8 other places you have to check out
Jesus,
as a
bro.
defensive team to retake it. So, you know, as soon as they take care of Dashy, they have a good idea of where Scump is. They're able to find the pick.
Yo, what? I can hear the audio through your shit right now.
Yeah, I know. It's because my headset.
Oh, okay. I thought I was bugging.
So many spots to check. You're just like, good luck.
No, I don't have my headset on. It's just around my neck.
Roof,
okay.
below the roof, mail. Yeah,
Because I didn't
sounds
1-in-1.
Somebody is somewhere. I'm gonna get lucky and sniff them out, but the 2-0 edge for FaZe. Is they get
If I was by myself, I would have it
Now
like
through
on.
secret we go. And
Oh,
hears
Shotzi,
something,
let's
and
go.
He snaps back.
Oh,
He's able
damn.
to take it, but there was 2 of them there and able to get the trade.
Dude, I looked up at the screen for a second and I almost ran
He's-
into a
I mean,
train.
He has an auto there. It's probably kill. Just the range. Just a
Oh,
little
for
bit
playing Subway
limited range
Surfers.
for the auto, but nice.
Yeah, dude, come on. Dude, I see so many
Plays
TikToks about
from
it. I just have
Shotzi
to
at
play
least
it.
find that to turn this into a 3
I've
versus
seen like
3.
2, like not
Scump
counting the
just
one you sent
lurking
me.
now, hoping to find the one. He's hearing
see
all
so
of this.
much.
They have a good idea. It's over
Not like
towards
that
A.
many, but like I'll
Maybe a
see them.
rotation in now.
Like, you know, this game's like 30 years old, so.
Call, we'll see.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. They're still kind of lingering. It's simply trying to get information.
I don't even know if they
across.
updated
I don't
it
think
still.
he's seen anything. And it's just sort of
Oh, you
doing
can check if you go
execute.
to the
only
App
have
Store.
35 seconds to work
You see the
with.
last time it
They're
was
gonna go ahead and
updated.
execute here. Just maybe with that time, they're hoping they bait out some kind of rotation, but everyone's kind of stood still if you're opting Texas.
I mean, it's obviously updated from
Scump
years
has
ago,
been here
but
this
I mean, I
entire
don't.
time.
Yeah.
And Scump is able to get the kill. It's a big one. General there on the cross as well. It might be a much needed round.
There
They
we
have a
go.
2-on-1. They're able to hit the shots.
2-1 right now?
It's just patience there.
2-1, yep.
Texas. I mean, I guess you could say the same thing for FaZe. Is maybe trying
See,
to bait
dude,
out
that's
some
how
movement,
Optic needs
but
to play.
they stand
Optic
tall.
needs
They
to
hold.
play
Yeah, and
slower against
where they
FaZe.
struggle on
Because
offense,
FaZe
it's
is
just
a
after
very ratty
Beezy's
team,
gone,
if I'm gonna be
it
honest.
just kind of slows down, and maybe the thinking is like. trying
Well,
to
I
just
should
find
say
someone on
Celium is a
rotation.
ratty player.
Maybe.
Not really
you know,
the
they kinda
team
wait
itself.
Yeah,
for
Celium's a
Optic's going
fucking
to
rat.
maybe send a couple of players over to B, but they won't. With Scump and A,
That boy being the suit
you
is shit.
have info.
I think you're missing Shotzi on one side and Abizi on the other. So yeah, it's like the two players that probably would be roaming or trying to find that opening are gone. So yeah, everyone just sort of like holds tight.
Who just got lasered?
Shotzi is right back
Oh,
to it.
Dashy.
It's another first blood. Scump, I thought, was maybe going to follow it up with another one, but
Who got first
can't
blood?
connect to the doorway. The
Let's go,
information
Shotzi.
Shotzi keeps her own. Just a tear on the map. That'll be 2 in a row for him and up to 4 and 3. Now you've
My
got
man's just going rogue, dude. I love it, dude. He's just like, whatever, I'm gonna just win this
Go
round for us.
Dashy.
And he finds his first 2 kills. Just kind of finding the openings, finding the holes in the
This is huge.
defense.
It's
And
momentum.
now it is simping a 1 versus 4.
It is.
And he has
This
a
is
sniper.
Yeah, it's
definitely
if-
a momentum.
if they can get a clean, like,
he's finding his openings,
clean
but
four
then
here?
once the information
Oh,
is there,
God.
he's just like some sort of tiger cat, dude.
That worked out.
He's
Mad as hell right now.
Tiger cat.
a tiger cat.
Yeah, I would be fucking livid
Pretty
if
sure
that was
tiger
me.
is a cat.
Dude shot his hand and it didn't even count.
Maybe more like a.
To be
A
fair, he
liger?
probably would have hit marketed him anyway.
Yes,
Yeah, but still, like,
mythical cat.
maybe he
I
can
don't know where I was
eagle
going
chow
with
that with a
Bear
pistol.
with me.
I mean, I'm not
Uh,
trying to help
I'm
FaZe
very
in any
hyped
way.
up right now. It's game 5.
I know. I mean, he wasn't gonna win that anyway. Because again, Berlin is just such a big map. You have to check so many spots, especially for
so many angles, especially with 3 people up and you're last alive with a sniper.
Yeah.
We'll see what they can do. It's where they've been struggling.
Oh, Shotzi's better, bro. He's ego challenge?
It's just first blood after first blood.
Shotzi's upset. He wants to win.
Let's go!
Oh my god,
this is
Shotzi.
huge.
4 in a row for Shotzi, taking over in this map 5.
I got like 120 FOV right now, bro, and I can see everything.
Does he have all the first bloods in the game?
I just can't.
Yeah, Shotzi's built like that. Maven.
He might have.
Maven.
He might have 4 or 5.
And Merc.
Yeah, he's got 4 or 5. Either way, it's ridiculous what this man is doing right now on Berlin. He finds
Shotzi was the Halo King, and I just ran into a barricade.
Well, Cell just trying to see what he can find, but again, it is just Scump.
Scump, look to your right. Scump, look to your right. Scump. Oh my fucking god. If he would have just shit on him like that.
But Cell now in a 1 versus 3 trying to do what he can.
Oh no, Shotzi, don't get caught like
mind blown. I got your keys to victory for FaZe. We're gonna have to go.
It's gonna be a trade no matter what. Yep.
That is.
That's
yeah,
huge.
That's the key to
That's
victory.
huge. Huge.
Try to find. Try to just stop.
Dude, I'm not
when
gonna say
someone's
anything
like
because
hot
I
like
am
that,
not
especially early
jinxing
in rounds, like,
anything.
You
How
have
do
a
you
playmaker
shoot like that,
the
bro?
BZ, maybe he
Watching the
doesn't do
CDL
the
makes
exact
me
thing this title, but
know that I
how
belong
do
in
you try
green.
to deal with that when somebody's just hot and picking me apart early?
I'm not gonna
Defense, you
think
can go to
just
the same
because I am
place,
not
right around
jinxing
those
anything.
connector stairs.
I'm
I
just
think
not.
you just try to avoid them, or you just try to double
So I'm just gonna keep every opinion to myself until the game's over.
He's ready for it with that angle from Shotzi. That is a nerd spot and a half, but on offense, it's a little bit more difficult. You have to
Dude,
be there
I
for
don't
the
like having a
transitions. Last
sniper
time
on
it was
this,
just-
like-
he picked them apart. And now look at this. Look
Like
how
docs like this.
decisive this round is. They go right to B. Sim does see the cross, but he's
Well,
a sniper. He sees the nades on him.
I
He's
don't
gonna
know.
dodge those, but bomb down. Now FaZe has to work this retake. His RC's working the flank.
Yeah, BZ's got an auto in hand.
Is anyone
so
dead yet, or is it still 4v4?
4v4,
line this up if he
Shotzi
can,
gets
but Mr.
picked.
First Blood himself is inside. They're able to
Shotzi got
eliminate
picked?
Shotzi this
Yeah.
time around, but the plant so fast.
Oh, Scump got the trade, though.
25 seconds to work
Yeah,
with.
3v3.
One of those mini spots we were talking about. Well, the 3 optic players are all.
Selenium should get picked by Scump right here.
Okay,
Oh,
BZ's
no
the
Scump.
one
Oh,
player
no
here who
Scump.
might be able
Okay,
to
yep.
make this happen.
But
As he
a
finds
BZ
one,
traded
but look at
general.
the time. Only 13 seconds.
Do you think they're gonna get the
Has
top?
to go.
Nah.
Do you think they
Someone's
No,
gonna
no,
get on
no,
it
no.
right now.
They
I
don't
don't know
defuse?
if they will. A BZ looking over him and a Dashy wins
Yeah, I
the
didn't have
one-on-one.
it.
Sim might have
Let's
had
go.
Oh my god!
Nah, Dashy just. Jesus, dude.
And that is what a fast plant can do with just
Hey.
everything you have to clear. I mean, honestly,
That's momentum right there.
it's a pretty
It's
darn good
huge.
job.
No
for
homo,
FaZe,
dude.
but you
When
just
I
don't
first
have
saw
much time,
Dashy,
and
bro,
then-
I thought that man was a model or something.
Yeah, I mean, once Dashy wins that one-on-one, that's it. That is it. And then a little
I'm not even gonna lie.
at the end.
I
with
thought
the
Dashy was like a
pistol.
model or something when I first seen him.
Their search, man, has just been so good, and you can see why.
Yeah, word.
Shotzi's one of the reasons.
Because I thought
just how
Dashy, dude, I
decisive
thought
they are.
Dashy was like
Broken
6'5",
record,
you know,
but
like
yeah, now
200.
4-2 in this game 5. If FaZe loses, they are out of the tournament.
But he's way shorter than
Losing to
that.
Optic with a sub. We're gonna hear about this one for a little bit, but you're not done yet.
Don't jinx it. Come on. Give me a
You
jinx.
need the round so desperately here if you are FaZe.
Man's working with the
man, a
feds
first
and
blood
shit.
would probably feel great. It just feels like they've been in a
It's
number
like you,
disadvantage
federal
so
as fuck.
often.
Team killing this
Shotzi.
shit.
I don't know. He doesn't notice.
Trying to find something.
Oh, Shotzi, look up! Shotzi, look up! Look up, Shotzi! Shotzi! Look up, Shotzi! Thank you! Oh my fucking god!
It's like 5 or 6.
It's so
Shotzi just
stressful.
needs to move his joystick up a little bit just to
This
see him.
time
That's
at
it.
least you're able to get him off the map and not allow him to chain that into
Oh, good
another.
nade.
Dashy having a nice little sequence as well as he's at 5 and 2. Some information on the cross. Bomb will get across for FaZe. And
Oh,
Cellium,
don't shell Cell
he has
there.
stepped up big here. Cellium out with 3.
Jesus, Cellium.
working on the ace after the Shotzi first blood.
Cellium, it was
has been
just a
all
prank,
Cell.
man. It was just a
And
prank.
there's the information. Maybe you set it up for Cell, let him close this out with 4 in a row, and that's exactly what'll happen. It's
That's what you
FaZe
don't want
for
after
Cell,
having momentum
and
as a
that is
Cellium
what-
ace.
That's what you need. When you
It's all good. They got
lost 4
defense
rounds in a
now.
row, a
Or no, was that
superstar
just
needs to
defense
step it up
for them?
sometimes. That's exactly what Cell does.
Optic was on defense.
Yeah, just picking them
Well,
apart.
they're
Shots he finds the
My
first
friend,
blood,
bro.
and, you know, then he gets picked. That's the first domino, and it's just one after another. He
Don't
knows
matter.
exactly where Optic's coming from. As RC gets
Nothing.
that bomb over to B, a much-needed round for Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, Maybe the key there is just literally as simple
Motherfuckers
as
is worried
the
about who I'm
fact that
talking to. Ain't none of your
Shotzi is
business,
traded out
man.
this time. There's been so many where he's been able to get a second or keep rolling. That time,
As long as they don't get
you deal
pissed.
with him.
Wow, that was
Nearly
close.
gets Shotzi out of it here with a little flick of the snipe, but
No,
it does
Scott,
not
we
hit
gotta win
into the
those.
one-on-one.
No.
Easy takes it, the streak. Now
It's all good.
Purcell
We're good.
continued. He's up
Wait, how did the
5
car
in a
not
row. They're
explode?
trying to get this to 4-4.
Op. Car's an op.
Well, Abizi's like, finally, I could fight someone in a first engagement that isn't Shotzi.
Oh,
Shotzi
great.
plants the bomb and Sim with the movement. Usually it's the other way around.
General?
Hold on, we're in a 1-on-2.
Oh, no.
He's trying to find the wall bay, but there's just too many players. Is selling him. He's up to 10 kills, 6 in a row.
Slam has 6
now one away
kills
from that
now.
glide bomb in 2 rounds. Back to back for Atlanta FaZe.
They gotta get it.
They should not that glide will do some stuff.
In real life, but it is just, I mean, there will be some nerdy shit that he would know.
He said some nerdy
what
shit.
Silva be capable of, some sort of weird.
It's just like watching, like, you know, it's like two superstars, right? And
Yeah,
like
it's
basketball,
incredible.
you just
You love
hitting
it.
shot after shot after
Yep.
shot, and that is exactly what we're seeing here. An
Oh,
elimination game in 5.
So what? You get 2 in a row to FaZe.
All right.
Then 4 straight from Optic. Now back to back again for FaZe.
Please, Optic. Please win this shit,
We'll
bro.
see if Sel can
Please
get a
win this
streak.
shit, bro.
He's
Please.
making a run now. And Shotzi, well, he's going to spot. He's going to get some information. And boys, I am out. Back to opening doors.
Okay, last time through, though, this retake did
Oh,
not
Nate,
work
come
out.
on.
Are they going to catch them?
Oh
on
my
the bomb
God.
plant? Is that going to go down?
What happened?
Nope.
No, it did
Oh,
not. He
clutch.
was
The
worried
bomb
he was
didn't
gonna
get
blow
done.
up. So now this actually helps Optic, right?
Wow, Shotzi, you're a nerd.
He said he's got some nerdy stuff, and he's bringing it
Shotzi
all
been
out
with
right
that
now.
spot,
He's bringing it all
Nah,
out.
nah, not that one. He did the one on top fire.
Loving it.
That was bottom fire.
Now they're going to get it planted.
Where'd they plant? A or B?
Eh.
Can they do the retake better this time around?
Scott might be able to catch one if he looks right.
Well, Scump might have found good timing here. He might have. I think
Scump's
was
not gonna-
checking this.
Scump almost choke shots.
I think he lost aim assist just for a
I don't
second
even
there.
care.
Oh, Scump, let's go.
Nervous, but now it leads to 2.
Scump!
Let's go.
Ace.
King going.
Ace! Oh no, Dashy! Dashy! Dashy!
Retake
Dashy!
7th round on the board for Optic Texas.
And listen, I'm gonna give props to Scump there, right, to regain composure. But how is FaZe not? How you not watching that flank, right? Like, how is that?
Let
so
him walk
accurate
right through
where
P5.
he's just able to turn
Look at
that
these
into a
shots
4 versus
on
2?
Scump.
Yeah, it definitely loses some.
Yo, Scump was shooting like you for a second.
Yo, what do you mean by that, bro?
Watching the full flame, nobody has the middle push.
Nah,
and
no, he got the
because of
ace.
that,
He got the
Scump finds
assist
the
kill.
opening.
'Cause he got
Yeah,
like,
but it wasn't like an ace in the feed, is what I'm saying.
it don't matter.
Well, it was all selling shots.
They
here
won
at that
around.
point, but
Well, what's
Scump
good
for a
is
moment,
Celium didn't get that
one
streak.
round away from, I think,
Oh, yeah, he
Shock
didn't.
and Mini.
Hold on, they might
Cell's
catch
got a
our
glide
speed
bomb.
here.
Let's go, huge. Bomb goes down. Bomb goes down. Come on.
But it's all
Come
of
on.
them.
Win this.
First blood
Win this.
numbers are just
Scump, turn
ludicrous
around.
at this point, but it's a
No.
BZ now trying to
Shotzi.
answer back.
No,
There's just
no.
mayhem
Somebody
around
fucking
this
kill this guy.
They're trying to find him. Look,
Oh,
he
he's
planted
just
the bomb.
running.
Shotzi! Go big, Shotzi!
He gets another one.
Okay.
It's his playground. Abizi's
Hey,
gonna bounce
they
back.
need to
Now we're
slow
gonna
down a little bit.
Thank God. I mean, if Shotzi got another
General
one,
is playing
this
all the way
one's
back
probably
there.
done, but you've got a chance here for your face to get
The
a
bomb
two.
is
Oh,
planted.
huge.
Tucked away.
Let's go.
Scump, it's his turn
General,
now.
look
No
behind you.
throw.
General, behind you.
Celium.
Oh, General gets away! Oh my God!
Finish the kill. 17 seconds to go.
Scumpy.
Scump is at the window.
Scump just
He's
staying.
got the spot. The pre-fire
That's gotta be
teaser.
game.
He's
That's
looking
game.
at the flank. The pistol's gonna hit. It's damage.
Let's go, baby! They fucking won, bro. Oh my God, they don't even need Illy, bro. What the fuck is happening?
They're the best.
Holy shit.
They're the best.
No way, bro.
They live in phases in head.
Holy
You're looking
shit.
big cat smiling.
Oh my
They live in
God.
phase in head. They live in their head, man.
That's insane.
Somewhere in that realm. It was unbelievable.
Oh my god.
Oh my, hold on, I gotta read the chat. They're probably, oh my God. Holy shit.
Everyone's just laughing and saying,
Yeah, bro, phase down, lays down. Can't even be Optic with this sub. Where phase at? Jesus Christ! Oh my God.
Dude, Optic owns phase, bro.
It just feels like they don't really
Jesus.
know what to do.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's where we thought the opening might be in this series.
Oh my god. Dude, I want to hear what the desk has to say.
That's how a lineup with those 4 players can be struggling in so many moments in Search and Destroy. The fact is they are. And still, I mean, he puts up a bomb. He drops 13. But it was Shotzi. What? We can see 6 first
Boy,
bloods.
RCD struggled all series.
Oh my goodness. Hey, General played fine. I don't care that he went 4-9.
He still out-fragged Arcides.
Hey, he won in that round, if I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, because he got away.
Yeah, if he would have died,
yeah, they would have won that.
Killed Stump, he probably could have defused.
It was 10.
Yeah, silly, but you're good. But 6 still. That's, I mean, of his 10 kills and like 2 were
oh my god.
So just insane. We're checking out some of the highlights here from a thrilling and entertaining Search and Destroy.
Someone just asked in the chat, did Volk get GA?
We saw from Sim.
It didn't. Dude, I swear this is the most brain dead like chat I've ever been in. Like the COD like live feed is just so dumb. Like they're the dumbest people in the world.
Went up 2-0. Dashy with some ridiculous plays. I mean, between him and Sim, those pistols are nuts.
This is FaZe Garbo.
In a much needed round.
That's funny.
In the chat, baby, Wernham.
The optics they clutched on up.
Yeah, it's like as much as
Damn, bro, my heart was racing for a minute there, bro.
Dude, I swear,
I was so nervous.
It was racing. Like in this round 9, just the ability to get
Scum played that perfect. Actually, if General did die,
mental toughness or trigger
he wouldn't have had time anyway.
A little bit of aim assist. That's where we're like, whoa! It looked a little.
It would have been close, but I'm sure Scump would have played it differently.
But the fact that he turned that into 3. Move all that. You lose a
Optic is 4-0 against FaZe.
Yeah.
Just walked up P5.
They are so they beat them twice. In the first major, I think
that was an easy retake for
no,
Optic,
they beat them 3 times in the first major actually.
And a clutch Tuscan hardpoint.
They beat them.
They're moving on. Top 4.
And then once in this,
the search isn't the most shocking
which is insane because
that was everything.
FaZe lost to Optic when FaZe had a sub, but
I mean, just with how FaZe been playing, especially this event, like you said that in round 1 percentage they were like 15.
Dude, I just want to hear what the desk has to say. To be honest, I don't really care about Maven and Merc right now.
Yeah, I mean the Scump play late in a tense moment. I mean, just think about those last couple of maps. So you got a 6-1 hardpoint, veto around 10 almost the entire way. That was, I'll be honest with you, that was a lot more fun than I thought it was going to be. You just with the way FaZe has been playing, and Optic with a fill-in, I was worried it might be a stomp, but that was not the case. We got to have some fun. We hope you enjoyed it at home.
30K people.
Let's get it back
literally,
and hear what the hell they
both
thought
games
about
before this had half
David,
of the
I thought it
viewers.
was gonna be a blowout. I thought FaZe were gonna kick Optic, but you know what? No Illy, no problem. It doesn't even matter. General showed up in a big way, but not only that, yo, that man Shotzi was on Demon Hour the entire series.
No, the first blood he got not only in that last S&D, but in the first one as well. I mean, he was just a man making the play on the map. And we got to talk about the fact that FaZe might just have a mental block on Berlin S&D. They lose it to Optic at Major 1, they lose it to LAG in Major 2, and now they fall to Optic with a sub to close the series out 6-4. I mean, nobody expected this. This is insane.
They have a mental block on being the best in the game. This was their shot. They couldn't beat Optic. You know, no diss to FaZe.
That's
because
crazy.
You guys are good. You're great.
With the chest.
Not the best in the game. You're second best. That's a there. Nameless.
This is a mind-blowing performance out of Optic Texas. Like,
that is crazy.
I'll be honest, like, there have been times where I've doubted them before, but I have never doubted them more headed into a series versus the Atlanta FaZe, who have been dominating all weekend long. They have a substitute player. They lose their IGL. They haven't even looked that great throughout this tournament. They come into this, they dominate both Search and Destroys. Scump turns up in that hard point. Like, this is an insane victory, and this like establishes like, yo, we're not going anywhere, FaZe. You literally cannot beat us. There were so many rounds where Shotzi just had his way with them. In that Search and Destroy final. Like, and this happened before as well. Like, this isn't the first time Shotzi has been able to play against them. He just has their number.
Well, Nameless, let's talk about it, man. That Search and Destroy, Maven called it out. So Shotzi, he's responsible for 6 first bloods, right? But it's not only that, it's what he did after the first bloods. And in the first 2 wins by Optic, he had 4 kills in a row. He went 4-0. He was perfect.
It was rounds 3 and 4. He got the first blood, and then he instant chow somebody else, gets the second one, and then the next round he gets the first blood across the map. Somebody runs at him, he gets that kill as well. He just gets away with his life. That elusive movement. He just knows what he needs to do to give his team a buff in the round, and they're capitalizing on it.
It's one thing to get that first blood and get traded out. It's a whole other thing to get a first blood, hold that information, and continue to play your life and still have an impact on the round. And that's what Shotzi did. Celium
Oh
dropped
my
13-5. Berlin is probably Celium's best map, and they still lost with him going off. So Optic, I mean, the composure when they went down as well to make that mid-game decision change of the pace and just hit B-site, that aggressiveness to throw Atlanta FaZe off their rocker, incredible.
Shout out to Optic Texas for the big win. And matter of fact, speaking of them, we have an interview with the king himself. It's gonna be scumpy. Let's get him up on the screen. Yo, Seth, dog, you guys did it. My question to you. Look at that.
Yo, that chain's fire.
Yo, Seth, all right. You know, I wanted to compare and ask you, what's the difference like having General from Illy, but, scratch that. General deserves a spotlight. How much did he help this team out in a win like this against FaZe?
I mean, it's a huge difference. Jordan plays a literally completely different role than Ender, so we've been just trying to make him comfortable within our system. And I mean, that's obviously showed. In the Florida match, we had probably about like 8 maps total played with Jordan. So it was pretty tough because we played our first match with Ender, just throwing Jordan back in after not practicing with them for a couple days. But he's really meshed well. He's doing really well on the comms. He's directing a lot of traffic as well. So he's just been really great so far, and we're just trying to build on whatever we can at this point, until Ender gets back to healthy. So it was a big win. I don't know how we did it, but here we are.
A little bit of a two-part question for you. One, I have to ask, the play on the hard point, when you were making the pinch onto P1, were you calling to your team? Were you trying to get the timing right? Like, that is what broke the hill and ended up giving you guys that dub. It was a huge play for you to play it patiently, wait for the opportune time to make that push. And then on the flip side, not having Ender in comms, has it been kind of a toss-up on who's making the play calls, or has anybody really stepped up?
Nah, it's definitely a collaboration of all of us pitching in whenever we need to. Ender definitely did the heavy lifting in that aspect, I would say, whenever we were playing with him. But now that he's not on the team, I mean, we kind of still did it with him on the team, but now it's like extra. We're all putting in a little bit more communication. But yeah, the pinch play, I don't really know what happened. Kind of blacked out for a second, and I was just saying, I have a pinch, which I didn't even know if I had a pinch because I saw one cross, and I thought he was going to hold the pinch, but I just got a good timing, so it worked out.
Seth, I gotta ask you, man, how? Like, what is the game plan coming into a series like this? You have a substitute player, you're going up against your rival that you had battles with throughout this season. So what's the game plan coming into this? Knowing, do you think you just have to win both search and destroys? What are you guys talking about leading up to this match?
I mean, we kept saying we got a Neslo in 2-3-5, but we actually ended up winning a hard point. So we just thought we were going to have to get through. I mean, after first map especially, we got 100 points, so we thought we were just going to have to win the searches and the control. We came out hot in the first round of the control, and I started making some weird noises. But yeah, we got the hard point. We just needed one respawn. I mean, that's basically how we're going to go into all of our series. I mean, one respawn, and our search is hopefully going to carry us through.
Hey, Scope, congrats on the big win. That was phenomenal. We were going crazy in the green room, man. We'll catch you next time. And, hey, shout out to the green wall. You guys are fantastic.
Hey, thank y'all. Have a good day.
Oh, anytime, man. So, all right. I mean, what do we even make of this right now? FaZe is out of the event. Optic moves forward. General's looking comfortable.
I mean, it's just very scary for the competition, like when Illy comes back too. Like General's playing phenomenal.
Yeah.
He's playing absolutely phenomenal, but Illy is the final part of this team. If they're playing like that with a makeshift roster, whew.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more series on the day, and you got to be lying to yourself if you're saying that this event isn't just popping right now. Shout out to Belong for throwing this event in their arena, and coming up next, we're gonna have Boston versus the Los Angeles Thieves. But hey, this is it. Optic knocked out Atlanta FaZe, the favorites to win this whole event, and now look what's happening. This event is up for anybody, and with any given Sunday coming up tomorrow, who knows what's going to be amongst, across the horizon. But for this last series, I can't wait. Let's go.
No, I gotta sit here for another 45 minutes.
Hey, I do not care. We just got plenty of COD.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's Optic winning. Wow. So, I'll tell you who I thought was gonna win. My prediction was NYSL, Florida, Atlanta, and then me personally, I think Boston's gonna win. But yeah, who was your predictions?
To win the whole thing?
Yeah, like out of all of it, like out of the 4 games today, like.
I mean,
who you
I had
who you
NYS and I had NYSL. I had Florida. Like realistically, I had Atlanta, but like I wanted Texas to win.
Yeah, the same for me.
I think Boston will beat LA unless LA comes out fucking nutty like they did yesterday.
Kenny,
like if LA comes out like they did like in the first tournament and like the preseason scrimmages and shit like that, I think that they'll win easily against Boston.
Kenny has to.
They just have to win one S&D. That's it.
So what?
They just got to win one S&D.
Yeah, that's true. They I mean, they don't have to. I mean, they can lose.
No,
they can
if they win an S&D though, Breach, like, who's like a really good S&D team, would be mentally destroyed.
But no, that's what I'm saying. Like, they don't have to. All they have to do is if they win the first hard point, it's S&D, and it can go either way. Because LA's not bad at S&D. They just choke when it means the most. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like when they're up 5-0, I feel like they play too aggressive because they think, you know, they have it in the bag. You know, so they're like, oh yeah, we only need one more round. Just go at it. You know what I'm saying? They don't like strategize like they should.
Yeah.
But hey, oh my God, I'm very surprised.
Mm-hmm.
You look at this Mornero going off on the
I
A
know.
class right.
I'm seeing that.
Yo, he's the only person with the highest amount of accuracy at the top, like 71%. Everyone else has been like 49, 50.
I saw Methods the other day had like 80 something. I don't know what he ended with, but he had 80 something.
Jeez, man.
The CDL Pro-Am Classic is brought to you by Belong Gaming Arenas. With high-end PCs, consoles, and community events daily, Belong is the place to go for gamers of all levels. Belong has arenas in Chicago, Columbus, Dallas, Houston, and Nashville, with more locations coming to a city near you. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
All right, ladies, gentlemen, everybody that's tuning in right now, this has been pandemonium. This has been crazy. We just got off of a hot series where Optic Texas knocked the Atlanta FaZe out of the event. And now we have one more series on the day. We have Boston Breach versus Los Angeles Thieves. It's going to be a good one. My name is Veli. You guys already know the deal. This is Ali. This is Nameless. And Nameless, man, it seems like event after event, play day after play day, we just continuously get mind blown every week.
We do, and I think we're about to have another mind-blowing one. I think Thieves are going to take this series. I feel like Kenny's going to have a bounce back series in this one, and they just look so much better in their last one. But yes, I think that it's finally time they turn the tides. Boston haven't looked that hot this event, to be honest. I feel like they've been slipping up, especially some machine gun players at times.
Well, let's talk about it. Let's talk about Boston for a moment, because Boston is a team that has been making strides this season, right? Top 6, top 4, and now they're looking at making it even better run for the Pro-Am Classic. And you say the subs need to step up in a big way. I mean, I agree. Boston still has a ton of potential heading into this game.
Yeah, I mean, I just think they've been a little bit inconsistent. In Search and Destroys, you've seen some great moments out of Nero, but there's really methods in the last series that took over. You know, 1.32, like absolutely popping off, which has sort of been the story for this Boston team. When they are all consistent, they're playing super well. Just can they put that together? And throughout this one, it's been some of the same. So still waiting for them to get over that hump. But for the game field keys to victory, what does Boston need to do, Alex?
Well, they need to continue the AR dominance. Since the beginning of Major 2 qualifiers, he's first in KD with a 1.27. That's going to be like some methods. We saw it yesterday in the Berlin S&Ds as well. A lot of clutches coming out of him. A 1v2 followed by a 1v3 to keep them pushing up into Saturday and find success on the second control map. 5-1 on the last Tuscan controls. They are insane at Tuscan. They have the auto van on Gav, and now they're going to be heading into a Berlin control in this series and figure out offensive blows in Bocage S&D. Winning 32% of offensive rounds this year at Bocage, which is last overall, and that is going to be the second map of this series. So a little bit in favor of the side of LAT, but again, this has been a month off for teams to work on these issues.
No, I really like that last point, because overall throughout the entire year, Search and Destroy has been one of Boston's strong points, right? That's something that we really considered a big dub every time we walk into that. So hopefully they could clear things up against the Los Angeles Thieves team that are looking to really make waves, especially with that big win yesterday, right? So, yo, Ali, when it comes to Los Angeles Thieves, there's a lot of questions about this roster. We're talking about Kenny, Draws, and all them. What do you make of this squad?
They've had to seriously battle their way into today, right? After the full sale against New York, they had to battle their way against the Challengers teams, and they forced their way into it, and it's all onto Kenny for me personally. With the 0.5 in that series and still going negative even when they're winning convincingly, I need to see a turnaround for him in this role switch to the sub, and if it's not working, maybe we need to switch back. But map 1 is in their favor, as it's going to be a Gabutu, so he's going to be able to get comfortable early in the series.
And earlier on in the season, I had my doubts against Octane, but Octane has stepped up in the biggest way possible. And now we need Kenny to really join him on that upward swing. When it comes to the game field keys to victory, nameless.
Yeah, for LA Thieves, they have to lock down the map for Tuscan Hardpoint. Boston 0-2 this weekend with L's to Paris and Ultra NA. When you look at Tuscan Hardpoint, Thieves 7-2 in that map. Despite them being in a slump, they've still been good at Tuscan HP. Then Kenny needs to find a groove in his new role. 0.8 KD this season. Rest of the team above a 1.08. Yes, he switched to a new role, but what has Draza done in that new role as well? He has popped off. So maybe that was sort of where they were leaning towards with that decision, putting Draza there because they know what he's going to be capable with in AR in that role. And then now Kenny finding more comfortability in that last series on that Berlin. We saw him pop off on that rotation to P3. That's what we need. And then we'll need to continue S&E improvements versus Boston. 57% round win percentage this weekend, ranked second, 12th coming into the Pro-Am. So clearly in this month off, JCap and the boys have been heavily focused on Search and Destroy, and it's really showing off. We've seen what Envoy's been doing. They did get full sale, but before that, they were up 5-0. They were playing good in that Search and Destroy. So there has been some improvements.
You know, so, I mean, logically, we would all think that Boston Breach are definitely going to win this game because of LAT's struggles recently. But if Los Angeles Thieves win, don't call it a comeback. This is what this team is built for, right? So let's see if en route to the Redemption Tour, if they can pull out a big win versus Boston, which is not going to be easy at all. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time for the last series of the day. Boston Breach and the Los Angeles Thieves. Bryson Ton, fellas, take it away.
Awesome, thank you very much, fella. Yes, we go into the games once again, and obviously it's going to be a little bit difficult to top that last series, but we are playing for the very last slot in our Final Four and into Sunday. Ton, Boston Breach versus LA Thieves.
Yeah, when I see we had this one, I was very, very excited to see how it was going to go down. When you look at it on paper, this should be a banger, but we're going to have to follow that other game somehow. So hopefully you guys can show up and give us a good series, because that was a crazy one just beforehand with Optic and Fade.
Sorry, but I'll call you right back.
I'll
turn the phone in a second.
Kind of see a bit of a resurgence from LA Thieves.
You heard me, Target?
Yeah, you good.
The team that we expected to see this year outside of the full sale. We will try and forget about that, as will most of Thieves fans. Going up against a team that have surprised in the Boston Breach, but who are maybe dropping off just a little bit. Haven't looked that great so far this weekend. This is how the maps and modes are figuring itself out. Gavucci, Karsh, Berlin, Tuscan, as we're getting ready to jump into map number 1. Yeah, but I'm just curious as how it is going to work, because Thieves have looked better. it's hard to say exactly why things have necessarily looked better because we haven't necessarily seen the top level from Kenny yet that we could potentially see with him in that SMG role. And he's going up against somebody who is really good with the SMG. Of course, he's going to have to go and match up with Cap. So I'm curious how the dynamic is going to work out in this series, but nonetheless, Bryce, very excited.
Yeah, me too. We're going to have to find out exactly how these two look going into Sunday and finding out which is more likely to give the better game for our remaining teams. But on paper, from the very least, I think Boston Breach had got essentially the better kind of record for coming into this. They have been on the constant improvement. There have been a ton of weaknesses for it. LA Thieves, it's up, it's down, it's sometimes maybe good. Sometimes we'll find out how they're playing, but let's get into this first one, then on to P1. We're going straight into the ring with both teams and jumping into... TJ, and that's a full wipe from Boston.
Yeah, that's pretty much a full wipe from Boston. Everybody dead apart from one. Not the start that you want if you're the Thieves, but either way, they're going to get themselves forced away, but perfect grenade from TJ. And so often you do see these come on through, but the thing is you can't wait for them. You have to make the move forward. Droz is the only one who's been able to answer back. Boston Breach coming in to map number 1, very, very hot. They're going to be looking to try and force their way over towards P2 shortly. Got the side of spawns that they want to keep a hold of for now. 20 seconds still remaining here on P1.
Nero trying to get that 2 bits to lock it down, not going to be able to. Now we are going over to Boat, and you can see already Draza is here. They'll be looking to claw all that time back. They weren't able to get off of P1 as well. Any reinforcement for him, that's going to be the key thing, because if he doesn't get any reinforcements, they won't get the trades. Fortunately, it's going to be Envoy that comes through, and it will mean LA Thieves have an opportunity.
This is the perfect time to just get a little reset if you're the Thieves. Absolutely worst start possible, of course, when it does come down to P1, but you can lock in this rotation. They have done, and they found the side of it. Problem is for them, they do have Boston
Thieves. No way Thieves win this. Kenny's doing shit on again, as usual. TJ with the exact opposite stat line.
Either side when heading
Oh,
over towards
Kenny
the
got a
beach,
kill.
either way.
Or Kenny got killed.
Good for them on the lockdown here.
TJ, get a kill for me real quick, bro.
Wasn't necessarily the best, but they're locking down some good time.
No, I said TJ, not Methods.
Yeah, this is exactly what they needed as they got back onto it as well. And
wait, Kenny is too. Yeah, TJ, get 2 kills
this
for me.
map, I've got to point him out. Methods. Every time I've seen
This
him
is a
play
good
on
hold by
Gavudu,
Thieves, though. I'm
he
not
is a
gonna lie.
force to be reckoned with. And they could do
Draza,
MVP
check your right, Draza. Oh, never mind, Draza. You didn't clear it out, Draza. And that's what happens.
Anybody was there. It's going to be Capsule who eventually takes him down as they now try and fight for P3.
Oh my god, Kenny has 3. Yeah.
Good for Breach to got P1.
That's like his S&D high
as well. Capsule up here with the AR. And that is where it is really going to come into things here for the side of Boston. If Methods can have a game, this is going to be a hard map for Thieves to win. Octane and Coda doing a good job of getting rid of Capsule. TJ soaking up that hill time. Let's see Nero pushed all the way up. He's actually evaded one. Is he going to be able to survive a little bit longer? I'd like to see what he's doing, but surviving
Draza wins this gunfight too.
TJ inside the point knows the push is going to come. Draza with the gunny though, and Envoy is there to help out. A really, really nice break from Thieves. And this is the perfect situation for them for holding down this last 30 and then rotating towards P4.
See Envoy just trying to turn it back here as well, and Tito just getting away with his life and causing a bit of an issue, but eventually does take him down, and you are right. Now the Boston Breach have been pushed out of that, and scrap time goes to LA. They are going to have this rotation locked in pretty well, and that's exactly what I'm talking about with Methods. That long-range shot just picked him out of the air. And you see, can they find a gap? Here comes Kenny, auto in hand at the moment. I know a lot has been said.
Kenny might be able to flip spawns.
About how he's going to cope with the role change coming in, but on this map, obviously, you can run as many ARs as you like.
Oh yeah, everybody running ARs at this point. SMGs maybe just to get in there at the forefront, maybe when you're a little bit closer, but you've got to...
If Methods doesn't get traded here, that's terrible for LA. Terrible for
Thieves. Yeah, it's very, very difficult now. Methods trying to lock this down this right-hand side. Octane will get taken down. Still holding this rock, and there's a second for Methods. Should get traded this time around by Kenny, and does so. Envoy here now, a little bit of pressure here for Thieves, but they're not close enough, and this time is just ticking up. That's 30 seconds uncontested for the Boston Breach.
See Octane punches right through, not going to be quite able to. Kenny getting another one down, but it's Methods again. Another 2 minutes and 3-piece from Methods. Just shuts everybody down. Says, hey, I don't know if you've heard about me on Gavudu.
It's over.
That's his fault as well, locked in. 16 and 7 now. Boston Breach have heavily relied on his skills with an AR on this map time and time again, and it's looking like the same old story. Methods on a 5 streak, probably will be playing for those streaks now, but already Nero heading all the way around the back for this next spawn.
Yeah, Chef Zinni is cooking right now. That is a ridiculous stat line coming out from Zinni. Look at the scoreline as well. It's not necessarily the worst here for Thieves up, very much in touch and distance, but Methods really has led the charge for his team. They need to start soaking up a little bit more time to benefit from that. I would say with Methods putting in these numbers, he would maybe like to see a bit of a better hold so far.
Oh, I was gonna say, if he got out of there with his life, that would have been actually crazy.
Green here as well. The assault from Thieves is
4 down. Oh,
Kenny
he
can't
didn't
find
finish,
it.
Kenny.
Kenny can't finish his dinner, and Nero will just
I don't want
about
Thieves to
survive.
win,
Up tip,
just
in the
because
point,
Boss is a better team.
Fortunately, reinforcements are coming thick and fast all the way through boat. Hold this one down. You can see they aren't really going to give him any more pressure. They are heading over for this reset here, going back into P1. Cad's already here first, but I'll tell you something. As we head into our second set of rotations, this is very, very close. Neither team really having a significant amount of distance between them.
Yeah, Bridge
All right,
winning
Methods.
most of the rotations. I think it was maybe 3 out of the 5.
Outfragging your whole team by lot. Outfragging the lobby.
Considering how well Zinni is playing right now, I mean, he isn't missing,
Christ,
which is
dude.
fantastic news. But you need to make sure things are happening with it. That's 4 dead. You should now be able to push through, find the spawns that you want to get a hold of, and then make your move over towards P2 in around 40 seconds or so. Zinni at this moment in time, though, 22 and 10. Record stat line on this one, I'll have to get reminded of it, but he's on course for, my goodness.
He just doesn't fucking miss right now. If I'm LA Thieves, I will avoid that guy at any cost if possible. Least deaths in the lobby. Most kills in the lobby. That's a scary sight. He's a 2 KD right now.
Find out how these players are feeling though. Let's jump onto a Boston Breach listening.
That's terrible. That's terrible that he get that trade on Kenny. Huge wins, TJ. And Methods. Methods, you want more to keep that 2 KD? Come on.
Watch my top.
Guys, give me top.
Okay, I'm on my top.
Oh, never mind. I need 3 to get a 2
Hold on,
KD.
even him. He's there. He's just there's attack. Envoy is just there's attack.
Good wins, TJ.
Nice. We're coming as fast as we can.
Can you get my boat?
I'm trying to.
I have low cliff.
They go to your top boat. They go to your boat.
I'll go cliff. They're weak by nade. I got one. Cliff. He's doing low hole. Hold low tower.
I got your cliff.
Oh, see tower. Tower rocket.
Good land.
I got your hole. I got your up.
Nice.
Hold it. Yep.
Watch out, close, guys.
Watch top. I'll take top. Top cliff weak.
Yo, I'm close.
Dude, there's 3 ult. There's 3 ult.
I'm trying.
Another one.
Oh, TJ. Heat up for the one time, huh?
Sure.
I got new tip.
Guys, get ring stats for or no? Yeah. I can call out. Get pinch cap.
Wow, Boston Breach.
Yeah, hit us with the LA Thieves.
Video at the moment, not just in-game comms, but also
Oh,
from the gully.
crap.
Huge holds from TJ. And Capsule picks up a 2-piece as well. They are now in the lead, and that has seemed to be the case for the majority of this. I wonder if they can now push it over the line, Tom.
Yeah, Capsule to find those 2 kills, but Methods dies over towards P1. It's just allowed every single player from Thieves to get a little bit of purchase over towards the hill. That's to be a fight from the back from the breach. Can they find these kills? Capsule will find 2 though. The SMG up close and personal,
Yeah,
still
stick a foot
P1
in there,
control. The LA Thieves, which is important when you're thinking about the P4 rotation and for putting the fire down. Try to stop as much points being going over towards Boston Breach as possible here. Gunfights on the transition, well, they're 50-50. Thieves are in the spot to maybe do something here on this rotation, but it is not clean cut. A good full 50 points or so here. Heading over towards P4 puts them right back in the game.
Yeah, this is everything they need right now. Can they throw up the walls? Can they hold fast against Boston Breach while looking to end this game on this hill if they can? Kenny already going to find TJ by the cliff.
Kenny's positive right now.
It's going to be Kenny
And
again.
he's melting.
Just trying to stem the tide of Boston Breach moving. Eventually it's Capsule. And there are so many Boston Breach about to hit cliff here as well. Draza finds the first one. Draza finds the second and the third. And just completely shuts down any semblance of a push. LA Thieves have this one locked in and they are now going for map control. This could come down to a very tight game.
The wherewithal from Draza, he knows there's going to be somebody on the outer rocks who just pushes, just completely takes him out of the game, and he's got 2 free kills. It might have looked like a nice and easy 3-piece, but big brain from Draza in that situation. Fantastically done. Thieves well and truly back into this game, and they haven't stopped here either. Octane up top, but will get taken down. But they
Yeah, if I'm Breach, I'm a little worried here.
But it's now about breaking over towards green. For Boston
But
Breach,
they're gonna have like a free
expand
10
out,
seconds
get
on this
control
new
of
hill.
So important that Methods and
Maybe
TJ
like 15.
stay
They might.
alive here.
I
For
think
the
it's over.
Thieves, where's your break gonna come from?
Well, this is it. The Thieves do not have a lot of time. They really only have one big push in them. Already going down. So is Kenny. Nero trying to find somebody. Octane already gets a kill back, but he does go down. It's only Brother. The magic can't happen as Nero cuts him to ribbons. And now LA Thieves, they just got to run. They've got to sprint and hope that they can find some magic to get into this one. As Nero cuts down Envoy, and nobody else from them is close. LA Thieves are going to lose this first hardpoint. Boston Breach holds fast.
Dude, with the way Methods was shooting, I didn't even think that they were going to get that many points.
It's another great stat line.
Yeah, and honestly, just the AR's doing a great job. Just a perfect example towards the end of that game there of the ARs locking down the cuts. They've got the sight lines. They've got the kills. You can't get anywhere near it if you're Thieves.
Yeah.
A really good hold from Thieves over towards P4, but Boston Breach just
You watching the game?
Let's just count
Yeah, Methods was fucking on them.
Dude, he was what, 30 to 17 or something?
Not even get a sniff. Boston
32
Breach, a
and
fantastic
17.
map number 1, 250
Yeah,
to 209, but for the most part in control thanks to a 32
Hey, Draza had a
17
nasty
stat
3-piece
line.
though.
Out of
He
Methods,
did.
23
He predicted everyone, which was
traded
fire.
kills. You'll love to see it from him. Fantastic map.
That was a bad first map from them, to be honest.
I do have one question.
Hey, Kenny played well though.
Considering how dominant Methods was, especially in the first half of that game,
Can't blame it on
the game
Kenny.
was still very, very close. Like he's running a lot of kills, obviously away from these points.
But I think Kenny was an AR that game, wasn't he? Yeah, he was.
And I'll tell you something, if they can kind of convert that kind of more meaningful into time
Dude,
on
Methods
hills,
is so good.
Free piece is outrageous.
Yeah, we didn't get to see it in real time, but that is phenomenal from Methods. Picks up another there on the Draza. But yeah, it's a query, isn't it? When it does come down to this map specifically, it's very rotational heavy in comparison to some of the other hardpoint maps, I would say. I know obviously rotations are obviously always important, but I feel like it's super important when it does come down to at least 3 or 4 of the hills here on Gavutu. So maybe, you know, he's holding those cuts and he needs his teammates still to be pitching in to find in those small gunfights inside of the point, those big important ones, of course. I mean, Methods' skills were all very, very important as well, but you need your SMGs to be stepping up. We really seen Capsule step up in the second half of that, though, and that's allowed Boston Breach to continue what they were doing in that first half when Methods dropped off just a little bit. So, you know, I think they're just filling gaps where they need to be. The team didn't need to necessarily do too much of a job when Methods was going off. They stepped up in a big way, though, when he didn't necessarily find as many kills towards that second half. But nonetheless, Boston Breach overall a good
After
team
Grandma gets
performance,
out.
I would say,
What
on
happened?
Gavutu. And heading into Bocage
I was
Search and
talking to my.
Destroy, they'll be feeling confident after that one. That was a pretty good win for them. And
I was asking her if she can get the bathroom mat out.
This is a good chance for them to get themselves in a good spot once again. Fused up, bit of a slow start. I like to see a little bit more at the Search and Destroy. For the most part, it has been good, barring that complete disaster, of course, up against New York. But other than that, it's looked good. So let's see if they can turn around here in map number 2.
Yeah, and here's the thing coming into this one. I feel like Boston are a more consistent team. I feel like people have a lot more faith in Boston than they do LA Thieves. LA Thieves, there is just almost no kind of confidence in them coming into almost any single match they're playing at the moment, and that's something they're hoping to rectify. But here are our key players and top performers for Search and Destroy. Capsule, of course, the Phenom on the map at a 1.19 against Envoy with a 1.04. Well, let's find out how that actually plays out, Tom.
Yeah, interesting to see how it is going to work, but it's nice to see Envoy back in and amongst it. The root band's starting to get paid a little bit more here, I would say, throughout the season. Things are getting just that little bit better, but Capsule has been a thorn in teams' sides, especially when it does come down to Search and Destroy. Well, I mean, any sort of map that you would like to see him on, Bakaja is pretty much number 1. I'm very much looking forward to see who's going to get control of Grandmas, and those two are really going to be a crucial part of that fight, you would imagine. So let's see how things are going to break down on the... I was about to say the new look, Bakaja, it was a while ago. It was a while ago that we changed. But it definitely changed the dynamic of things, though. I've really enjoyed watching Search and Destroy and Bakaja since that change-up did come on through. Honestly, I feel like it's new because we cast it when it was new, like a month ago. They had a month break, and then we're back into it casting again. So it feels new to me, Brycey. It still feels new.
Wow. I've played this map about 8,000 times in ranked play, so it no longer feels new to me. It just feels like Bacage. But I'll tell you something, bear in mind the pressure for this one. It is an individual event. The Pro-Am Classic is single elimination. There is no second chance for any of these teams. And they know that also means there is a very quick route to the final if they can find the wins out the gate here. And both these two teams would love to start cementing into that top 4, play 2 games tomorrow, and you win the entire thing. So a lot of pressure for every single one of these. Boston Breach, slight mental edge at the moment coming into it, of course. Winning that hard point and now going on to the search, we'll have to find out.
who has what it takes. But here are the statistics for how it's gone so far. Thieves statistically better on Bocage against Boston Breach.
Let's see if they can get something done here, the Thieves. Answer back to what was a very good map number 1 from Boston Breach.
Oh, no.
Honestly, as I said, their search hasn't looked bad at all. Really has not. Let's see if they can get something done here. Honestly, I kind of agree with what Naylor said at the beginning of the show, of this game specifically. I haven't been that impressed with Breach. Get himself caught out immediately. It's a very aggressive defense coming out from Boston. Actually, these Thieves, though, answer back in turn, complete pace and control.
Oh, we might actually see a reverse, but actually Kenny, just with the kind of knowledge to sit there and wait for it. And now, Boston have taken the enemy spawn, but that bomb is planted against them.
TJ, dude. TJ's like just hitting pieces. Damn, we got
The God Tank, as we like to call it. It's a very, very difficult gunfight, is that one, especially when you got somebody like Octane up top. Finds that final kill. Just the aggression from both teams. Doesn't work out for Breach. You kind of, in those scenarios, you lose that first gunfight. It's always a little bit hectic from that point. Thieves make it count for them. Nice and aggressive to kick things off. Kind of round that you like, a quick one, a nice and easy one to start the comeback after. Was it probably a disappointing map number 1 for them? Seems a little. It seems a little bit more passive. TJ wipes out Kenny immediately. 3v4.
Probably in my room.
These players just see it through the bush as well, and that is a
Wait,
great spot for the players. Octane takes down 2, refuses to let anything go as well. And that Boston, they have the first blood and nothing else. They do not have bomb. They don't really have map position. What they will be looking for, though, is a kill. Can they find some way of bringing this back to a 2 versus 2? And Draza's thrown his shoulder, and all that knowledge is now there.
Just the pause in the chaos that is Bocage for a moment. Very, very difficult to ascertain what players know here. A little bit of a mixy one, but it's going to kind of all be on TJ this one, I think. Is he going to get the information? Yes, he is. He's going to get the kill as well. There's Envoy, lines them up, and that's a round for Breach.
No,
just
I turned it off.
Aggressive play out of TJ.
It's off.
2v2 just to hold the position.
I'll probably back to it.
Cutting off different points in the map, and that's just finding plenty of information. He'll be like, right, nobody here, nobody there, nobody here. And that's giving the info to Cap. He gives him plenty of info in the bottom left of his screen when he sees 2 kills come up with TJ on the left-hand side. Wrapping up the round nicely for Boston Breach, a little bit more like it. Moving into round number 3, tied up here.
Yeah, that is exactly what they wanted to bring this back to a 1-1. However, we will now have Thieves on the attack. A bit of wallbanging coming in. Drazo trying to just check every single corner, going straight into Granite as well. Very aggressive play. His teammates are not with him. If he gets caught, it can't be traded. However, now a little bit of reinforcements. It looks like they might take mid-map control. Nero might be one of the first players under the gun here. There are players all underneath him. Capsule looking for these players coming through as well. TJ trying to get out as well. He's been caught and somehow stays alive and runs away. And Nero capitalizes on it.
TJ's a slippery little sucker. Gets himself out of there very, very quickly. The rest of the team then sweep on through. There's 2 kills going to go their way then. 2 kills go Thieves' way, so 2 versus 2.
This is chaotic.
It is chaotic. I mean, it's Bocage, mate. What do you expect?
Well, at the moment, you can see TJ's looking for a player here, and Octane guns him down again. And now Methods for a 1 versus 2. Trying to hold this angle all the way at the back. He doesn't see anybody so far. I don't think he saw anybody on his screen either. So he has no information that these players were here a few seconds ago. And now with bomb down, Methods still in a 1 versus 2. He has to find these 2 players. And he has to do it in 40 seconds.
It's so tough. Doesn't have any information. Oh, he draws that. Yeah, by the hair on his chinny chin will get away. Methods now will have to push around and still have to find 2. Okay, line up Octane on the bomb, not gonna happen. Well played from Thieves, a 2v4. And if you're Boston Breach, you can't let that happen. But as I said, things just can't get chaotic on Bocage. The players push in bottom grandmas. It comes down to a couple of 50-50 fights. They win it, and all of a sudden it's a 2v2 and very doable. Well played from the Thieves. Find themselves in the lead once more.
I tell you something, I think Octane is playing out of his skin. Every time they need him, he is winning those oh-so-crucial gunfights. And this is where if Thieves are going to kind of shrug off that last beating they took, they might be able to find it here. Bit of an aggressive push from Boston. Camps have already been stunned. Gonna see it come down, but Octane again takes the gunfight, wins the gunfight, almost gets a second. But no trade coming in for Boston, and now they're a man down.
Yeah, beams only from Octane at the moment. Finding everything he possibly can do to help his team out at 8-1. And now they've got a lot of map control here. Don't really have anybody watching the site specifically, but they got Grandma's control. They can transfer there very, very fast. What's the play? You see already Methods is making
It's
a move
cause,
around
buddy, my
towards
brightness is
Riverside.
down.
If they can find a pick over towards B, that could be the play, but not much
See,
to go with here for
this
Boston
is where my
Bridge.
brightness all the way up.
They're looking for something, anything here.
There you go.
Just to find some information to kill. It's going to be TJ, and he gets taken down.
I turn the brightness
Nero
down
has to
because
make some sort of
when you
godlike
have it
play.
up, it
He
kills the
wants to get
battery
a trade
faster.
himself. The time is ticking away. Methods finds one into River. Could be a potential rotation here. Try and play the odds.
Dang, bro, I was in the middle of watching CDL matches, bruh.
Needs Methods on Overwatch as he goes for this
What's wrong with
plant,
them?
but they have so few time here. Surely these are going to chow, and they do. Methods isn't overlooking.
Freaking triggers.
And now he might just hide.
Yeah, not much you can do there. Methods looking to maybe not feed into Octane's potential streaks. There's another one for Sam LaRue. My goodness. Absolute takeover on Bacage right now.
Somewhere Lando's just saying human tyrant to himself.
I can see him, he's in the green room. Him and Chance are laughing. Right now, I promise.
But Octane has stepped it up on this S&D and stepped it up to a whole new level. Boston just cannot find a way to deal with him. And this is what we talk about with LA Thieves. We don't know what Thieves we're getting whenever we go into any game mode at all.
What do you mean a little bit,
Doesn't have
Grandma?
a kill so far in 4 rounds, but Octane has 10.
No, I'm gonna get in. I'm gonna get it. No, I'm gonna get in there and take a shower.
Truly absurd game out of Octane so far. I mean, he doesn't even get C players at this point. He's spraying through walls. He's very, very close. Looking to get a hold of that guard bomb.
Well, that's how you take a shower.
On a map like this,
So I'm gonna take a shower.
Possibly can. Important next skill coming up here for Sam.